Okay. Chatter was IDF, bruh. I read. Iran, Iraq. I read their chat message. Actually pathetic. This guy actually is like totally brainwashed into thinking that his country would never do anything bad ever. No, it's the evil Iranians. Meanwhile, when Gaza was being leveled, bro was probably fucking in the streets celebrating. Bro was probably at the right to rape protests. Alright. We have to suffocate those babies in the incubators. For peace! For peace, damn it! The right to what? Sorry, what? Yeah, the right to rape protests by the Israelis. No, normal things. Crying baby ruins my peace, so I get it. That's a real thing, chat. I'm not joking when I say that. I remember when I saw that story initially. I initially saw that story about the right to rape protest in Israel, and I was like, this can't be real. This is too insane to be real. Do you know that in Iran it's legal to marry a 9-year-old? Do you know that in the United States we force women to give birth at 11 years old? Sorry, girls to give birth at 11 years old. You want to play Moral Olympics? The US isn't winning, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Know your place, cattle. How about you fight for any women's rights in your own fucking country before you pretend like you care about women? Fucking suck my dick, you sack of shit. We also have child labor and child marriage here in the US. Yeah. It pisses me off to see people pretend like they care about groups that they literally don't give a shit about. They only use these groups as ways to win like moral arguments. It's the same thing with transphobes. They're like, I just care about women's sports. I just really care about women's sports. Oh, well, where were you when women were fighting for equal treatment in the Olympics? Where were you when women were like, hey, we don't want to wear scantily clad outfits for like volleyball or soccer or whatever? Oh, you were on the other side, bitch, because you don't care about women's rights. Shut the fuck up. Suck my dick and never speak again, ho. Fucking virtue signaling sacks of shit. Maybe other people fall for your shit? No. Look at this fucking sack of shit. Are you comparing the number of youth marriages in America to the number of ones in Iran? The ratio isn't even close. How about the ratio of bitches on your dick versus the ratio of haters on your dick? How about that for one moment, huh? Because I'm noticing a very big lack of bitches on your dick. Probably because the first thing you say on a date with a woman is, did you know that in Iran it's legal to marry a 9-year-old? What does that have to do with anything? Because you're so out of touch with society that you actually think that this is anywhere remotely relevant to us bombing children in Iran. Oh, bad things happen in a country. Let's kill all of the people there. You're a fucking idiot. You're a moron. Oh my God. You know there's bad things happening everywhere in the world? They killed 30K protesters in the street. Do you know there's bad things happening everywhere in the world? Do you know there's shit happening in the US every single day? You know there's protesters here in the US that get fucking beat by police and you don't give a shit about them? You only care when you get to use it as justification for murdering people overseas, you sack of shit, you bloodthirsty sack of shit. You are human cattle. Yeah, but we have laws to mitigate them. Then why the fuck haven't the ICE agents who killed Alex Preddy been arrested? We have laws. Suck my fat, juicy, veiny, hairy dick! Sorry. I can't handle Holden Bloodfeast when he's in my chat. Sorry. My bad. My bad, I said. God, I said my bad. Asmongold's new talking point, by the way. Fucking human cattle, bro. This is me with the orange, and this is chat with the grape. Alright. It's over. No, but I was enjoying that. What the hell? My favorite clapback and Blue Sky is seeing an L take on Palestine opening their profile, querying their post for genocide and rubbing it in there. Never mind. Hi. Hi, Chad. Hi. Hi. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I have it on good authority that there is a Hamas compound in the core of the earth and all bombs dropped on civilians are just because they are unfortunately in between the Hamas compound and the bomb. Oh, that's true. I did see that. I did actually see that somewhere. I think I remember reading that source somewhere. I just don't remember where. But it was definitely somewhere. Anyways, is everyone listing off what this shirt is? I don't know. I just got it at a thrift store, bro. I was like, ooh, sexy lady. Don't mind if I cop. Anywho, good morning, everyone. Hope you guys are doing well this wonderful Sunday. Thought it was Malevola. Sure, why not? You know what? Sure, why not? We have a lot to get to. First and foremost, I have to say the fact that literally nobody cares. Do you guys remember when I was talking about right-wingers trying to cancel Mamdani's wife for saying bad words when she was 15 on Twitter? It's like, aren't you guys the ones that campaign on wanting to say every slur? It kind of doesn't really hit when you guys talk about how based everyone is for saying slurs, and then you try to cancel someone for saying slurs because they're on the other side. Hello? Hmm? Okay. Sure. Hmm? Sure, man. Whatever you say. Mayor Mamdani's wife, the New York financier. Stop. What was I saying? It's actually reversed canceling. Hello, base department? Uh, just bait for liberals. Yeah, but it's pathetic. It's just not even, it's so pathetic. What was I saying? Right. And they're now Israel is doing the same thing where Israel literally spent the past year doing nothing but, or sorry, past entire existence doing nothing but war crimes. And now the second that there's anyone doing anything remotely similar to Israel, they are the biggest victims in the world, and nothing like this has ever happened ever anywhere in the world, and certainly, definitely not by Israel. Did you see they barred her from entering Israel? Why the fuck would she even want to go there? Okay, so then there was that I wanted to talk about. And then I'm not sure how many of you guys saw the New York posted this smear piece on Hasan and all of the creators that are going to Cuba. And then I have to show you guys this fucking insane clip of Bill Maher taking back shots from Netanyahu. And I wish I was over exaggerating, but hopefully Twitch won't ban me for showing DB giving back shots to Bill Maher. But we'll see. We'll see what Twitch thinks about it. Doing tricks on it, blowing bubbles on it. You guys know the real deal. And then maybe we can do some gaming later. Maybe we can do some game. Bill Barr? No. Bill Maher. Backshots have become too normalized. Real. Mm-hmm. You like Resident Evil? Huh? I've been liking it. I have been enjoying it. The truth has come out. Overwatch is good again? Oh, I know. I played it. But I'm just too addicted to Rivals now. Rivals won my heart. It took too long for Overwatch to get good again is the problem. Just took too long. It's so sad. The new hero is good. I believe that. Have you played Slay the Spire yet? No. It's on the list. It's on the list. All right. John Hugs, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Brute mocking my chud son. Shut up. Stupidest thing I've ever read in my life. Fruit mocking my idiot chud son. Oh god. Alright, whatever. Anyways, okay. Let me change this title here. And then
Denims is streaming.
Dam is streaming. I am streaming. SNL made fun of Clavicular. He was big mad. Yeah, but it's SNL, so like, come on. How bad could the insult have been? You know what I mean? Oh no. We need to talk about how to purge problematic Palestinians from our movement to liberate them. Dude, Matt, like, I'm trying to Matt Leibovitz is he kind of eats a little too hard sometimes with these. I haven't even seen it and I'm laughing. That's how you know his shit bangs. All right, let's watch.
Some of you may know I am a proud Jewish, anti-Zionist, adjacent liberal Zionist organizer for J Street, and I take our movement to liberate the Palestinians from Netanyahu and only Netanyahu very seriously. For me, that liberation is first and foremost at the center of everything that I do, which is why I think we need to have a conversation about what kind of Palestinians we are letting into our movement. The New York Post revealed that Zoran Mamdani's wife's best friend's cousin is a Palestinian woman who has been tweeting anti-Semitic screeds for over 2 years, ever since she saw a video of an Israeli soldier massacring her entire family while screaming, I am doing this because I am Jewish and to protect all Jews. All Jews of the world bear the responsibility for doing this. It is my religious and racial duty. According to the journalist Jonathan Lebensraum, who wrote the article, quote, after months of desperately searching for problematic tweets to tie to this mayor whom I want to destroy because I am racist and believe Palestinians are bugs, I found that his wife's best friend has a problematic cousin. Still, there are some on the left who are literally going out of their way to defend this totally insane Palestinian woman whom I just discovered yesterday because a racist wanted me to. Somehow, people on the left are just not taking this seriously. They're saying things like, I'm not going to defame a Palestinian I've never heard of just to appease people who hate Palestinians professionally. Look, I understand that, but like, the only way we're going to be able to free Palestine is if we win broad support of Americans, American Jews, and yes, even Israelis. You want to attract Israelis, and the best way to do that is by purging Palestinians, which is already their favorite thing. There are some people who are accusing me of capitulating to Zionist operatives by, focusing on the exact targets they want us to and purging them out of our movement. They're saying, oh, you're capitulating to people who want to split the movement, but I think it's okay to have multiple stated strategies. I'm for something called like a two-stated strategy solution in which
Dude, no.
which we have one main strategy, which is made up of mostly American Jews and the Israeli left, in which we are very specifically catering to our particular sensitivities, and then sort of a smaller, like non-contiguous stated strategy with mostly Palestinians. They could be contained, and they could say all the like anti-whatever, stuff, and we police them as best as we can, because I think, honestly, that's what we're good at. We could police them. There would be a big separation wall between our strategy
Oh, dude, this is fucked up. You can't say this, dude.
and their strategy. Sort of the tried and true solution, and I honestly think it'll go good for our movement. Just wish people understood that the way that I do.
He sounds like that Jubilee Zionist 2 years ago, Denims. Nobody actually does. Sorry, this shit. All of this guy's messages are so good. Every single one is so good. I forgot about the shadow. This was the guy who came in where I said where we were talking about the fact that sorry, I'm on one today. I feel like Kamala when they gave her all of the fucking drugs. This is the guy who came in and said, the reasons for this conflict have been clearly outlined. If you want to pretend otherwise, then that's your decision, but it's always going to be a misguided one. Again, if you feel the U.S. attacks countries for oil, then that's your decision, but the real reason has been explained. Meanwhile, Trump literally every day switches the reason. One day it's for regime change. One day it's for liberating the people. One day it's for oil. One day it's for Israel. One day it's for Epstein. Like literally the reason has changed every single day. One day it's because of nuclear threats. Didn't he also say it was for oil? He literally did say it was for oil. Oh my god. Okay, I get it. This streamer is a 4-year-old Karen type? What is this? What is a 4-year-old Karen? What the fuck does that even mean? There's nothing funny about war, but demons can't help goggling. What is I don't know if goggling is a word. Maybe goggling is a word. I've never heard it before. It's not like it's a comedian.
Some of you may know I am a.
It's not like it's a comedian making fun of. Making fun of Israel's constant war crimes and liberal Zionists constantly justifying how they need to kill and oppress and liberate all of the evil brown people. It's not like it's a satirical piece made to invoke laughter. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. No, for sure. Mm-hmm. Big goggle, little Karen. This one's also good. Denims has the same fake laugh as Mike from PA. Whatever you tell yourself to go to bed, bro. Whatever you tell yourself. I have to say, probably the most unoffensive, pathetic line of attack that I've ever seen on the internet has been about people's laughs. That anytime anyone laughs at you, your defense should just be, well, it's a fake laugh. Whatever you say, man. Whatever you say. It's such a bizarre criticism. It's such a bizarre attack. I can only assume that the attempt is like, maybe if I shame these people for laughing at me, they'll stop doing it so much. But unfortunately, that shit is just funny, so it just makes me laugh even harder. Either that, or it comes from like the deranged brain of someone who is unable to imagine experiencing joy. Like it has to be the type of person that's never laughed at anything in their life because their life is just so depressing. But if you can't laugh at the depressing shit, bro, that is a bad timeline to be in, man. This is a bad life to be in. What does PA stand for? Pencil? Ania. Obviously, P.A. Oh, God. That's okay, bro. Just say you're value-tained, bro. Just say you're value-tained. It stands for poop ass. Oh. The hell? Chatter wasn't talking about Pennsylvania. He's talking about Pennsylvania. Oh, like Transylvania. Yes, correct. Oh, Walton giggling. Sure, I pissed my pants, but your mockery seems disingenuous. Therefore, I am superior. Oh, no, but actually. All right. Okay. All right. As I'm sure many of you have seen at this point, I've got a lot of really good pieces that I want to talk to you guys about. First and foremost, I'm sure everyone in here has seen the news that Iran has struck Israel. They said that their stated goals were to target nuclear facility sites and to target high-ranking officials. Let me pull this up. There was a video that I saw that was... no, not this. Old. Yeah, this was it. Israel requests an emergency session at the UN Security Council accusing Iran of using banned cluster munitions. Decades of festering rabid, biblical schizophrenic beliefs met with coddling exceptionalism, divine impunity, and international law cuckery have fried their rotten brains. They deadass lost the plot. Imagine using cluster munitions against your enemies and then claiming all of those things are just. Imagine using white phosphorus that has been documented by multiple third-party organizations. That is, you know, a war crime. Imagine intentionally targeting medical staff, intentionally targeting journalists. By the way, war crime. And then having the audacity to say, but they're doing this against us. Someone do something, please. Teacher, teacher, teacher.
نظام إسرائيل الآن تنشر وتعترف أنه طهران قامت بإطلاق وابل من الصواريخ الانشطارية والمحرمة دوليا على المدنيين الإسرائيليين بشكل متعمد. هذا بيان من الوكالة الإسرائيلية بالعربية نشرت، وهذه الصور هي صور تل أبيب. الآن تؤكد وكالة إسرائيل بالعربية أن إيران أطلقت وابل من الصواريخ الانشطارية، وتؤكد أن إيران واصلت صواريخها إلى العمق الإسرائيلي Tel Aviv.
Holy. Their missiles are totally depleted, by the way. What are they saying to them? Sorry, I don't know this. I don't understand this dialect as well. I would be astounded, though, if the UN actually grows a backbone and doesn't sign some bullshit to finger wag at Iran after doing nothing to stop genocide. White phosphorus, probably top 10 evil, most evil weapon ever. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know about Israel's use of white phosphorus, or for anyone who doesn't know about white phosphorus, it literally burns you from the inside out. There's a reason that it's a banned weapon. And it's because individuals who are breathing this shit in, it literally burns you from the inside out. Like permanent lung damage if it doesn't kill you. And if it touches your skin, it'll just keep burning and burning straight through bone. It's actually one of the most horrifying weapons that's ever been used. And Israel has used it in Gaza. It's a chemical weapon, so it's a war crime to use it against human beings. And this is well documented. Chemical warfare and a crime for a reason, correct. Spontaneously burns in reaction with water in the air. Absolutely terrifying to see patients that have breathed it in or touched white phosphorus. Abby Martin's documentaries, at least one of them, I believe the March to Return, or to Return protest in Gaza, documented the usage of white phosphorus by Israel. Like, actually, genuinely one of the most evil weapons that Israel's ever used. It leaves the area contaminated for decades as well. Cruelty for cruelty's sake. Because, yeah. Israel accuses others of war crime. Also, Israel only commits war crimes and only uses war crime weapons. It's currently documenting its use right now in Lebanon.
Lebanon, close to the town of Khiam, where the Israeli army has failed to seize control of the city over the last 20 days. Daily clashes with the resistance and the IOF have been ongoing and intense. Yesterday, Al Khiam was hit with multiple airstrikes. Today, they've been hit with 2 airstrikes, and you can still hear the shelling happening right now, presumably from Hamames Hill, their illegal occupation points. The IOF are also shelling Marjayoun, and I'm going to give you a rundown of yesterday's resistance operations. In total, there were 35 operations, 16 inside Lebanese territory, and 19 in occupied Palestine. The targets were 6 bases, 8 cities, 4 border sites, 3 illegal occupation sites, and 14 advancement attempts by the IOF were repelled. I'm reporting to you from occupied South Lebanon.
As it should be called. Look up Fossey Jaw from the Victorian matchmaking industry. It really shows how horrific white phosphorus is. Yeah, maybe we can pull that up in a sec, but I want to finish this really quickly. So let's switch over here. That was footage of the attack that recently happened a few hours, like about last night in Israel.
Iranian missiles target the city that's home to Israel's nuclear program. More than 50 people are injured in Dimona. Tehran says the attack was in response to U.S. Israeli strikes across Iran, a southern city and a major nuclear...
The chemical in this container causes injuries so terrifying that many nations on Earth have agreed it is too cruel to even use in war. It is white phosphorus. As soon as I take it out of the container, it starts reacting with the oxygen in the air, producing a white smoke of phosphorus pentoxide, which is then converted to phosphoric acid. After a while of contact with air, it ignites spontaneously. While the fire can be smothered, the phosphorus reignites as soon as it comes into contact with oxygen again. This, combined with the fact that it is more toxic than potassium cyanide, makes injuries caused by white phosphorus so difficult to treat. But it also has a beautiful property. When I turn off the light, you can see that it emits a white to greenish glow. In a process called chemoluminescence, a part of the energy released during its reaction with oxygen is emitted as visible light. The chemical in this
Saying that part with the German accent is brutal. It's a little tough. But I get it though. I do get it. No, there's a reason that it's a German accent saying it's beautiful is a little rough. There's a reason it's banned. The amount of harm that it causes and the amount of cruelty that is inflicted on civilians is unbelievable. And Israel doesn't give a shit. They'll happily dump as much white phosphorus as they want over and over and over again in Gaza. Why? Because no one will do fucking jack shit.
Enrichment sites have also been hit.
We not only took out the facility, but also destroyed intelligence support sites and missile radar relays that were used to monitor ship movements.
A senior U.S. naval commander says Iran's ability to attack ships in the Strait of Hormuz has been degraded. And Israeli attacks destroy more of Beirut's southern suburb. Across Lebanon, more than 1 million people have been forced out of their homes. In a new wave of strikes, Hezbollah and Iran have targeted several cities.
And blowing up fishing boats, great victory for America. Okay, if America's completely won, why not send a boat through then?
Across southern and northern Israel. An attack on the city of Dimona has left more than 50 people injured and caused extensive damage. The Israeli army says it's investigating the failure to intercept an Iranian ballistic missile. Dimona is home to Israel's central nuclear facility. The International Atomic Energy Agency says it's received no indication of damage at the Negev Nuclear Research Center and confirmed that no abnormal radiation levels were detected. The facility is 13 kilometers southeast of Dimona, home to around 40,000 people. Well, those attacks come after Iran reported its Natanz nuclear facility was attacked on Saturday. The UN nuclear watchdog has called for military restraint to avoid the risk of radiation leak in Iran. Israel claims it wasn't involved in the attack. Natanz is Iran.
Oh, Israel claimed they weren't involved. I like how they're literally playing hot potato. That like the U.S. and Israel are literally playing hot potato with each other on like who attacked which site in Iran. It's like, I didn't do it. Well, I didn't do it either. No, well, I didn't do it either. How do we know that the nuclear site didn't attack itself? Not it. No, wait, but I said not it first, but I said it second. It's like, wow, incredible stuff happening here. Just amazing. Thank you so much for the raid, Chai Thembo. Hi, Raiders. Welcome, 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 welcome.
Iran's largest nuclear facility and central to its uranium enrichment program. It's also one of the sites that the US targeted in June last year. Right, well, we have reporting from Washington, Tehran, Baghdad and Amman. But first, let's go now to Rob McBride in Jordan. Rob, I'll start with you on the attack on Dimona, because it's home to Israel's nuclear facility, as we were saying. And it looks like it was a close call there.
Yeah, this was a very significant attack on what is a very strategically important city. Dimona is pretty much the home of Israel's nuclear program in the Negev desert down in the south of the country. It does appear that from this salvo, one ballistic missile got through defenses and there was a direct strike. But we also understand that there were several other impacts reported around the city. The number of casualties has been put now at over 50, most of those requiring hospital treatment, with one 12-year-old boy said to be in a very serious condition with shrapnel injuries. This is, according to the Iranians, in retaliation for this attack on Natanz, its nuclear facility. Now, Israel has said it didn't take part in that. That was an American operation. But Israel has accepted responsibility for other attacks. For example, recently an attack on what they say was a nuclear weapons research center at a university in Tehran. And Dimona has been the subject of attacks throughout Saturday. There have been a total of 7 air raid alerts being raised in the city as missiles were trying to get through. I think during this one of the last salvos on Saturday evening, this is when these missiles and debris managed to get through the defensive screen. And given the importance, the strategic importance of this city, and also the fact that Israel prides itself on intercepting a high ratio of incoming missiles, there is going to be an investigation into how this missile could get through. But just as we've been coming on air, there have been other attacks, a very serious attack also being reported in the southern city of Arad. Again, a direct missile strike from a ballistic missile, with Israeli media reporting that a total of 6 people have been killed and more than 100 others injured in that strike. And we're still getting details on that attack.
All right, stay with us, Rob, though, because we will come back. And Manuel, let's bring in Tohed Asadi, who's live for us in the Iranian capital, Tehran. And Tohed, a response, it seems, to the attack on Natanz nuclear facility. Now, that's in Iran. As we were saying, Israel says it wasn't them. But regardless who it was, has there been any damage reported? And what more can you tell us about the actual facility itself?
Well, actually, this is not the first time Iranian nuclear facilities are coming under attack. Back in June, we saw 3 critically important nuclear facilities of the country, Natanz, Fordo, and Isfahan, under attack. And then it was the U.S. President Donald Trump coming out clearly saying that it has obliterated the Iranian nuclear facilities, at least in those 3 points. But still, we saw another round of attack on these facilities, specifically in Natanz. There is no detailed information about the actually amount of attack in that regard, but still there are potential warnings about contamination and radiation after these recent attacks. And Iran says, at least based on what we heard from the state TV, that it is a sort of tit-for-tat retaliatory strategy that it has taken since.
And this has literally been the strategy from Iran from day one. And on a military basis, it is an effective strategy as in terms of deterrence. You strike our nuclear sites, we will strike your nuclear sites. Or we will strike as close as we can to your nuclear sites. The problem is that interceptors are expensive and they're not quick to manufacture. Israel is so fucked. I mean, relative to Iran, where they're manufacturing some of these weapons faster than they're using them, the US and Israel are fucked. Yeah, I did see some of this footage. Thank you for the... I think we saw some of this yesterday. This is like... I think this is like the closest anyone has gotten on the footage on the attack on Dimona.
Since the beginning of the airstrikes, the campaign that Americans
This is why Bibi's asking other countries to enter the fray. Well, he wants as many countries as possible to get personally involved because he knows the moment that Iran strikes them, now they have a reason to stay involved. He wants casualties on all ends to get as many people involved as possible so he can finally destroy Iran.
and Israelis start.
Again, the problem is no other countries want to get involved, especially not after the strikes on Diego Garcia that suggest that Iran can strike way farther out than initially anticipated, that they can potentially strike into Europe or into areas of Europe that previously were unheard of or unthought, or people didn't think that Iran could strike them. It's like, what the fuck? Why would we want to get involved? Oh, so that Iran can start killing our people? Fuck that. Hell no.
And of course, this is quite.
Wasn't Diego a false flag? I did see some people reporting that it was a false flag. Iran said that they didn't do it though. Yeah, but Iran has like they've been operating in the same campaign that the US and Israel has been operating in terms of like propaganda and misinfo.
Clear and indicative of de-escalation being ramped up to a next level.
It's kind of a win-win for Iran if people think that Israel is conducting false flags, killing British people, or if Iran has the capability to strike farther than initially anticipated.
Well, of course, as a reaction, we've got statements specifically from the Speaker of the Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, in that regard, coming on his X account to say that if the Israeli regime fails to intercept the missiles in the highly protected area of Dimona, it will be an operational sign of entering a new phase of battle. And then, quote unquote, he says, Israel's skies are defenseless. This is, of course, indicative, as I told you, another escalation, and of course, in line with the Iran's retaliatory strategy in that regard.
All right, Manuel Raplo in Washington, D.C. Manuel, so Israel says it wasn't them, and if true, then it really perhaps only points to the United States for carrying out this attack. Has it commented on this at all?
We're still not seeing a whole lot of chatter here in the United States on this right now. The fixation is really over the sort of contradictory statements by President Trump, who claims that the war is winding down, with many people sort of saying, how can this be when the president...
Chatter? Are you guys involved in this?
The president says that the war is winding down, but there's still calls for more funding from the Pentagon to the tune of $200 million when there's the deployment of troops on the table here. But there is a strategic message from the White House right now, and that's that President Trump is signaling that the U.S. is close to being done with the war, that the U.S. is close to finishing all of its military objectives. Essentially, what President Trump is saying is that the U.S. has already won in Iran.
By the way, we completely destroyed all of their facilities. We destroyed all of their military capabilities. Just ignore the fact that they literally just struck Israel. It's so crazy, too, because Iran has had the ability to do this for how long? At least a decade, probably. They've probably had the capacity to strike random civilian locations in Israel for as long as they've wanted, and they've only chosen to strike Dimona recently as a form of retaliation for having their nuclear sites attacked.
Militarily, at least that's the message.
They targeted an F-15 yesterday as well. Saw that.
And Trump is trying to convey specific.
And now, in the most pathetic effort, the U.S. I saw is like deploying some of the worst. Here it is. Note is so amazing. Absolute desperation. The U.S. is deploying slow, unstealthy Cold War era A-10s to the Strait of Hormuz to fight fast attack boats. These planes are sitting ducks for Iran's advanced air defenses. The Pentagon is sending pilots on a suicide mission. Look at this fucking unbelievable community note. While A-10s are being deployed against Iranian boats, reports indicate that Iran's air defenses are largely destroyed. And that's why they were able to hit an F-35 recently. Okay, dude. All right, dude. Okay, dude. Literally yesterday, they hit an F-10. Okay, dude. A-10s are so fucking slow, my dude. I mean, the U.S. is burning. So the problem isn't even that the U.S. is burning too much money. It's that, one, too many resources come from China, which why the fuck would they want to sell any of this shit to us? They benefit from the U.S. destroying itself in some stupid forever war for literally no reason. And their partnership is obviously going to be with Iran because they want the oil to flow, baby, flow. They're like, shit, man, sorry about that. Listen, can we pass through this straight? No, we're happy to like pay you and everything. No. The U.S., we're not giving them any gallium. No. Is it cool if we go through? Cool. Thank you. There are no sea mines, actually? Oh, dope. All right, let's just sail on in. Now hook up to this oil. All right, we're going to just be on our way. Have a good day. Why the fuck would they ever want the U.S. to get uninvolved in this? Why would they want to help the U.S. at all? You heard that China blacklisted defense companies from buying its strategic resources? Yup. Well, China's just going to try and starve the U.S. from as much equipment as possible, so that the U.S. is stuck with the material that they have today. And at some point, they're just going to start deploying everything and anything that they can. At what point is Iran going to get the U.S. to hit Alt F4? That's not going to happen, don't worry, because, checks notes. We're winning. Yeah, no. I don't know if you guys saw that recent update. We're actually winning. Yeah, we're winning. No. They could end it right now by cutting raw material exports. They can do a lot more. And I'm sure as things get worse, they'll proportionally get better. For China, they'll get worse for the U.S. Get it twisted. You should enter the Strait of Hormuz. No, we saw this yesterday. Chances. But I'm tired of winning. Please stop. No. We're having a good time. This community note is crazy. This air defenses are largely destroyed. That's amazing. Holy shit, dude. Christ.
To the American people.
And you know what's so sad? Can I also just say, on like a propaganda front, God, dude, the U.S. is just so fucked. They've got like teenagers, black-pilled fucking groyper teenagers making memes on the DHS website, or rather on the DHS Twitter, and on the excuse me, on the official Twitter accounts for all of the U.S. government pages. And all of those, what will win? Some stupid Nintendo ad that gets quote tweeted 100,000 times with, Nintendo, is this your product? This makes me not want to buy your product anymore. Or Iran making these stupid AI videos to educate Americans about how much better their weaponry is. Better here is being used loosely. Have you guys seen these things? I've seen like at least 3.
My name is Sigil, and they call me the dancing missile, because every time they try to shoot me down, I dance! Introduced by Iran in 2008, I'm a medium-range ballistic missile. But unlike others, I don't fly straight.
2-stage, solid fuel, I'm already stored and ready. No trucks, no setup. My launcher moves and hides constantly. By the time a satellite finds me...
Guys, do you know how many fucking Facebook moms are gonna start saying, MashaAllah, Allah Akbar. Oh my God.
I'm already gone.
March 15, 26. Yesterday, I finally entered this war and successfully hit my targets. Air defense systems predicted where I was going and fired a rocket at that spot. But I changed direction on the way down. When the missile arrived, I was already somewhere else.
Since my entry into this war, every news channel is talking about me. I stole the show, and I danced through every interceptor. So, am I unstoppable? Follow Wartoon. Every day, a new weapon. A new story.
I am really, can I just say something really quickly? I am not joking when I say the propaganda the US is creating is marketed towards literally no one and wins over literally no one. This at least has probably converted 1% of Americans that use Facebook into thinking that the US doesn't know what the fuck it's doing in Iran. I never thought I would see the day that US propaganda sucked so much shit and sucked so much ass. We can't even do good propaganda anymore. The US used to be the propaganda nation, and we can't even do it anymore.
People, which are everyday.
Wait, please send this garbage to me? Yeah, of course.
Increasingly becoming more concerned with how long this war is going to be dragged on, with how much it's going to cost. We heard from Admiral Brad Cooper of U.S. Central Command today, who was saying that the pressure is going to be consistent on Iran. So even if military operations are scaled back in Iran, the idea of having more troops being sent to the region, it's expensive. This is one of the reasons that we're hearing Secretary of Defense Hegseth say that there's going to be calls for more war spending to the tune of $200 billion being requested from Congress very soon. So right now, there is this back and forth over the contradictory sounding language from President Trump, but it is a strategic message that the president is giving. Not on the one hand to the American people, reassuring them that the war is winding down, that the war could very soon be coming to an end, and another message to the rest of the world saying that America is going to continue to portray strength and perseverance in this conflict.
All right, thanks very much, Manuel Rapallo there for us from Washington, D.C. Now, Iranian media are reporting the armed forces launched 2 ballistic missiles towards Diego Garcia. That's an island in the Indian Ocean that hosts a joint UK-US military base. Now, before the war, Iran was believed to have missiles capable of striking targets 2,000 kilometers away. For an Iranian weapon to reach Diego Garcia, it would need to have a range of more than 4,000 kilometers. The UK Defense Ministry says the attack was unsuccessful, but the Israeli military has warned the missile could target cities in Europe.
Iran launched a 2-stage intercontinental ballistic missile with a range of 4,000 kilometers at an American target on the island of Diego Garcia. These missiles are not intended to strike Israel. Their range reaches European capitals. Berlin, Paris, and Rome are all within direct threat range.
Let's go back to Rob McBride in the Jordanian capital. Rob, so a warning there from the Israelis. It's sort of the missile, the ballistic missiles that were headed to Diego Garcia is really...
Okay, now I think it's sus. Like I said, I mean, also, fuck whoever said old Chris Kunzler. That's fucked up of you. Like I said earlier, it's a win-win situation for Iran. If people think it's a false flag, they just think Israel is doing more evil shit, trying to get as many countries involved as possible. And it ends up disincentivizing other nations from getting involved because they know that it's just an attempt to get involved. Or it actually operates as a form of deterrence because other nations don't want to get involved because they realize Iran actually does have the capabilities to hit them and to strike them. And no other nations, I mean, Europe got involved in Iraq and Afghanistan and they didn't benefit from it. There was no win. Europe did not win from destabilizing Afghanistan, from destabilizing Iraq. If anything, Europe had to deal with a bunch of refugees from the United States destabilizing all of these regions. If anything... Not the most liberal, left-leaning people in Europe are obviously going to be anti-intervention. Are obviously going to be anti-murdering a bunch of fucking children and a bunch of random civilians in the Middle East because they're brown. And the most right-wing people in European nations are like, I don't want more fucking refugees in my goddamn country. Fuck no, that is not our problem. So, unfortunately, winning over European nations in another forever war is not going to be effective. The US is going to have to try a different stance. I don't think fear-mongering is going to work. Many Iranians think of themselves as white. Sorry, first, why are you saying this? Second, why are you saying this? Third, anecdotally, I've never met, I'm not saying it doesn't exist, I'm saying I've never met an Iranian person that has identified as white. I've probably met the same number of Greek people that identify as white as Iranian people that identify as white.
Really playing into the Israeli narrative that this is why they went to the war in the first place.
Yeah, I think the Israeli leadership are really making a lot of political capital out of what was a surprising appearance of this much longer range ballistic missile.
Greeks don't identify as white. Never tell a Greek person they're white. They will beat your ass. Do not do that. I made that mistake when I was younger. I made that mistake in New York when I was younger. They don't like being called white. They don't. You know the memes of like, never tell Hasan you're trans or whatever. And it's like usually someone undergoing FFS and they have like all of like the surgery bandages or whatever. Don't ever tell Stavros he's white. They will all look at you really mad and be like, I'm fucking Greek. I asked my Greek friend if he's white one time and he told me to fuck off repeatedly in his language.
Interestingly, with there have been various comments coming out of the Israeli leadership just about the state of this war and how long it is likely to last, especially given some of the contradictory statements coming from their allies, the US. People have been looking to Israel to see if they can shed any light on just how long this conflict might go on for. We've been having some interesting comments, first of all, from the Defense Minister, Israel Katz, saying that this conflict is far from being over, and indeed saying that we are just about to get into a more intensive phase of fighting, without detailing exactly what that is. But also the comments from the head of the military here, General Il Zamir, talking about the missile being fired at Diego Garcia, but also intriguingly saying that in his estimation, Israel is currently around at the halfway point in its campaign of fighting against Iran, which would mean that after, 3 weeks of fighting, now getting into week 4, the estimate would seem to be that they are counting on this conflict, or the fighting part of this war, lasting maybe between 6 and 8 weeks, which does fall largely into line with many of the other predictions we have been hearing about. As far as the Israeli public is concerned, there is a certain amount of war weariness as this war goes on and gets into this 4th week of being constantly having to go to shelters and so on. But I think there is a general acceptance and a general feeling from most Israelis, who mostly believe that a nuclear-armed Iran is an existential threat, that they have to put up with the privations of this conflict, that ultimately it will be worth it.
All right, thanks very much. That's Rob McBride there for us in Amman. And let's go back to Tawhid, because I also want to ask you what the Iranians have been saying about the attack. We've heard obviously from the Israelis there. What is Iran saying?
Well, actually, about the recent developments and specifically about the missile capabilities, we know that previously Iran announced the 2,000 self-imposed limitation for its long-range missiles, but it seems that from the war back in June last year, there is a sort of a strategic shift. And of course, we know that technically speaking, there is a possibility for increasing the range of these missiles, specifically seeing that these are missiles that are carrying heavy warheads, and with decreasing the actually warheads capacity, there is a possibility for increasing the range of those missiles. All in all, this is a very existential threat that Iran is facing, and it has been mentioning from time to time, specifically over the past week, that in case of any attack, there are going to be U.S. bases across the region under.
Can I make an analogy, chat? I'm saying warheads in chat. Stop. You guys ever like over level in a game, or like you're like over geared for an area, and so you don't have to like play the game anymore, and you can kind of just spam, like you can just eat every attack, you can ignore all the game mechanics. You're just like whatever. People describing Pokemon, great example. It's like, oh, I know lightning is weak against ground, But my fucking Lux Ray is level 900. I got that 99 fucking Lux Ray, and this is a level 2 fucking Rock Toad or whatever the fuck. You don't have to care. You can just spam. So who cares if you take damage? Who cares? Or like same thing with like Elden Ring. If you are over leveled or over geared for things, you can just kind of like eat the damage. It doesn't matter. You're just so over leveled and your gear is just so overpowered that you just ignore the mechs. You ignore the mech. You can just totally ignore all the mechanics, and you can just play the game like a chimp. Can you be serious, man? What the fuck is Rock Toad? Sorry, my bad. I did that in Elden Ring. I made it to like level 400 after a bunch of playthroughs. Yeah. Bad example, LOL, as it's immune. Oh, is Rock immune to lightning? Completely immune? Sorry, my bad. Whatever. Yeah, but wait. But like electric Pokemon can use non-electric attacks. But that's fair. That's fair. Wait, no, Rock is fine. Ground isn't. Ground is Rock immune? I don't think I'm pretty sure Rock and Ground are different. I'm pretty sure Rock is half damage. Ground is immune. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Triggered every Pokemon fan of the... What are you even talking about right now? Let me get to the point. The US has such obscene amounts of like money printing power that when we lose material or when we lose capabilities, when we lose fighter jets, it literally doesn't matter. We don't have to change strategy. We don't have to come up with some ingenious way to defeat whatever new political enemy we've created. Okay, we just lost a bunch of lives. That's okay. Send some more fodder. Oh, we lost all these military capabilities. That's okay. Just print some more money. We're Zerg? No, but like actually. You just keep going. It doesn't matter. Whereas Iran actually has to have some ingenuity with how they use their weaponry because they don't have the same, not capabilities. They don't have the same hegemony that the US has. That's how fascism works too. All that matters is the core that survives, aka Trump and co. Guerrilla tactics, now that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, again, look at Vietnam, right? They have to come up with new ways to fight Goliath. And when America has to deal with that, it's like, but I don't want to play the mech. But I should be able to bomb you and you should just give up. What the fuck? What do you mean you've laid traps everywhere? What do you mean you're just going to limit the weight on the warhead so it can travel farther? The US has fuck you money, but in the same sense, have you ever seen a celebrity that doesn't know how to pump their own gas? It's like that. Correct. Actually real. Actually correct. Have you guys seen, oh man. It's like poor people can easily live rich people lives. Rich people could not easily live poor people lives. They could not survive a day in the life of a poor person. It's just not possible. Whatever difficulties a rich person is going through, a poor person could easily overcome. The difficulties that poor people in this country deal with, a rich person could not overcome them. Schitt's Creek stuff. I mean, yeah, they would like crash and burn and be like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do about this. When you experience overflow, you can't go back. Mental shift. It's funny too, because that's how the Revolutionary War is taught as well. They're so proud of how they did guerrilla warfare. Yeah. It also helps to know that your cause is righteous and defending against aggressive imperialism. Correct. The US also thought that they would have the support of the rest of the world, but they didn't even try and manufacture consent appropriately or correctly. Uncivilized released a great video talking about the strategies of both the US and Iran. I can link it to you if you want. Yes, please. My friend is a therapist for West Palm wine moms, and their biggest issue is what yoga classes to pick. Mm. Mm-hmm. Uncivilized one, I mean, it's more of a generalized overview. Let's take a little peek. So I think that, like, for a lot of Americans looking at this war, it's very easy for them to listen to Trump say we've completely decimated everything that they have, and they don't understand that Iran's advantage is actually being at a disadvantage. That because there's asymmetric capabilities, it also means that they have to use asymmetric tactics.
Chaos. A gaping pit waiting to swallow us all. Chaos isn't a pit. Chaos is a ladder.
The US and Israel are at war with Iran. Iran is attacking countries in the Middle East, and the global economy is on the brink of collapse. Everywhere you look, it feels like chaos. But for those playing the game, it's not. It's an opportunity to remake the Middle East.
It will be the golden age of Israel and the golden age of the Middle East.
Increasing the status of Israel as a superpower more than ever.
Geopolitics only makes sense if you assume everyone's playing the same game. They're not. The US, Israel, Iran, the Arabs, and China are all playing different games. 5 games, 5 strategies, 1 region. And if you don't understand the games that are playing, nothing in the Middle East right now will make any sense at all.
The Arabs is kind of giving incline a little bit.
When this regime goes down, we're going to have a new Mideast. We're going to make a ton of money.
Before we can talk about the new Middle East, we need to talk about the game that dominated the old one: American power. Risk is a game about controlling the board and removing pieces before the map turns against you. And that was especially the case after the Iranian Revolution that removed the US-backed Shah in 1979.
Suddenly, Iran is no longer one of this country's strongest and most dependable allies in the strategic Persian Gulf area.
An attempt by any outside force to gain control of the Persian Gulf region will be regarded as an assault on the vital interests of the United States of America, and such an assault will be repelled by any means necessary, including military force.
In Risk, power doesn't come from controlling every square on the board. It comes from holding territories that control movement and resources. That's the logic of empire. And the most important rule of Risk: prevent consolidation before a rival becomes unstoppable. That is why Iraq was destroyed, Syria weakened, and Iran isolated. And now it faces the onslaught of war. Because that's how empire manages the board.
States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil, arming to threaten the peace of the world.
But you can't understand the Middle East without understanding the countries that make it up, and how their position has become more fragile with time. The Arab world is like a Jenga tower. Jenga is a game about pulling blocks out of a tower without causing it to collapse, even as you build it higher. But every block you remove makes the structure more fragile. And this has been the story of the Arab states. They were built on
Can you
borders
stop with the
drawn
game
by
analogies? The entire video is titled How Board Games Explain the Iran War, chat.
colonial powers, not stable political foundations. The tower looked solid, but the base was never strong. Then came the creation of Israel in 1948, which reshaped the entire region. It triggered wars, ethnically cleansed populations, and it fractured the Arab political system from the very beginning. During the Cold War, the region became a battleground for outside powers. Arab states weren't shaping—
It's not a deep video, it's just like an introductory video, yeah. Trump is playing Candyland, bro, stop.
the board, they were pieces on it. Over time, the system weakened further and further. Civil war shattered Lebanon. The US invasion collapsed Iraq. War tore Syria apart, and genocide consumed Palestine and Sudan. Every crisis pulled another block out of the tower. Across this fragile board, the US played its game of risk. US military protection anchored the Gulf states. That's why you see so many bases there. But that protection came with a
Someone in chat actually put it really well. This is a great video to send to your like lib friends.
Gulf
This is actually such a good like introductory video to send to your libbers friends.
in exchange for American access to oil and the trade routes that move it all across the world. And that's the Carter Doctrine realized. But now, something fundamentally shifts.
Its military began major combat operations.
Seiko, thank you for the 50 gifties. What the hell? Bro, this guy's trying to have me play Resident Evil. It's not gonna happen, buddy. Not gonna happen, bucko. I'm not gonna let it happen. But thank you for the 50 gift subs, guys. Say thank you if you got a gift sub. Or else. Or else. You did say at the very beginning this is for people who know nothing about the Middle East? Yeah. Correct.
In Iran.
Days that will be written in the annals of Israel.
The US and Israel launched a war against Iran, despite warnings from Arab states not to. The Gulf states are now bearing the brunt of Iran's retaliation. The missiles, the instability, and economic shocks.
GCC countries have been saying for the past 2 weeks that they want de-escalation, they want dialogue. They've been at pains to stress that this is not their war to fight and that their posture is very much one of defense, not offense.
They didn't start this war, they didn't want this war, and now they're in the middle of it. At some point in time, the United States, when the war is over and they pick up and they go home, and they're left kind of holding the mess.
And it's becoming more and more clear where Washington's priorities lie in the region.
الدفاع الأمريكي مركز على
American defense is
إسرائيل
focused on Israel
دون
without the Gulf states that
دول الخليج التي تقع فيها
host many of
كثير
the
من
military
القواعد
bases.
العسكرية ونوع من
Let's
العتب
say a kind of resentment
الخليجي
from the Gulf
على
toward the ally
الحليف أو
or the
الشريك
partner.
إذا
We describe it
وصفناه
accurately.
بدقة الشريك الأمريكي.
The American
This
partner. Okay.
war is revealing the limits of the system. The old Middle East is no longer tenable because when the security guarantor becomes the source of instability, the whole system begins to fracture. Episodes like these.
Except this is like actually the goal of Israel. Israel's actual goal is to make it so that every Middle Eastern country is a quote shithole so that they can have this tautological loophole where it's like, well, we have to destroy these countries because they're shitholes. And they're shitholes because we're destroying these countries. But don't worry about that. Can you send the video? I want to send it to my lib friends. No, but actually. I mean, literally, Matt Walsh getting absolutely destroyed by Ryan Grimm on Haiti. It's like, well, Haiti's a shithole country. I don't want our country to be like Haiti. It's like, just a quick question. Why is Haiti a, quote, shithole country? Is it at all because of U.S. intervention? No, it could never be because of U.S. intervention. No.
Are only possible because of our Patreon supporters. Doing this takes time, resources, and editorial independence, and we're only able to do it thanks to our community. So if you believe in what we're doing and want to be part of this, consider joining our Patreon.
Controversial take, but if we didn't intervene in the Middle East, the entire region would be flourishing. No, I mean, is it controversial to say the truth? That U.S. intervention actually destroyed so much of the Middle East? Oh, Wormy! Look at Wormy! Hi, Wormy! Look at that! He's so nimble. If you ever see Wormy on my shoulder, you ever see a gray cat on my shoulder, you know it's actually Wormy and not Meerkat, because Meerkat is not that nimble. Do you want to sit in my lap? She's kind of particular. She only really likes to sit if there's like something covering my skin. Yes, good Wormitha. Oh. And she likes to sit like this. I don't know if you guys can see it. Hold up. Likes to put her back legs on my lap, and then her little arms on my only way she will I guess sometimes she curls up into a little ball.
It's how we keep it going.
Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region.
Israel must be understood as an extension of U.S. empire, an integral part of its risk board. But at the same time, Israel is playing its own game, Settlers of Catan. Settlers of Catan is about expanding across the board, building settlements and controlling resources. In other words, the Zionist pursuit of Greater Israel.
This is the promise of God to the patriarchs of the Jewish nation. I think it's Iraq. And Syria.
So you
And
believe...
part of Saudi Arabia. This is a holy place.
One day, it's all going to be ours. And the Arabs know that. They also have the Bible.
So your dream is an Israel stretching from the Euphrates to the Nile?
So it's not my dream. It's a prophet that we got, like from Abraham.
Bro, I don't care what religion. If you subscribe to death cult shit, I don't understand how you never look in the mirror and realize that you're fucking... It's like the evangelicals in this country, the freaky ass evangelicals in this country that are like, okay, soon we will create Israel and the prophecy will come through and then all of the infidels will burn and God will welcome us all into his kingdom of heaven. It's like, huh? What? Bro, just be normal about this. What the hell?
Does Israel have the right to that land? Because you're appealing to Genesis. Yeah. You're saying that's the original deed.
It would be fine if they took it all.
It is guided by a vision, rooted in biblical claims of what the land of Israel should be. And since its inception, Israel has worked to make this vision a reality. Like Catan, Israel's game is played slowly, turn by turn, settlement by settlement, irreversible facts on the
I
ground.
love that all of the settlements are wildly illegal and they just keep building them and no one does anything and no one cares. This is like the #1 thing. Like, never ask a woman her age, never ask a man his salary, and never ask Israelis why they do nothing to fight against the settlements, the unbelievably illegal settlements.
From the occupation across all of Palestine to the expansion into Lebanon and Syria, the logic is simple. Expand the network of control, because in Settlers of Catan, the player who builds the strongest settlement system eventually dominates the land. And for many inside Israel's political establishment, the goal is clear: to transform Israel into a superpower of the new Middle East.
Increasing the status of Israel as a superpower more than ever.
But for that, expansion alone is not enough. Strong Arab states and Arab unity have always been the biggest obstacle to the vision of Greater Israel. When surrounding countries are divided, the tower around Israel becomes weaker. So for decades, Israel has focused on the tactic of removing blocks to fragment the region. It did it in Lebanon during the Civil War, and is now doing it in Syria. But there's one country that has stood in the way of Israel's strategy. Iran is the largest regional power, outside US influence, that is capable of challenging Israeli dominance. Which is why Israel does not seek a stable Iran, it seeks a weakened one. The goal is the same strategy used elsewhere in the region: weaken the tower. And as the war unfolds, Israel sees an opportunity to weaken the Gulf states too. A weakened region means fewer players capable of challenging Israel's rise as the king of the new Middle East.
Is there any other way that Americans should be concerned that Iran could attack the American homeland?
No, they have enough bases around us. Why we should go further than that?
Yes, those military bases on the US risk board. Since the revolution in 1979, Iran has been confronted with the reality of American dominance and encirclement in the Middle East, a system that sees Iran itself a threat. So Iran turned to a strategy best explained by Nard, one of the oldest games in the world, invented in ancient Persia and is the precursor to backgammon. In Nard, you don't need to dominate the board to win. You just need to survive long enough for your opponent to make a mistake.
So we're on the edge of a strategic disaster. There's no coalition there to support us. There's no expectation that we could sustain this kind of
Dennis, you're Lebanese, right? No, I'm not. Moroccan Egyptian.
military
I'm
effort
bisexual,
for much
not Lebanese.
longer than a few months.
And the game is built around 4 principles. Blocking. In Nard, players build walls of pieces that stop their opponent from moving forward, forcing them to slow down or take another path. Iran plays the same way, building deterrence networks across the region. Hezbollah in Lebanon, militias in Iraq, Houthis in Yemen, to basically turning encirclement into a tool of deterrence, resilience. Even when pieces are knocked off the board, they can return and rebuild their position. For decades, Iran has absorbed pressure, whether it's sanctions, isolation, and now all-out war. It was forced to become more self-reliant, building its own weapons industry, missile programs, and domestic manufacturing base. Timing. The best Nard players know when to advance, when to defend, and when to slow the game down entirely. Sometimes, the smartest move is patience.
I don't see any room for diplomacy anymore.
So your side is ready for a long war if the United States and Israel choose that. Do you consider this an existential threat to the Islamic Republic?
It is an existential threat to the Islamic Republic, and therefore we have to stay with full might, as we are doing now.
Because Tehran is not looking for a quick ceasefire. It is preparing for a long war of attrition, where time itself becomes an essential part of the strategy.
Right now you're saying Iran does not want a ceasefire.
We are not asking for a ceasefire.
Hitting. In Nard, if an opponent leaves a piece exposed, you strike, sending it back to the beginning of the board. Iran applies the same logic in war. It doesn't try to match the US and Israel missile for missile or jet for jet. Instead, it targets the vulnerable points of the system. American bases across the region, oil infrastructure in the Gulf, and the global choke points that power the world economy. Because the Middle East is not just a battlefield, it is the crossroads of the global energy system. Iran is determined. There's no going back to the old Middle East, where the US and America can attack whenever they want. To them, a new Middle East must be built. And in that project, they have a partner. China.
China, 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 China.
While the US is playing Risk across the world to dominate and control the board, China is challenging the US empire by playing Go to build a multipolar world. It's an ancient game that avoids direct confrontation, decisive battles, or conquest, building positions
like the anime.
through connections. That's how China approaches the Middle East, not through military bases, but through trade, infrastructure, diplomacy, and energy partnerships. The strategy is called the Belt and Road Initiative, and Iran sits on one of the most important intersections of that board. It's a connector that allows China to look westward, as the United States tries to contain it in the east through the first island chain. China sees Iran as a critical partner in weakening US dominance in the Middle East, a power structure built around Risk and settlers of Catan. Iran also provides China with something rare, a major energy supplier outside US control, and together, they are building something even more threatening to Washington, a sanctions-resistant system for trade, energy, and finance that bypasses the US dollar entirely. That is the real reason why the US is launching a war against Iran. For the US, it's not just about regional domination, it's about global supremacy, and China is the real threat, because for
Sorry to the chatter that said China's military is shit. You think that because China doesn't wage war with every nation around it, it must mean that they have no military? What's the quote? You mistake kindness for weakness, but in this case, you mistake inaction for weakness. They have chosen to do the correct thing, which is instead of wasting a bunch of money on forever wars that will do absolutely nothing but enrich a few fucking companies, They've instead chosen to reinvest into their people and reinvest into infrastructure. Oh, come on. Soft power is always the best strength on the global stage, always. Also absolutely correct. We can't even win a war against Iran. China has a military just as good as ours, and they control global trade. And there's no universe where China has does not have a military resembling the strength of our military. We just don't see China's military on display because they don't attack random countries so that they can enrich a few billionaires and a few oil companies.
Beijing, a new Middle East might mean something bigger, a new world order, no longer built on American hegemony, but built on a multipolar world. So, 5 games, 5 strategies, 1 region. And there are 3 possible scenarios for the future of the new Middle East. The first, Iran is defeated. The old Middle East hardens, US dominance resumes, and Israel rises as the region's uncontested power. The second is Iran survives the war. Its strategy of resilience and deterrence pays off. US pressure weakens, Israel faces stronger resistance, and Iran emerges as the central power challenging the old order. The third is where the Arab states unite to tower themselves. Gulf powers hedge between Washington and Beijing. China expands its economic influence, and the region evolves into a multipolar Middle East. And whichever future emerges, one thing is true. The Middle East will not be going back to the old war.
That is a pretty good introductory video. It's a little like Libby, but like, it's actually not even that Libby. It's just a good introductory video for anyone who doesn't know anything about the region at all. Libby, how? Yeah, I incorrectly said Libby at first, but it's really not. Link, please. Yeah, if you know people who know nothing about the Middle East, it's actually a pretty good introductory video. It's a good explanation of war games. China's built more ships in 1 year than we have since World War II. Well, manufacturing in the US is fucked. First of all, everything is for profit. And second, we have no fucking manufacturing. China has obscene amounts of manufacturing. They have an obscene labor force. They literally have... What's the population at? It's over 1 billion now, right? China population. Is it 1.4 billion? 1.4 billion people. So they have a massive labor force. They are the world power in terms of manufacturing. They have an obscene amount of rare metals. And the one thing that they need is oil, which they have a partnership with Iran and they have a partnership with Russia. So like, China's built over 1,000 cargo ships a year. America built 3. Oh, and then it doesn't even, we're not even talking about the fact that like all this stuff is nationalized. So there isn't this massive for-profit motive where China has to pay $100 trillion for a plane that fucking sucks. China GDP is trash, though. That's because you actually fall for the propaganda that is GDPs. What you don't understand is how GDP is calculated. And if a corporation is charging the American government $100 trillion for some stupid fucking planes that do nothing, but China's able to manufacture those same planes for a fraction of the cost. On paper, the US is a leader in GDP and clearly a world power by this metric alone, GDP. But it's failing to recognize the fact that it doesn't make it more efficient. GDP, the problem is people think that GDP is the end all be all for a country's success. GDP is meant to be one metric. The way that like, I'm trying to think of a good example. It's like one rudimentary metric, the way that like BMI is one rudimentary metric. BMI is good if you are someone who isn't a bodybuilder and if you are someone who actively works out and eats healthy. If you aren't in these groups, BMI can be completely useless. It's just one metric. in a sea of data. BMI is one facet of health, and it's not all encompassing, and it definitely shouldn't be what you make all of your decisions, or shouldn't be the basis of all of your decision making. The Dow, there's, I think, a really good second thought video on GDP and why GDP is it's sort of like unemployment rates. Unemployment rates and employment rates are very deceptive because they don't count all of the people that are in the gig economy. Because those people, yeah, they're employed, but are they, I don't think we would consider them employed in the traditional sense of like, you have a job that is stable that will allow you to retire. Underemployed? Correct. If you have 2 jobs, yeah, you're employed, but not in the way that we, like, that is not if all of your employed people or a massive chunk of your employed people have to work 2 jobs or only operate and live off of the gig economy, that is not a stable workforce. Not to mention, the unemployment stats don't show the number of people that have given up on looking for work. Unemployment only measures people who are consistently still looking for work. Like, the unemployment rate is one metric in a sea of metrics. It's not the end all be all. I mean, there are homeless people that are employed. What is it? Like 40% of homeless people in the United States have a job. In my opinion, those are not people that should be even included in the unemployment stat. Those should be people included in the underemployment stat. It's inflating numbers to make the country look better than it actually is. And again, I think in a clinical sense, all of these things can be discussed, and that actual economists, whether they're Marxist or capitalist or whatever, understand that none of these stats are the end all be all for how well a nation is doing, but rather they are pieces of a puzzle. You can't look at the employment stat without looking at how many homeless people exist in your country. Homeless people are not people. When did I start watching Asmongold stream? Stop. Stop. If I hand you $1 and then you hand it back and we do that 99 more times, there's still $1 between us and you get $100 of GDP. There's a much better, more in-depth video. I believe it's on Second Thought's channel about GDP that it fails to recognize a lot of problems with GDP, and it fails to recognize that the GDP should not be and should never be and was never intended to be the only metric ever used to dictate a country's financial health. So I get a little frustrated when I see people say stupid shit like that. It's like, if China's figured out a way to manufacture the same product for a fraction of the cost and their GDP hurts because of that, that doesn't mean that their country's worse off. Their country's now better off. If they found ways to build housing that is equivalent to American housing or better than American housing for a fraction of the cost, excluding labor, that should be a metric of them doing better than the US, not worse, but a GDP would suggest that it's doing worse as a country. So, yeah, but the shareholders, okay, let's get back to the coverage. An American living in China, this video from CNBC almost got 2 million views now. I've said it before, and this is, I think, my one controversial opinion, which is the only problem right now that I have seen in China, the consistent problem in China that's existed, which is improved, which is, this is a classic China move, okay? This is a classic Xi Jinping move. There is a problem, and over time, there's a problem that was caused because they wanted to create a solution for something else. And over time, that problem is reduced and reduced and reduced until it is no longer a problem. Currently, one of the major issues in China is smog and air quality. And over the past decade, the air quality has gotten much, much better. It's still overall, surprisingly, not for long, once Trump and RFK Jr. gut the EPA so that we can all breathe in smog. currently the only thing that I think is a massive disadvantage in terms of living in China is the smog. But they're like I said, if you look at like statistical data from the past decade, it's gotten much, much, much better. It's improved in the past 10 years. Yes, it was really bad a decade ago when they were maxing out on manufacturing. But yeah, it's also city to city. Yeah, I mean, all of the major cities are relative to the United States much worse. Buy an air purifier for your room. Yeah, but you want people to be able to go outside and breathe in the air. You know what I mean? Living in your room is not exactly, especially if you have walkable cities, that's not like a long-term solution. But the air quality will continue to get better as they worked on sustainability and renewable resources. Correct. Absolutely correct. The 2013 photos of Beijing skyline looked like cyberpunk. Yeah. And anyone in here who knows anything about the massive manufacturing boost that propelled China as a world power understands that a major reason why the smog was really bad was because there was I mean, maybe some people in here have played Factorio. You get like massive smog when you're manufacturing at those rates. When you're trying to speed run, becoming an economic world power, you are going to get smog cities until you have enough currency or enough power to work with that you can start working on renewable resources or renewable energy, which is, again, exactly what China is doing right now. Not to mention the West also exported their manufacturing to China, which offloaded pollution and carbon emissions to China by a lot. Yes. Yes. It's been a strategy of Western nations to demand the poorest use the most expensive tech to be green. During that decade, plenty of prices were put out on China's smog, but they've been working on it. Yeah. One of the few arguments that can be made about how governments work, sacrificing a bit of their population, but let's not pretend the U.S. doesn't do exactly the same to cater to capital. Well, again, China recognized that its major... what's the word I'm looking for? Bargaining chip was its labor force. They had a massive labor force that was willing to do basically any work. And they utilized that force, that labor force, to propel themselves as an economic world power. And now that they have enough capital to work with, they can reinvest all of that. And that's why they've become a world leader in solar panels. The US has had decades to start working on green energy, and we did fuck all. We had a massive advantage. We were 20-0 in lane, and we just bled our advantage out. And we just let the opponent fucking farm. It's like, what are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? We actively thwarted renewable energy in this country? Yep. If the US 2 decades ago began its green energy initiatives, we would not be in this situation. We would be the world power selling solar panels to the rest of the world. Like, it's actually pathetic. It's actually pathetic what we've done here. Like, we literally threw away our entire lead. So I will say, I don't have the chart on me right now, but you can pull it up and you can see China's smog is still, and their air quality is still worse than the United States air quality. But I don't think it will be the case for long. I think you can give it another decade and China will be as green, or like their air quality will be as good as it is in the United States. Mostly because I think the EPA is just going to get shredded in the next 2 years. And we're going to get smog cities back in the US. Let's go. Yes. Clean coal, baby. And also, again, the air quality in China has had a steady, has had steady improvement over the past decade. Where did the money go? Oh, to the billionaires, to the pedophiles, to the pedophile opposing class.
For the typical American, there is a lot of confusion about what life is truly like in China. When I tell them how modern the cities are, people are shocked. When I tell them about how low the prices are, people are shocked. Less than $4 US for a Michelin recommended meal. The quality of my lifestyle in China is much better than the quality of life I had living in the US. My name is Elise Lightyear. I'm 30.
Admittedly, a big part of this is that wages in China are lower than the wages here in the US. And so Americans are going to have this is the same way that it is in like the global South. Americans on an American wage will have a much higher quality of life in other countries. But that doesn't change the fact that the quality of living of the people who live in China and work in China is better than the people who live in the United States and work in the United States.
5 years old, and I moved to China in 2019. I grew up in the city of Ann Arbor, Michigan, after I graduated college.
And by the way, what I'm talking about with regard to the smog and the air quality, this is not like, I just want to be clear, this is something, the only reason that China has improved their air quality is because it's something that China has reported on and actively tried to work on and fix. Like, this is from 2015, so literally a decade ago. China decries Shenyang pollution called worst ever by activists. Like, this is actually... China state media and netizens have criticized the high pollution levels in northeast of Shenyang, which activists said could be the worst ever quality seen in the country. Like, in 2015, China, it was smog living. It was smog living. It was bad. It was really bad. But the reason why China improved and the reason why Shenyang doesn't look like this anymore is because they recognized that it was a problem, addressed that it was a problem, and then tried to work on the problem. The U.S.'s solution is, no, the roads are all working. The roads, they're all beautiful. We have beautiful roads. We have beautiful schools. We have beautiful hospitals. There is no war in Ba Sing Se. We have no wars. We have clean coal. It's literally just ignore all of the problems and pretend like they're not happening. And the moment anyone does any type of criticism at all of America, you're not a patriot. You should go, oh, you don't like it, go somewhere else. Like literally the fact that every single conservative in this country, their first response to criticizing the United States is to say, go live somewhere else, is the reason why this country has become a shithole. That is the reason. It's because Americans are incapable of taking any criticism, recognizing that it is a problem, and then improving the country. China sees, guys, the smog problem, actually. The smog thing is actually a problem. No, we actually do need to do something about the smog thing. Okay. No, you guys are facts. Facts are facts. Yeah. No, facts are facts. We got to fix this shit. Clock it. Netizens, clock that shit. Real. But yeah, no. LA air was fucked too. Yep. I'm gonna see if I can find like exact numbers, but it's gotten much better. The air quality is still worse in the major cities, relative to major cities in the United States, but it has gotten much better. And I guarantee you, give it another decade, and the air quality will be better than the U.S.'s. There's actually a really good video about China fixing their air quality. There's a video for everything about China's done that's been fucking amazing. Denims, have you considered your own carbon footprint though? No, literally, like, I mean, again, Americans are, their solution to trying to fix pollution is, and how many plastic bags do you use? It's like, you're actually a fucking moron. You just want this country to become a shithole. That's what you want. Anytime anyone comes to any public forum about how America could be improved, you just crash out like a little child. Because God forbid we ever address our problems. Oh my fucking God. From Pierre actually covered this. All right. I want to get piece by piece. We're going through a lot of stuff. We have a lot of shit to get to.
I moved to New York City and lived there for 10 years. I was working in reality TV production. I was tired of working 70 hours a week for 10 years. Being in my 20s, I felt like a 50-year-old woman. I was exhausted. I was living check to check, which sucked. One day I just woke up and it just clicked that this is not the life that I want for myself. I came up with this idea that I wanted to leave New York. I moved to Beijing in 2019 and lived and taught there for 4 years. Then in 2023, I moved to Chengdu and have been in Chengdu ever since. He's gonna let the duck be free. Good luck, Mr. Duck.
Okay, got it. Think. Oh my God. Okay. Got it. Why don't you go live in China? I genuinely don't know if the people who say this are like trolling or they're just like idiots or what. Typically, to move to a different country, you need a work visa. You don't just, like most countries, all of the countries that I would want to move to, which there are a lot, there isn't an immigration policy there that I can easily go and live there and get citizenship there. I don't speak the language, which I would want to do before I move to a country. I would like to live in a country where I can actually speak the language, as a crazy idea. And then I would need to get a visa, and then I would need to get citizenship in that country. Why can't I just make the country I live in, that I grew up in, better? Why is that so wrong? Why is it so wrong? I grew up in America. I want to love America. I love a lot of the people that live here. Why can't I want to improve this country? I don't understand. It's like, it's such an... I genuinely feel like it is such an anti-patriotic idea that the second your country starts going to shit, you just dip and leave. If that was even a potential, even if that was even possible to do. Why can't I want to make the better? Why can't I want to make the country I grew up in better? I just don't get it. I just don't. Okay, guys, all I did is ask a question, though. All I get is all this... Hey, whatever, boring. So boring.
It was really difficult to say goodbye to my family and friends because I didn't know when I would see them again. I didn't know how we would be able to communicate, and I was scared. I was scared of this 15-hour flight that I had to take. I was scared about what food I was gonna eat. I was scared about this new career, about being a teacher. I was scared about making friends. But I was ready and I was excited. And I think my excitement trumped my anxiety and my scared feelings. Chengdu is maybe a place you've never heard of, but it is actually one of the biggest cities. Chengdu has a population of over 20 million people, including myself. Currently, I'm a university teacher and I work a total of 18 hours a week, 4 days a week, and I teach freshman first-year university students who already speak English, and I teach them essay writing. I take the subway every single day to work. It's really easy to navigate. All of the signs are in English and Chinese. All of the announcements are in English and Chinese, so it's foolproof. This round-trip subway trip cost me 2 yuan, which is 28 US cents. My current yearly salary in China is 30,000 US dollars. 30,000 US dollars a year is poverty in America. But in China, I'm living large. I am upper middle class. For my 3-bedroom apartment with a balcony located downtown Chengdu, just a 5-minute walk from
4 days a week, 18 hours a week. She can make 30. There are Americans that work full time that don't even make fucking 30K a year.
the subway. My rent is $556 per month, but my job pays half of that as a benefit, which means I only pay $278 a month for my apartment. Welcome to my apartment here in Chengdu, China. No.
Can I say something really quickly? Isn't it so sad that anytime Americans see people living in other countries well, the first response is this a propaganda video? Meanwhile, you can go and look at like the public housing that exists in Europe, in Vienna. Like, this is just like America cuck brain. It's just that America cuck brain has this problem. It's just like you see other people in other countries living well and you're like, is this a butterfly? Is this propaganda? It's like, no, you just can't imagine a world where you aren't treated like fucking cattle. And I am an unpatriotic person for wanting Americans to be able to live like this. And I'm a evil socialist communist for wanting Americans to be able to afford housing, to not have to pay tens of thousands of dollars for healthcare.
None of this furniture in the apartment actually belongs to me. It belongs to my landlord. This is my living room. I love my living room. It's super cozy. I have this huge sectional couch that I just come to lay on all of the time. Bought myself a projector. I've got Netflix, HBO Max, Hulu, all of the channels. This is my balcony that rarely gets used because it's either raining, super humid, or 97 degrees.
I'm trying to shit off and kill myself.
This is my bathroom. It's small, but it's effective. This is my wardrobe room. This is the third bedroom, but there's no bed. So I've turned it into my wardrobe, closet, get ready space. My second bedroom. I didn't paint it. It came like this. And this is the master bedroom. This is it. Let me show you the kitchen. So here it is. It's pretty small, but I'm just one person and it works perfect for me. This is where I do my laundry. This is my washer.
And by the way, there are still millionaires and billionaires in China. American cattle literally can't imagine a world where they're treated like human beings that deserve respect.
My apartment came with this really cool built-in feature where I can hang my clothes on this hanging line.
So funny to me. This is pure propaganda you're falling for. The rent is that cheap because it's nearly 100 degrees and super humid. I'm sorry. You can't pay me to live in a place like that where I'm going to be sweating a gallon of water when I go to the local park with unsalted peanut. Oh, I fell for it. No! I went so long not falling for it. Damn it. Sorry. There are actually people that do think that everything is propaganda. And that it's like, well, it's cheap because of this. It's cheap because of that. When I was looking for apartments, can I tell you guys something? I was looking in LA for apartments. I don't know if you guys know. LA used to be paradise weather. And nowadays, it's just like in the summer, it's just like scorchingly hot. It's just like Satan's ass crack hot. And it's like, I used to think I like dry heat more. I love humid heat now. I love it. At least my skin looks good. Dry heat is like you're in a microwave. It literally feels like you're in an oven and you're like getting air fried. I'm like, water, 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 please. I never thought I would hate summer so much. Summer used to be my favorite season. And I hate it now. I hate it now. And I'm not joking when I tell you, I was looking at some apartments in LA and I was like, there were so many. There was like, let's say I looked at 5 apartments. I think like 3 of the apartments I saw, which were kind of like out of the way of LA. They were a little bit farther out. They look really nice. It's like, oh, okay, here's the living room, here's the bedroom, bathroom, little patio. Great. So where's the air conditioner? And I'm not joking when I tell you the landlords were like, oh, you don't need air conditioning. We have a fan we can install. You know, you're only 15 miles from the beach, so there should be some coastal winds coming in. What do you mean there's no AC unit? What do you mean there's not even a wall unit? What do you mean there's no air conditioning? Are you fucking out of your mind? And the rent is like $5,000. It's like, okay, it wasn't literally. It was like $2,000, which is still obscene. I'm not paying $2,000 for an apartment that's in the middle of nowhere with no air conditioning. Are you crazy? Are you insane? Hello?
That again is perfect for shorties like me. So other benefits that come with being an international teacher at my school is I have free health care insurance. My job gives me, I think it's like $15 a month for subway fare. In addition, every year my job gives me a flight allowance, and that comes to $1,200 US. Each month, I think I spend approximately $75 on groceries. I have 4 bags of groceries, mostly produce, and a bottle of sesame oil. Total $9.04. It's really easy to make friends with local people. I have a lot of local friends.
I'm one more terrible thing in this video. From closing this and ending stream, bro. I can't do this. I can't.
Friends that I cherish and have taught me so much about their culture, and I also have a lot of expat friends. Why Myanmar? Oh, huh. Okay. Aside from being a university teacher, I'm also a YouTuber, content creator, and with both of those salaries combined, the maximum amount I am able to save is up to $1,000 every month. So when it comes to eating out, it really depends on where I'm going. If I'm going to Cheesecake Factory, then I'm spending US Cheesecake Factory money, $60 for a meal. But if I'm eating local and going to my neighborhood noodle spot, I'm spending $2 on a bowl of noodles. In a month, I'm spending...
Can I say, this is actually the thing that's destroyed America. Eating out with friends has become obscene. It's like food, like literally restaurant prices are like local eateries are fucked in the US. LA is particularly bad, of course, but it's like across the country. Like, it is insane to me that a drink is like $20. Like, I'm not paying $20, bro. I'm bringing a flask in. I don't care if it makes me look like an alcoholic. I drink maybe once a month. I'm bringing a fucking flask to your fucking bar. I'm not paying $20 for one fucking drink that's watered down. Are you fucking kidding me? It's like such a joke. It's such a joke. $16 for a fucking beer. And like the beer costs like $1 to make. It's like, what the fuck? There's like every facet of American living is just a scam. Your doctor visit is a scam. Your job is a scam. Your housing is a scam. Your utility bills are a scam. Your food is a scam. Like, everything is a scam now. It's just crazy. It's just like, it's just, you scam economy.
About $150 eating out. I feel completely safe as a woman of color. I just feel very at ease in this country. Overall crime in this country is quite low. Some of the challenges I face in China is just simply being different. China is a homogenous country, so I stick out like a sore thumb. I cannot go a day being outside without someone pointing at me and saying in Chinese, look, there's a black person, look, there's a foreigner. Another challenge is the homesickness, is missing not only your family and friends, but missing the understanding of just how to do things. That was the hardest part, is that learning curve of trying to figure out how China works. Okay, tea house.
I mean, and this is another point to the chatter/chatters who constantly talk about, like, oh, if you love it so much, why don't you leave? If you hate the U.S. so much, why don't you just leave the U.S.? It's like, I have to give up all of the things I like about this culture. I have to give up all of the people that I've grown to love in this country, all of the friends that I've made, all my family, because you refuse on principle to try to listen to make this country better. I'm sorry that you perceive our attempts, the leftist attempts at making your country better, as hating this country. I'm sorry that you are so incapable of envisioning anyone wanting their country to be better, any criticism to be worthwhile. Like, you know what, man? I am a blunt person, okay? And any country that does not have blunt culture of any kind or social culture of any kind, I will struggle. We can smoke you. No, I'm not smokable. I like the aspect of American culture that's very sociable. I like it. I used to hate it growing up. And as an adult now, I love it. I would struggle, I think, with like very whatever the lack of that is. Reserved culture. Yeah. America's social, I feel the opposite coming from Latam. I don't know anything about that. Japan would be, you would struggle in Japan? Yeah. On some level, yeah. Or like the type of comedy among Americans, like the type of things that people in America joke about. I'm sure the types of things that people joke about are going to be different culture to culture. I'm a blunt person, G. We couldn't tell. Shut up. This person is just delusional. Like, such a delusional. But you support terrorism against the U.S. Just show me one. Just show me any terrorism that I have supported against the U.S. Show me one. One clip. You said you don't, then you literally support terrorism against the U.S. Where? Just show me one clip. And for the love of God, if you say, you and Hasan, do you support the Iran war? I specifically am against us bombing the shit out of Iran because we're just going to lose a bunch of American lives for no reason. Anything else? Anything? Yes, I'm typing. Waiting. But spiking the prices of oil benefits the billionaires, so that's a good reason. The Dow. Right. I'm sure he'll finish typing any second now, and then we can put him back on the screen.
With all the money I've saved in China, I plan on buying a house not in the US because can't afford that. I haven't saved enough money to buy a house in the US, but I have saved enough money to pay off a lot of my student loans. And I think I've saved enough money to buy a little casita on the beach in Mexico. Fingers crossed, that is the plan. I've learned a lot about myself living in China. I think my self-confidence has improved through the roof. So you know that saying about New York, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. Well, throw that away and apply it to China.
Bro, we're called communists for saying people shouldn't ever have to see a bill that has 4 figures of it sorry, shouldn't have to see a hospital bill that has 4 figures. I'm a communist for thinking you should be able to go to the doctor and get an MRI and not pay a cent. That makes me a fucking commie sack of shit. But think about the company's profits. I don't care about the company's profits. I care about the people who live here. Other countries have managed to do it. If they can do it, we can do it. We have the money. Bro, this country is so fucked on healthcare. On the healthcare front, we have a TV show where the guy can't afford one of our most famous TV shows is about a guy who can't afford cancer treatments, so he has to start selling meth. We're gonna go back to I want to be an American idiot. Paying for healthcare treatment is wild. This is not communism. It's normal in every other country. You're just fucking 12, bro. This is what you took forever to type. This is what took you 3 minutes to type. So by not taking action against Iran, now you would actually be causing a lot more US death by not bombing Iran. I'll give you another 15 minutes to type out exactly how that works. Please explain it in great detail. Intellectual juggernaut, hate me now 97. I would love to know how that works. How by not bombing Iran, we're causing a lot more US death. It's like, what has Iran done to anyone on US soil? Like, what is it? That's a baiter? I don't think so. Iran is trying to build a nuke, and their goal is to blow up Iran. Iran's goal is to blow up Iran. US. And what's your source for that? Want to know. What is your source for Iran wants to build a nuke to blow up the US? Literally, Iran's spokesman. Send it to me. Sure. Send it to me. Iran is saying it themselves. Okay, well, if you feel so confident, send me the link. Yes, okay. Give me 1 minute. Great. By the way, just want to tell you, in case you don't know, literally is not spelled that way. There's an A in there. Okay, moving on.
Attack, and of course any third country that gets engaged in these strikes is going to be their quote-unquote legitimate target. So what we can say is a sort of escalated situation in which Iran tries to cope with the situation. It tries to actually unveil the new cards, specifically when it comes to its weaponry toolbox. And under this delicate situation, we are just closely following to see what comes next.
All right, thanks very much there. That's Tohed Asadi in Tehran. Well, the US Central Command says Iran's ability to strike ships in the Strait of Hormuz has been degraded. Admiral Brad Krupa says attacks earlier this week targeted an underground weapons facility.
We also remain zeroed in on dismantling Iran's decades-old threat to the free flow of commerce throughout the Strait of Hormuz. For example, earlier this week, we dropped multiple 5,000-pound bombs on an underground facility located along Iran's coastline. The Iranian regime used the hardened underground facility to discreetly store anti-ship cruise missiles, mobile missile launchers, and other equipment that presented a dangerous risk to international shipping. We
literally said that last time with the bunker bombs, and then we literally didn't even get their 440 pounds of or kilograms of enriched nuclear materials. So I don't even.
They took out the facility, but also destroyed intelligence support sites and missile radar relays that were used to monitor ship movements. Iran's ability to threaten freedom of navigation in and around the Strait of Hormuz is degraded as a result, and we will not stop pursuing these targets.
Let's speak to William Alberg, a senior adjunct fellow at the
Dude, this outfit is crazy. It's kind of giving Dune a little bit.
Pacific Forum. He's the former director of NATO's Arms Control, Disarmament and Non-Proliferation Center, and he joins us live now from Washington, D.C. Thank you for having the time to speak to us here at Al Jazeera. Two nuclear countries at war here.
Giving broken neck, shut up.
Nuclear facilities under threat in both nations. Is this an escalation, do you think?
Well, I think this is the logical outcome of the U.S. attacks. And when we're trying to think about how Donald Trump would declare victory, I think he can't declare victory until he solves something regarding the very large amount, 440.9 kilograms of 60% enriched, highly...
I'm just going to say, he's already said he declared victory like 40 times.
enriched uranium that has so far been unaccounted for since the bombings back in June. So that's why I think we see this new bombing at Natanz to try to resolve the issue and to claim that we've neutralized this reservoir of material from which Iran could derive a nuclear weapon.
And for people like myself and others in the region, when I heard the news, especially about Natanz, this is the second time because it was attacked in the war last year, I mean, here in Qatar, we're just across the water from Iran. We're not that far away. The first thing that comes to mind is, are we safe?
If we're talking about bombing the facilities where they enriched uranium or a facility, we suspect there's another facility near Natanz that Iran might be storing the enriched uranium, you are completely safe. Because if this material is hit, if the containers, you're talking about a uranium hexafluoride gas in basically a metal tube like you would keep carbon dioxide or propane. If it's punctured, the uranium gas can escape, and it's very dangerous if you're in the room with it. But a kilometer away, you would have no idea this happened. There's no radiological release possible really outside a number of meters. This really is not an environmental hazard, except if you're in the room. If you're nearby and you breathe in this gas, sure, it's dangerous. But we're not talking about fission. We're not talking about Chernobyl. We're not talking about attacking a working...
Excuse me, what? Excuse me, what? Dude, it's giving the Monsanto guy. It's giving that. So would you drink the Roundup? It's giving this.
Last Sunday, we told you about a WHO report that listed several chemicals as potentially cancer-causing, including glyphosate, found in the popular weed killer Roundup. Now, in an interview for an upcoming French documentary, a Canadian scientist has been caught in an Aaron Brockovich-like moment when he's asked to defend that chemical against links to cancer rates in Argentina. Take a look.
I do not believe that glyphosate in Argentina is causing increases in cancer. You can drink a whole quart of it and it won't hurt you.
You want to drink some? We have some here.
I'd be happy to, actually, but not really. But
not really.
I know it wouldn't hurt me.
If you say so, I have some glyphosate.
No, I'm not stupid.
Okay, so you
no, but I know
so it's dangerous,
I know. No, people try to commit suicide with it and fail fairly regularly.
Tell the truth.
It's not dangerous to humans. No, it's not.
So you're ready to drink one glass of glyphosate?
No, I'm not an idiot.
The clip is being
I'm not an idiot. You could drink a whole glass of it, but I'm not, because I'm not an idiot. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's giving this. To be clear, this uranium gas, if you're far away, it's totally safe. I wouldn't breathe it in. I'm not an idiot, but it's totally safe. It's okay. But I wouldn't breathe it in because I'm not stupid. But but it's totally safe to breathe in.
Reactor. We're talking about a nuclear fuel that is in gaseous form that is not combustible. It's not going to poison the atmosphere or damage people way off site, as in, across the Gulf.
But could it go horribly wrong? Because the US and Israel says that their goal here is to completely, I'll use a word that Trump uses, obliterate the nuclear program in Iran, for them to not be able, not just set it back, but to not be able to rebuild it again. If it hits facilities twice like that, how do you mitigate a disaster from happening?
Again, there's no threat of an environmental disaster. Actually,
Amazing, incredible. No notes. Keep going.
Worst disaster we could have is that we have overconfidence that we've actually destroyed it.
The worst problem is that we're overconfident that we destroyed it. You know what? For sure. Why don't we just go ahead and do the nuking, since there's no danger in nuking? Why don't we can just nuke their nukes, since there's clearly no environmental hazards. That's okay. Wouldn't want to be overconfident. My greatest weakness? I would say that I have no weakness. That I'm a hard worker. I just work too damn hard. We're just smoking crack now? Straight up. All right. Mr. William, continue, please.
Right now, we believe that a lot of this material is buried under rubble, and we think the Iranians have not been able to recover it and move it off-site. So the United States is clearly trying to either destroy it in place or further bury it to make it impossible to recover. But even then, we don't know if all of it is in that facility. Some of it may have been moved to Esfahan. Some of it may have been moved to a site that we don't even know about. And so there is the possibility, the worst case scenario, is that this material is unaccounted for, and we have this lingering doubt that there may be highly enriched uranium that can be used for a nuclear weapon somewhere that we can't tell whether it's been destroyed, buried, neutralized. It might just be gone, and the worst case scenario would be that
gone. The nuclear enriched material's gone, people. It's just gone. Gone where? Where did it go? What do you mean it's gone? Bro went and saw like a magic trick before this, and he said, dude, they made it disappear. What if the Iranians did that? Whoa.
buried, neutralized. It might just be gone. And the worst case scenario would be that it's being traded on the open market, proliferated to other countries.
We talk a lot throughout this war because we're hearing it from Israel and Iran about, from the US and Israel about Iran with these nuclear facilities. But what a lot of people don't realize is that Israel is a nuclear country, from what we understand. They have been very ambiguous about it. It also is not a signatory to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. So should we be concerned about that?
Well, I mean, I am concerned to hear that Iran is trying to strike nuclear facilities in Israel, such as Dimona. This is a working nuclear facility. If it is struck, it will have environmental consequences. It's also so interesting in this whole thing, when you look at it and you think, people are saying, well, if Iran had nuclear weapons, they wouldn't be attacked. But as you just said,
What do you mean by trying?
Israel has nuclear weapons, but they're being attacked. So I think we overestimate the value of nuclear weapons in terms of deterring attacks. And, the idea that Iran would get one nuclear weapon and somehow that would save them is erroneous.
Ah, yes, the new strategy. You guys don't even want, like, nuclear weapons. Like, are you guys sure you even want nuclear weapons? Because, like, they don't even work. They don't even do anything.
Actually, it still opens you up to further combat. But
if this reporter had the balls or the permission to do so, she would ask him, so why doesn't Israel remove their nukes if they don't work and they don't deter anything?
again, I am concerned. I do not want to see any nuclear power plant attacked. Both the U.S. and Israel have been relatively restrained in terms of targeting Iran's working nuclear reactors at Bushehr and in Tehran. And I hope that continues, because I don't want to see that, because that would cause an environmental disaster that could threaten your country as well.
All right. Thank you very much for your thoughts there, William.
Thank you for your thoughts. I have no thanks to give to this man. I have no thoughts. Nothing.
Thank you.
Turning to Iraq now, where there are reports of a drone attack targeting a US diplomatic facility that's near Baghdad airport. Nicholas Huck is live for us in the Iraqi capital. Nicholas, can you update us on these attacks?
Well, Sarah, I was just hearing just before we went live the planes hovering above us, American warplanes. But we just got a report from the police who is on the ground there near Victory Base, where the drone launched a missile, according to this police report. It says that there's a large fire and there's plumes of smoke rising following a missile strike from two drones, one inside the base and the other in the surrounding area. Now, this is a blow to the Americans. This is supposed to be one of the most secure areas, Sarah, in Baghdad. And yet, it appears that Iranian-backed militias in Iraq are able to launch attacks in that area. And it comes as no surprise, since yesterday they said they were going to escalate attacks, not just on that site, but any other sites where there are Americans. Now, just a few hours ago, there's been also two attacks on the autonomous Kurdish regions. Two drones launched north of Mosul, headed towards Erbil. Now, they were intercepted by U.S. defense system, but according to an Iranian-backed militia in Iraq media, they say that their target was the U.S. consulate in Erbil. Now, the U.S. air defense system that's here in Baghdad was either not active, or wasn't able to intercept those missiles. So what's interesting here, whilst in Washington we hear from Trump saying that he's winning this war, well, here in Iraq, Iran is projecting power in its ability to target U.S. military bases here in Iraq.
Yes, certainly it seems to be on a daily basis. And a couple of hours ago, a policeman was killed near the intelligence headquarters. What happened there?
Well, a drone was launched on the Iraqi headquarters of the intelligence services and struck the office of that intelligence officer who passed away, who died. But what's interesting in this is that these Iranian-backed militias in Iraq said that their target are the U.S., or what they describe as the invading force here in Iraq. And so there's been a chorus of condemnation from the political landscape here in Iraq, notably from the Iraqi politician Saidi al-Hakim, who says that the targeting of the Iraqi intelligence service headquarters constitutes a blatant attack on the sovereignty and the state of its institution, saying that this is a dangerous escalation. So, Sarah, whilst Washington says it's winning this war. Here, Iran is projecting power, and it's saying through its Iran-backed militias in Iraq that it can target any site here in Iraq.
All
Sarah?
right, thank you very much. Nicholas Huck there, live for us in Baghdad. Now, Saudi Arabia has ordered an Iranian...
That's weird, because I read that Iran was completely destroyed and all of their military capabilities were completely destroyed. So I don't understand how that adds up with what Trump recently said. Chorus, I knew the Dems were paying them stuff. Okay, I found the clip now. Why haven't you sent it yet? Send it. Hurry it up. Decimated and obliterated? Yeah, no, for sure. America's about to free the world from... Iran is about to free the world from American terrorism, imperialism. I mean, this has been so far the worst showing, I think, of American strength. I am inclined to almost say, like, probably since Vietnam. Casualties increased from conflict with enemy we defeated last week. Interesting how that works. One second. Oh, thanks, Dr. Felcher. Oh, thank you for tuning in.
What are you...
Stop. Write in chat. Are you going to send it, or are you just never going to send this clip? I don't understand. Denims, I got the Pawns moisturizer. You saved my life. Yes. Yes. I'm glad to hear that, Cool Cat. Thank you for the 9 months. Here, Kamal Karazi, close advocate to Supreme Leader, saying they have 60% enriches uranium. By the way, you need 20% to make a bomb. I'm going to say really quickly. You need 80%. Okay? Second, advocate. Okay? First of all, you need 80%, not 20%. For a nuke, you need 80, right? Some on the higher that's the lower estimate. The higher estimate is 90. Second, that's the way that you've described the video is not Iran trying to build a nuke and their goal is to blow up the US. I asked for a clip showing that Iran's goal is to nuke the US. Can I be your Iranian advocate? Yeah, thank you for the 29 months. Yes, you can be my Iranian advocate. It's actually 90, yes, but going from 60 to 90 takes a few days. Hard part is going to 60. That's not true. Second, you still haven't sent a video of the thing that I'm actually asking for. No one here is in disagreement on whether or not they have 60% enrichment. That is true. You know, I'm not even going to argue with you at this point because no one was arguing with you about what their percentage was in the first place. We're asking for a video that shows them saying their goal is to build a nuke and bomb the US. Do you understand? Do you understand? Now go and find that clip because that's what I asked you for in the first place. Look at the fucking video. They're saying later in the video their plan is to use the bomb against anyone who disagrees with them. This is actually like the smartest American. So the United States. Do I dare even watch this? Do I dare?
A warning from Iran this Sunday. Tehran has the capacity to build a nuclear bomb. A senior advisor to Iran's
This is
Supreme...
from, by the way, 3 years ago. They've been a few days away 3 years ago. By the way, it takes a few days. This video is from 3 years ago. Can I ask you a quick question? Why haven't they built the nukes if it only takes a few days? Literally, terrorist supporters just ban me. I don't know why you're getting so triggered, bro. I'm engaging with everything you're saying. Can you explain to me in easy words, simple, clear to understand words, if they were only a few days away, why didn't they build the nuke by now? This is literally 3 years ago. Let's watch
leader made the announcement to Al Jazeera's Arabic service and added that the Islamic Republic has not decided to do so yet.
It's no secret that we have the technical capabilities to produce a nuclear bomb, but we do not want it, and we have not decided to do so. In the past, within days, we raised the uranium enrichment level from 20% to 60%, and it'll be quite simple to raise it to 90%.
Kamal Harazi further stated that it would be difficult to
So far, what he said is, we have the capabilities, which has been the entire purpose, by the way, of the Iran nuclear deal in the first place, to prevent nuclear proliferation. And second, he said that we don't want to.
To the negotiating table regarding the revival or renewal of the 2015 nuclear deal with international leaders due to distrust between Tehran and Washington. In 2018, U.S. President Donald Trump left the nuclear accord designed to prevent Iran from developing nuclear weapons in exchange for sanctions relief. Since then, Iran has violated the restrictions while the U.S. has ramped up sanctions. The Iranian official added that Israel is in a phase of weakness, and U.S. President Joe Biden's support for it will not bring it back. The claim comes just a day after Biden concluded his first trip to the Middle East as a sitting president. Biden signed a declaration with Israel's Prime Minister Yair Lapid to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons.
And I know that this chatter doesn't know this, but the Iran nuclear deal was actually extraordinarily invasive. They basically had to open their doors to all of their nuclear facilities and allow for third-party investigators to come and view anything at any time that they wanted. And they never violated it because they wanted to show that they were interested in building lasting peace. So they said, you know what, guys? Listen. You want to come anytime, any place, anywhere, whatever makes you guys feel comfortable that we're not building nuclear weapons. Like the inspectors could literally go anywhere in Iran to ensure that there was no nuclear weaponry being built.
And Biden pledged that the U.S. is
also not just that, 24/7 camera surveillance of all enrichment operations.
Prepared to use all elements of its national power to stop the Islamic Republic from developing the weapon. In Jeddah, he reaffirmed that pledge.
As we continue to work closely with many of you to counter the threats posed at the region by Iran, we're also pursuing diplomacy to return constraints on Iran's nuclear program. But no matter what, the United States is committed to ensuring that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon.
Already back in May, the United Nations Atomic Agency announced that Iran had accumulated enough enriched uranium to build a nuclear bomb. But until now, Iran has denied pursuing nuclear weapons, saying it is simply refining uranium for civilian energy use.
Where in this video do they say they're going to build a nuke? Bro, you said that Iran is saying it themselves, that Iran's spokesmen were saying they're trying to build a nuke to blow up the U.S. The video you just sent said the exact opposite. It said Iran is saying we don't want to build a nuke. What is going on? Did you watch the video you sent me, man? Okay. I guess you don't need to watch any of the videos you send. I-24 as a source deserves a ban. Well, the reason I saw someone say, why do they all ask for a ban? It's because I've seen it happen before. They need to cope about why they were banned. when they go back to whatever roach hole they came out of, so that they can be like, they banned me for telling the truth, that they're a terrorist. They want to feel like they got banned wrongfully, which is why they say, just ban me already. Come on, please. I need to go in Asmon's chat or somebody else's chat and say this. I don't even understand the debate with the chatter. Wasn't his first argument that you're pro-bombing Iran? Now he's trying to prove that Iran was actually building nukes, so now he's pro-bombing Iran and trying to convince you. I don't get it. His point is that, like, we have to bomb Iran so they don't nuke us because they're trying to build a nuke, and they've said explicitly that they're trying to build a nuke to nuke the US. So I said, can you send me a link on this? And they so far have not been able to send a link because it doesn't exist. Because it doesn't exist because Iran has never said. There's not been an Iranian spokesperson that said we should build nukes and then nuke the United States. If this is like the Fox News rule, if there is something that sounds too absurd to be real, check and see if Fox News has ever aired it. Because if it was real, Fox News would do nothing but air it. This is like the trans sports things. Or the trans sports talking point, if there was an absolute decimation of trans women destroying in sports, it would be day in, day out. You would know the name of every single trans woman in sports because it would be airing on Fox News every day. Don't stop. Literally, stop. It's just sad. Well, you have to understand, it's like people want to know that they want to feel like their government is not bad. They want to believe that their government is good. Like, it's American idiocracy to the max, where it's like, no, my government, we're not the baddies. We're the good guys. I swear. Our wars have to be just, right? And it's like, no, dude, you're being lied to, man. I'm sorry. You're just being lied to, bro. Oh. Somehow, someway, always mold chatter. We're winning so hard, the sailors of the Ford are being investigated for possibly intentionally setting fire to the ship. Did exhausted soldiers set fire to the USS Gerald R. Ford after almost a year at sea battling chronic sewage leaks every day? The crew of America's largest aircraft carrier is at a breaking point. Do not, actually, for a fun little treat, Google fragging. America fragging, war fragging. It was actually this fun little thing that happened where Americans were so happy that they were doing American things that the fragging actually translates to, it's a shorthand, it's like slang for jumping in joy. Google America war, American soldiers fragging for more information. All of the movies told me we were the good guys. Hollywood hates America. They would never lie to me with propaganda films. As an ex-Navy guy, laundry fire is common against U.S. sailors when the captain sent us out on too many missions. There is no real reason they catch on fire. Stop. That's illegal. You can't say that. Comes from U.S. troops tossing frag grenades into officer barracks in Vietnam. No. That's wrong. That's wrong. Fragging is when you're excited and you jump in joy. No. That's wrong. That has to be wrong. Mm-mm. You're kind of wrong about nuclear deterrence. How are you a Hasan head? How are you a Hasan Avi head? If you think this? Huh? What country, in your opinion, is the closest to utopia? I think the Dutch have gotten really damn close. Obviously, other than China, I think the Dutch, they've gotten pretty damn close. Ew, no. I don't know. Everything I've seen from the Netherlands has been pretty damn good. See, one problem with China is like the whole no drugs thing. It's like, how can you have a utopia and there's no drugs, bro? What the hell? What if I just want to get high? People high. What the hell? But Dutch food, not even close. That's true. That's true. That is true. I'd live in Amsterdam if it wasn't for the Dutch people. Damn. Too bad Dutch language isn't real. Too bad that shit is fake as fuck. Like one Dutch chatter is going to get upset. Oh, American English is also fake. No, it's real. No, it's real. Smile. I made it.
Military attaché and 4 other diplomats to leave the country within 24 hours. That's after declaring them persona non grata. Iran has been keeping up attacks on its Gulf neighbors. A series of drone and missile strikes have targeted Saudi Arabia. In the United Arab Emirates, air defenses intercepted several projectiles over the skies of Dubai. And Bahrain says its air defenses have intercepted and destroyed hundreds of missiles and drones targeting the kingdom since the start of the war. 2 people were killed in separate Iranian attacks, with the latest strike hitting a residential building in the capital, Manama. Let's now speak to Malik Trainer, our correspondent who's live for us in Kuwait City. Malik, Iran has hit an oil refinery in Kuwait once again. What are you learning on that?
Well, we still haven't heard anything from authorities here about that specific attack. But Al Ahmadi port, which is about 30 kilometers to the south of where I'm standing, was hit twice in the last, I would say, more than maybe 2 to 3 days. Just goes to show the escalation that this conflict is having across the Gulf. You know, yesterday, we had about 7 alarms raised here in Kuwait. And the Defense Ministry just a little earlier said within the last 24 hours, Kuwait, they intercepted 9 ballistic missiles and 4 drones. And we've also seen a wave of attacks across the Gulf. You know, with the UAE, they said they intercepted 3 missiles, 8 drones. And in Saudi Arabia today, within the last, I would say, 30 hours, 5 dozen drones were intercepted. That's around 60 drones, and many of them targeting the eastern area, which is home to the El Sheiba oil field. So, you know, we're more than 3 weeks into this conflict, and there's been a relentless array of attacks, retaliation attacks from Iran to the Gulf throughout this conflict.
Right, and Iran and Saudi Arabia have had their differences. Iran and Saudi Arabia has had their differences before this war, after nearly 3 weeks of attacks. Where do things now stand diplomatically between the 2 nations? Because there is tensions.
There's definitely tension. You mentioned, you know, they asking the military attaché as well as 3 other diplomats to leave the country within 24 hours. Just 2 days ago, the Saudi foreign minister said that, you know, the trust that was between the 2 countries is almost completely shattered. I mean, look, you know, throughout this conflict, the Gulf in general, all the countries have tried to, you know, say they were wanting a diplomatic approach. You know, that Iran is their neighbor, and they're going to continue to be their neighbor even after this conflict eventually ends. But what we're starting to see now is an uptick of, you know, more heightened tensions between them. You know, the Saudi Arabia saying that it reserves the right to retaliate. And we're also seeing statements, you know, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Saudi Arabia earlier in a statement said it categorically condemned the blatant Iranian aggression against the kingdom, the Gulf Cooperation Council states, and a number of Arab and Islamic countries. Earlier, President Sisi of Egypt was in Bahrain meeting the king there, where they also, you know, condemned the Iranian attacks against the Gulf. I was speaking to a couple people earlier here in Kuwait, and, you know, what one person told me, there's a famous Arabic poet who says something along the lines that there's nothing beautiful about war except the ending. And I think that's a sentiment across the Gulf that people share. You know, people want a swift end to this conflict as soon as possible.
All right, thank you very much for that update. That's Malik Trainer there in.
All right, you can't say there's a famous Arabic saying without everyone immediately thinking about that one. Okay, this is maybe I'm just a Manchurian candidate, but if you say there's a famous Arabic saying, where is it? Where is it? This is the one that I see every single week on fucking Twitter. Oh, it's like some iteration of this. Sorry, I see a lot of chatters talking about different chatter things. What is going on? What's going on? What is it? Nothing, stay out of our business? What it? On both sides. So many nuclear physicists here on both sides. Bunch of Sheldon Coopers. Is that what Sheldon's last name is? Bazinga? I've never watched a single episode. I didn't even know he had a last name. Typical American xenophobe act attacking Asia. Happening. No. In Japan, we haven't used uranium to power the country since 2011. Is this what people are arguing about? Oh, this chatter is an easy one. God, you're fucking cringe. Yeah, are you slow? You just figured that out? What do you think people are here, idiot, dumbass? Someone sent this website. It's a .jp website. It says this nuclear power station is operational. There are a lot of them that are decommissioned, but it does say that like under decommissioning, but there are ones that are operational. And it is a Japanese website. It's nra.go.jp, so I don't understand why why are we arguing this, huh? There's like 15 that are operational right now. I mean, I see at least 5 here. Ignoring this one because this one doesn't, I don't know if this one specifically is a nuclear. Well, this says it's all nuclear facilities, but for sure by name alone, nuclear power station. I just took a quick scan at this guy's chat messages and they keep talking about, oh, I see. Why do they even need uranium anyways? We don't have that in Japan and we generate electricity and power. Try again. Huh? My point was that here in Japan, neither political party in the U.S. has done anything good for the problem or for the people. That means both parties are corrupt. Remember, the video that we were watching, the China video, she lives in the capitalist part of China. That's the non-communist part of China. I've been there. Oh, of course. Here's the communist part of China, and here's the capitalist part of China. Right. How do you guys about that? Do you own any fedoras, chatter? I just want to know. You haven't been to Japan recently, have you? One thing we always see in Japan. Your comment that Japan got really a lot of as a Cuban living in Japan, I despise Hasan, and it has nothing to do with his political takes. What a crazy sentence. What a crazy sentence. What an insane sentence. Oh my goodness. Goodness. Like, he didn't respond. Why do people just like burrow their heads in the sand? You ever show them anything that maybe disagrees with them ever? Coming and swinging, being like, Japan hasn't had a single nuclear facility site for power purposes since, what did he say, Fukushima? That's what. Yeah. But then someone showed him it, and then he just like went, la la la, I can't see that, I can't hear that, la 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 la. Think Miami Cubans are bad? Wait till you see Shibuya Cubans? I don't know anything about this lore. Shit, man, I don't know anything about this lore. Well, anyways, they have aspectful logs. No, dude, no. Dude, what a cursed Sunday. What a cursed Sunday with cursed logs. I gotta see these, though. I reported your account to letter agencies, by the way. Oh, no. They got banned. FBI might be at the Cheddar's house very soon. Oh, no. Cheddar, can I be real with you? I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to be real with you in a way that maybe no one in your life has been real with you. See, I was like you once, right? Annoying. Insufferable. Unbelievably annoying and insufferable. And what you got to do is you got to channel your annoying tendencies in a way that doesn't annoy people. Okay? Because that's the reason you're getting banned, bro. You're not getting banned because people disagree with you. You're getting banned because you're annoying about it. There's people in this chat right now that disagree with half the shit that I say on a daily basis. But they're down to clown. You just got to be annoying in a not annoying way, which is, it is a skill worth honing. Roll all the way down and he starts glazing ice. Fuck Hasan Pika. I get it. You don't want to use the hard R. Respect. Respect. Everybody else in here is a little too brave using the hard R. Hashtag free Kaya. Anti-ice are all whites, though. All the white libs in chat are reeing. Trump needs to shut down mainstream media. By the way, this is the guy preaching about capitalism. We got Trump parades in Japan every year. Oh, speaking of Japan, dude, this guy's gonna freak the fuck out when he sees this. I actually meant to put this in my title or talk about it today. I don't know if you guys saw 10,000 Japanese people were, I'm gonna say spotted in Japan, were protesting against the prime minister meeting with and even in discussions with Trump about the Strait of Hormuz. More than 10,000 Japanese people gathered in Tokyo Thursday night to protest against the prime minister's Takaichi dangerous policy agenda, including attempts to revise the country's pacifist constitution and deployment of long-range missiles. The complete media blackout in Japan. No major newspaper has covered the fact that over 10,000 people came out to protest the Japanese PM's support for Zio America's war in Iran. Instead, China's News, which has 11 million subscribers, Xinhua News, I think is how you pronounce it, with 11 million subscribers, covered the protest meticulously. I believe Japan's Article 9 has long served as an important safeguard, allowing us to say, we have Article 9, so we can't do that when the United States has pushed for joint military action. Even in wars we had no need to be a part of. I think it will continue to be essential going forward, and we must not let it be taken away by Takaichi. A lot of the people in Japan care about Article 9. I mean, like, if this was a Jeopardy if this was a game of Jeopardy, it's like, Mr. Trebek, 500 for Asia. And the question was, which country is the most likely to be anti-interventionist or be isolationist? The first answer should be Japan. Easily. The idea that, like, oh god, memes on Japan Twitter about Sanae Takaichi are brutal. LMAO, they have zero chill. They're calling her the cart titan. Dog, no, dude, stop. Missiles are being deployed there without consulting the public or even holding explanatory meetings. That honestly feels very frightening to me. I think it's fundamentally wrong to push forward policies that could put the public at risk. Without first providing proper explanation to the people. I mean, if not for this news network, I literally would not have known about this. Think this chatter will say anything? They've gone silent, people. The chatter is silent. The chatter is completely silent, people. You know, I show even the smallest amount of facts, and then people just like suddenly they have nothing to say. They have no comment. No comment, nothing to say. So bizarro to me. I don't get it. I feel like I'm happy to be humbled, chat, all right? When I'm incorrect about something, it's like, oh, my bad. I didn't know about that. All right. Sorry, my bad. Real? I don't get, like, I don't know, man. I don't get being wrong and then, like, frying yourself that hard. They made her look like the cockroach from Terraformers. Please look it up. That shit is so uncanny. Stop. Did they really think Fukushima was the only nuclear power plant? I don't know, man. Okay, let's talk about this really quickly. I wanted to get on the news. I don't know how many of you guys saw this. Netanyahu showed up at the missile strike site. He had some comments.
The scene on Sunday with a defiant message. He said Israel will, quote, do everything to destroy Iran.
What we are doing is paving the way for the Iranian people to rid themselves of this tyrant regime. We are hitting the foundations of the regime. This is what we have to do. We hope you will create the atmosphere that will lead to the fall of the regime. We will ruin their nuclear and missile programs and their capability to manufacture ballistic missiles.
Israel's president and foreign minister also visited the scene and accused Iran of targeting civilians.
The Iranians do not differentiate between Muslims and Jews and Christians or between elderly and young.
And your bombs and your missiles and your white phosphorus does distinguish, right?
Civilians are there to be killed and destroyed, but we are here to show something else. That we are ever resilient.
This guy Herzog, absolute fucking, like, literally the most evil human being you could generate. I think if you tried to get, like, Grok to generate the most evil human being ever, they would struggle. It would struggle to make someone that evil. Like, actually, words cannot describe how unbelievably horrible that man is.
Attack on Arad came after a strike on another southern city, Dimona, the home of Israel's nuclear program. It was targeted by Iran in retaliation for an attack on its nuclear facilities earlier. Dimona was subjected to multiple air raid alerts throughout Saturday before one missile avoided interception and caused extensive damage. Weeks of missile and drone strikes have left many Israelis war-weary and emergency services at times overwhelmed.
We'll study what happened here and get better. We always want to be 100%, but even the best defense systems in the world are never 100%.
Police say in both cities those who took shelter when the sirens sounded were largely unharmed, and it was those who remained outside them who bore the brunt of the attack. Victoria Gatenby, Al Jazeera.
There are about 8 people total who are residents of or citizens of Japan who regularly watch Hasan and Denims, largely because of the time zone. The guy who claims to be a resident is new and questionable, TBH. I wake up at 3 a.m. for this reason. Damn. Cat, you see this dedication? That is some dedication. Holy shit. Bro is up at 3 a.m. Real shit. God damn. Crazy work. I respect it, bro. I respect it. He is monitoring the situation. Or she or they.
Well, let's get you over to Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, where we're joined by Noor Odeh. Noor, Iran claiming that they're getting much better at punching through Israeli air defenses. And certainly Saturday we saw some evidence of that with 180 Israelis injured. And we just saw the aftermath. Now, 3 weeks into this war, with sirens sounding daily, what's the feeling on the ground?
Well, one of exhaustion, Rashad, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if Iran launches one missile or several.
Thank you for the gifts of on.
At a time. When those sirens are sounded, everybody has to go to the shelters, because as we saw in the report earlier, those who make it to the shelter, if they're lucky enough to.
Sorry, by the way, I was looking for the exact quote. Herzog, the audacity for Herzog to say they're not distinguishing between who is Jewish, who is Christian, who is Muslim, who are civilians, who are not civilians here in Israel. That same fucking piece of shit, by the way. This guy had the audacity to say the entire Palestinian nation out there is responsible. It is not true, this rhetoric about civilians not aware, not involved. His position publicly literally is, if you are a Palestinian civilian, you are Hamas. And we have the right to starve you, to give you no food, no water, no electricity, no medical supplies, no humanitarian aid, and to kill all of you. Literally, there is no such thing as a Palestinian civilian. His fucking words. When I say this guy is, and this is one of many quotes that this human sack of shit has said. Like, this guy is, when I say the most evil person that I can imagine, I'm not being hyperbolic. Didn't he joke about nuking Gaza? Haha, joke. Like, literally the most putrid genocidal fucking freak you could imagine. I can't believe we have human beings on this earth that can even approach this level of evil, because it's not even from the position. I can understand the road to the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I can imagine that. I can imagine, well, we need to defend our country, like we need to do what we have to. If that means a bunch of civilians die, that sucks, but like we don't really care about those people. We're our own nation. I can understand like that type of callous evil. The type of cartoonish level evil of, no, there are no civilians. We can kill all of them because there are no civilians. None of them are civilians. Not the children, not the mothers, not the parents, not the doctors, not the journalists. None of them are civilians. They are all valid targets. Like, you are reaching levels of evil never before fucking seen. Okay, watch the language. Sorry.
In a community where there are public shelters available will be safe. Now, the idea is that what this does is paralyze life, because these alarms are going off during the day, during the afternoon, during the night, and that's why The Minister of Education, the mayors in various cities have refused to reopen schools. And that's why aviation experts are recommending that the Tel Aviv airport, the Ben Gurion airport, does not resume operation and is actually shut down, not even for limited civilian aviation, because they do have an impact. And we've seen more and more impact cleared by the military censor in the south, but also in the larger Tel Aviv area, in Holon, in Gush Dan, in Bet Yam, in Ptah Tikva, and so on. And these are areas with larger concentration of the population and also with a lot of military and other assets for Israel. So what we know of the extent of the damage has been cleared, but what we know for certain and that one cannot hide is the impact on civilian life. Further to the north, Rashad, the disruption is far greater because the impact, the warning is practically non-existent, and communities in the north are really suffering. That plight, that fight only seems to be worsening and not getting better anytime soon.
And to that, I feel like it is super important to use exactly Israel's defense when they were doing worse in Gaza. Iran is not even indiscriminately firing at Israel. They are intentionally firing at the entire civilian population areas, including residential homes, kindergartners, and hospitals. Each of these missiles and cluster bombs is a war crime. There is evidence that there were command and control centers under these buildings. The Iranian army undertook a precision strike against the Israeli regime's military infrastructure. Unfortunately, the Israeli regime embeds its military infrastructure among the civilian population, and it uses it as human shields. The Iranian army operates to the highest morals and standards of international law, and any loss of life is regrettable, 100% due to the Israeli regime. I am not joking when I say that, like, they literally leveled Gaza. Like, using this fucking excuse. Like, this is insane to me. Israel Foreign Ministry account. The Iranian regime devastated Arad and Dimona by deliberately striking civilians with missiles. Over 100 people were injured, including children. A blatant war crime, pure terrorism. The unbelievable, utterly mind-bending audacity of Israel to now cry about war crimes. Where is the fucking shame? Sorry, who was it that double tapped the school again? Which side was that again? Who bombed all of the hospitals in Gaza? Who was that again? And then used the excuse of there was Hamas tunnels underneath? I'm sorry. You don't get to level an entire city of 2 million people or an entire region of 2 million people and then cry about fucking war crimes. You don't get to have a callous disregard for human life when it happens to the brown people that you don't like. And then pretend like this is the first war crime that's ever happened in the Middle East. Fuck off. You want to say that all of these were justified and that Hamas is using human shields? How do we know that you're not using human shields? We're just asking the same questions you guys were asking. We're just crossing our T's and dotting our I's just like you guys were. I don't know. You guys seem to think it was fair when you said it about murdering hundreds of thousands of civilians in Gaza. So I don't understand what's the problem with us reversing this. How do we know that none of these were, Israel was not attempting to use human shields? Just as literally all of Gaza was human shields. IDF actually uses human shields. They strap people to the roofs of their cars as human shields. The Abby Martin coverage on that is like actually also obscene.
Thanks, Noor Odeh there in Ramallah on the occupied West Bank. Qatar's Interior Ministry says at least 7 people have been killed after a military helicopter crashed in territorial waters during a routine training mission. The victims include Qatari troops, a Turkish soldier, and personnel from a Turkish defense company. In a statement, the Interior Ministry said it extends its deepest condolences and sincere sympathy to the families of the deceased, praying to Almighty God to grant them his vast mercy. Saudi Arabia, meanwhile, has ordered Iran's military attaché and 4 other diplomats to leave the country. Iran has continued attacking its Gulf neighbours, with Saudi Arabia, Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates all reporting interceptions of drones and missiles on Sunday. Rasul Sadar is in the Saudi capital, Riyadh. Tell us about the latest attacks. I mean, it does seem as though there's been a little bit of a step down, but what are you seeing?
But still, there are tons of drones and several missiles that have been fired on the regional countries today. So the Bahrainis saying that they have intercepted several drones, and since the beginning of the war, 145 ballistic missiles and nearly 250 drones. So Bahrain is a very, very tiny country. These figures are quite huge. And then in the United Arab Emirates, so they're confirming that there have been at least 4 ballistic missiles and around 30 drones that were fired to United Arab Emirates. Here in Saudi Arabia, so almost on hourly basis, we are seeing the statements being released by the Minister of Defense about the interception and the destruction of the drones. So the Saudi officials here are expressing the confidence in country's capability of defending itself. They're saying that the Saudi Arabia has one of the most sophisticated air defense system and the strongest air forces. However, majority of these drones are aimed at the eastern province of the country, where 70% of the country's energy is being extracted and transported to the global market. But while all that attacks are ongoing, of course, it's putting a huge pressure on the diplomacy, and it's further deteriorating the relations between the regional countries and Tehran. So today we have seen that the Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan to diffuse the tension and to open up the channels diplomatic.
Yeah, what did he say? I thought I heard that too. On who?
Channels between.
Can someone please confirm what he said? I thought I heard the same
several
thing that
actors.
heard.
He had phone talks with the Egyptian Foreign Minister.
Ongoing. I thought he said ongoing. I was like, what? Huh? Al Jazeera? Real? Al Jazeera?
With European Union foreign policy chief, with the American officials, with Qatari foreign.
At Denims, I'm a bartender, and I got verbally attacked by a group of IDF soldiers at my bar on Saturday for wearing a Palestinian soccer jersey. These guys threw a full tantrum because of my shirt while their country burns. Literally the biggest cry bullies on the fucking planet. Well, how dare you wear a flag? Don't wear that flag. No. If you wear that flag, I have to bomb you and your family. Think about the PTSD it'll cause me to kill you and your entire bloodline wearing that shirt. When I bulldoze you and your entire city, it's gonna make me really sad later.
Minister, Pakistani, Saudi, and even more. So the aim for that, based on one of the sources that I have told too from the Turkish Foreign Minister, saying the Turkish Foreign Minister is trying to find out if there is any way for de-escalation and even a potential diplomatic engagement between the parties and eventually a ceasefire. So he said that the Turkish Foreign Minister has talked to his regional counterparts, the Arab countries, to create a unified position, a unified response of the region. And he's told.
You will believe any shit you hear about IDF soldiers, no matter how untrue it is. Are you talking about this chatter saying that the IDF members were harassing them for wearing a Palestinian flag? Have you not seen that video of the lady where in her car screaming at another woman for having like a Free Palestine bumper sticker on her car? Have you not heard of like, yeah, that's my surname. What? What does it have to do with what I'm saying? Okay, I guess you're just. This might be just like a medically stupid person, Chad. Time to play the no politic here clip. No, for sure, guys. The people that protested for the right to rape, those people would never be rude to someone. No, for sure. They're okay with the right to rape. They're okay with raping, but they draw the line at being rude. Brutal.
Talks with his Iranian counterparts was mostly focusing on the de-escalation and also trying to understand if Iranians are open for a diplomatic engagement. Then I asked him who was the American official that the Turkish foreign minister has talked to. He said that they were the representatives of Donald Trump, the negotiating team, highly likely Steve Witkoff. That is quite important because this is one of the rare confirmed cases of the diplomatic engagement with the negotiating team, American negotiating team that were in talks in Muscat and in Geneva. And also, if there is going to be an end to this conflict, then, and if there is going to be a negotiating table, it's going to be Steve Witkoff to represent the United States.
Rasul, thank you. Rasul Sadat joining us from Riyadh. Now, Marwan Bishara is Al Jazeera's senior political analyst, and he joins us now from Doha. Marwan, thank you so much for joining us. You recently posted on social media that the social media, and I'm just going to paraphrase, Trump's war on Iran can't be explained by MAGA ideology, Donroe doctrine, energy control, superpower rivalry. It can only be explained by Trump taking the decision based on ... ellipses. Very enigmatic.
Yeah, I saw that video, Henrique. Zionist piece of shit attacked protesters here in Brazil, a city or in Bahia where apparently they come to take vacation from killing babies. I saw that video where there was like a some Zionist freak was like berating and harassing some people who had, I think, like a keffiyeh on or like a Palestinian pin or a flag or something. It's like, dude, come on.
Well, look, it is quite the enigma, because when you study Trump for the past 10 years, even when you study Trump in his second term, the past year, he's come up with all kinds of ideas that involves not getting involved with stupid wars, as he called them, not getting involved in forever conflicts, not get America involved in what his predecessors got involved in, Bush and Biden. The fact that he will end wars, not start wars. The fact that he would be focused.
I will end wars. Starts wars.
Focused on the Americas. That's why, you know, he kind of launched out against Venezuela and then Cuba, and then he wanted to take on Canada and Greenland and so on and so forth, right? Even the Panama Canal. So everything about him says not getting involved.
Never seen this before. In Twitch chat, iDubbbz derangement syndrome. You and Ian should stream together. When will you and iDubbbz do a stream together? When will you and iDubbbz collab again? Well, tell you what, I'll make you an offer. Since you seem to be a super fan. You go outside and talk to a human being that you don't know. The collab will happen just for you, buddy. All right? Just for you.
Into in a major war in the Middle East. Everything about him said no. Everything about his base, MAGA, said America first, no one else first. So the idea after all of that he would get involved in what is clearly a stupid war, a real debacle, where his predecessors did the same and came out losing. The fact that he would do it must involve some other factor. What is that factor? That was my question.
The other factor is that it's not America first. It's actually Israel first. Get owned, idiots.
My quick answer is Netanyahu.
So Netanyahu, this is Israel's war, is what you're saying then, essentially?
You know, you could say Israel's war. I would even emphasize Netanyahu in the sense that the obsession by Iran has been mainly a Netanyahu story. The people before him, whether it was Olmert or Barak or whoever, even Sharon, were not as obsessed with Iran. And he was obsessed with Iran for a good number of reasons. I argue mainly it was because to escape the question of Palestine, because as long as you keep everyone preoccupied with Iran, you don't have to deal with the occupation of Palestine. You don't have to deal with withdrawal from occupied territory. You don't have to establish peace. So demonizing Iran nonstop was always a thing for him. And of course, threatening or talking about the Iranian threat of nuclear bombs, which he has done for the past 40 years, right? And he tried to sell it to each and every American president since, and he failed. No one would accept his argument that America should get involved on behalf of Israel or on behalf of Netanyahu against Iran, except Trump.
Now, Marwan, so we've had a president in the US who's been very vague as to what the objectives of this whole thing are. But, the thing is, how do they're completely different to the objectives that Israel has, or I should say Bibi Netanyahu has.
And that's a very important point. It's a very important point because it goes to the heart of exiting this debacle, exiting this war, ending this war. For the United States, it's been but the nuclear issue, which, by the way, could have been resolved in the negotiations, was resolved in the
If only, I don't know, Trump showed up for if he had not ripped up the negotiations that already existed and the treaty that already existed, or if he had showed up for the first negotiations or the second ones and didn't instead bomb them.
Negotiations during the Obama presidency. And then there's a question of missiles, which of course were exaggerated, a lot of fake news about that, a lot of disinformation, but be that as it may, in as far as he's concerned, trying to limit the range of Iranian missiles, trying to destroy the Navy, as he did, trying to limit the nuclear enrichment, as he did or can do. That's as far as his war goals are concerned. But for Netanyahu, it is far more sinister. It is about defeating, today he said, destroying Iran. It's about regime change. It's about not just the disintegration of Iran, it's about the implosion of Iran. So these are two very different agendas. One could take, as we say, maybe 20 days. Another could be taken.
I mean, genuinely, if you're actually falling for the idea that it was ever about anything other than destabilizing Iran, dude, just fry yourself, bro. Just fucking fry yourself.
20 months or 20 years, for that matter. So this one cannot be, the United States cannot afford that. We already have seen, Rashad, and you've been reporting that throughout the evening and the last few days, is that the American economy here is being tested. The world economy is being tested. Energy sources around the world are being tested. Regional security, America's allies are being undermined, and so on and so forth. So America cannot afford that. Now, the only reason, and as our reporters just said earlier, what I think is very important, he's trying kind of to look for a way out now, right? And trying to find a way out is a very wise thing, even for Trump, right? It's a very important thing. The thing is that we know about American policy of the past 80 years is that American presidents from Korea to Vietnam to Iraq continued to delay resolving the issue of war, withdrawing from the likes of Iraq and Vietnam, leading to countless Americans and even more amongst their enemies, civilians, dying because of this issue is, I cannot swallow it. I cannot just swallow this idea that I did not achieve all my goals, but I have to end the war. Well, guess what? It has to end. Because if this thing goes to the ultimatum about destroying Iran's utilities and generators and what have you, and that leading to Iran lashing out against the region, there's no coming back from that.
Marwan, thank you so much. Marwan Bishara there, Al Jazeera's senior political analyst.
This guy, by the way, cooks every time he speaks. This guy's a fucking... You would think with how red he is, he'd be like an American imperialist fuck, but he actually cooks every time. Mr. Bashara, you done it again. Usually that's a massive red sign. When someone is that level of red, like Jordan Peterson levels of red, it's not good. It's not good. Or that other guy, is it Pete Davidson? No, sorry. Patrick Whatever the fuck his name is. Is it Vinny actually? No, wait. Vinny is the one that gets read. Vinny is the one that gets read. Yeah, usually once you see like a lobster person, you're like, uh-oh, this isn't going to be good. Uh-oh. 1 second. But there was something I read that I wanted to respond to. I feel like the same people who insist Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East are also the ones who blame 20 years of Israeli state policy on one man. Correct. And Vinny is the smartest person on that podcast. Isn't that so sad? You're the reddest and the smartest, the grayest and the blobbiest. The UK has no permanent land-based system to intercept high-altitude ballistic missiles. Sky News reports as Iran demonstrates potential ability for a 4,000-kilometer in launches targeting the UK base used by the US military at Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. Breaking, a senior Iranian official has told Al Jazeera Iran is not responsible for the missile attacks on Diego Garcia and was not behind them. Again, like I said earlier, this is I would not be surprised if this is a tactical strategy by the state of Iran, because they benefit either way. They either benefit from people thinking that they are underestimating their capabilities and being like, hey, we got more in the tank. Who knows what we really can do? Maybe we can. Maybe we can go farther than 2,000 kilometers. Who knows? And they also benefit from, because now other countries don't want to get involved even more so because they don't want their countries bombed. But they also benefit from everyone thinking that it wasn't Iran and that it was in fact a false flag by Israel, because it just sows more distrust of Israel, which also benefits Iran. So either way is like, it's both are beneficial, unfortunately. Strategically ambiguous missile capabilities. I mean, yeah, like it's unironically like fog of war. If you're not sure what your enemy is capable of, and you're not sure whether or not they have the capacity to significantly harm you and yours, that is only a benefit to you. Let me press play on this. I really have to pee. I have to pee so bad.
Other cities to really watch is, well, Marseille in southern France, that port city. Again, we've seen after the first round in the election, pretty much two main candidates neck and neck, the socialist Benoît Payan and the candidate for Marine Le Pen's far-right National Rally Party, Frank Eliseo. Now, if Marseille was to fall to the National Rally, it is what some people are describing in France. It would be seen as something of a political earthquake, because the far-right party has never won a major city in France, and Marseille is, after all, the second major city in the country. In terms of voter turnout, I have to say, though, it's been, relatively low in the first round, and it seems in this round also just about half of people eligible to vote cast in their ballot. Another sign, really, of how so many people in France say that they are increasingly fed up of politics and politicians and feel so often that their concerns aren't being reflected.
Natasha, when we get the results from this, what's the read-through for the political parties for next year's presidential elections?
Look, these are local elections. Obviously, people are worried about local issues, things like housing, crime, security, that kind of thing. But there is no doubt that political parties across France will be very much looking at what happens in this vote and thinking about 2027 when France does vote for the next president. That is because the French President Emmanuel Macron cannot run again next year. He will have fulfilled his 2 terms, and this election is an opportunity for political parties to really build momentum and try and build support and crucial alliances ahead of next year's vote.
Natasha Butler there joining us from Paris. Cuba is scrambling to restore power supplies after the 3rd nationwide blackout this month. The country's aging energy grid is under growing strain because of a US-imposed oil blockade. Latin America editor Lucia Newman is in the capital, Havana.
I'm in Old Havana. You can see people are strolling around. It's a Saturday night here. They're spending the evening here with their friends as though nothing has happened, but we're actually in the middle of yet another nationwide blackout. It's completely dark out here, except for a couple of lights from hotels that have generators. This is the second time in less than a week that the power has gone out all over the country. The government says that it's trying to get it back on again. Nobody knows how long that will take. So that means most of these people will spend the night in the darkness. Thank goodness it's not in the middle of summer yet. It's not so hot, so they might be able to sleep in their apartments. But people are fed up with this. It means that they can't get water. The water pipes don't work. It means that their food begins to rot in their refrigerators. It's happening more and more. And one of the reasons, of course, is not just because the power system in this country, which runs on oil, is decrepit, it's old, it needs repairs, but also because President Donald Trump has imposed a total fuel blockade around Cuba, hoping that it will collapse, bringing it at least to the brink of collapse. But there has been at least one, you could say, optimistic note throughout the day today, and that was at a hospital which has been running out of medicine. A group of activists from Puerto Rico arrive at the Salvador Allende Hospital in Havana, bringing gifts in the form of badly needed medical supplies. They say they brought what they could in suitcases. The donations include needles for injecting insulin, the insulin itself, antibiotics, prednisona for acute allergies, medicine for asthma as well, which this country has almost run out of. It is a heartwarming donation, there's no doubt about that. But no one has any illusion that this will do more than just make a tiny dent in the acute crisis this country is having in its health system. Since the Trump administration imposed a total fuel blockade on Cuba more than 3 months ago, an already dire economic situation has become desperate. Former UK Labour leader Jeremy Corbyn is also here to say that Cuba is not alone.
It is an obsession by Trump, there's no question about that. Every time he's asked a question, he then goes on saying, I will take Cuba. And as was pointed out earlier, in the way that Theodore Roosevelt took Panama, I don't think it's going to happen because I
Holy shit, Corbyn?
don't think the rest of the world will allow it.
Okay, you lost me, bro. I don't think the rest of the world will allow it. Yeah, because we famously keep stopping Trump from doing whatever he wants.
President Miguel Díaz-Canel invited them to Havana's convention palace to thank them for their solidarity. But he also assured them that Cuba is preparing to defend itself against a possible U.S. attack.
When the U.S. invaded Venezuela using powerful...
Meanwhile, Twitter is actively trying to vilify the people helping. I meant to put this in my title. There was not enough space in my fucking... I need more than 140 characters for a Twitch title. I need 1,000 characters. Did you guys see the New York Post Hasan hate thread? Not really thread, article. Tone-deaf radicals flock into Havana, staying in 5-star hotels while island in crisis. Mockery of Cuban people. You're so right. We should do nothing. We should just do nothing. So true. Hundreds of tone-deaf lefty radicals flocked into Havana this weekend to meet with Communist Party officials staying in luxury hotels, traveling in air-conditioned buses, as the rest of the island grapples with a worsening economic crisis that starved it of electricity, food, water, and medicine. So true. Like I said, we should do nothing. These people are literally, you cannot please the right. If you do nothing, they're mad because you don't care. And if you do something, there's something about the way that you did it that was incorrect. And you're only doing it to mock the people there and to ridicule the people there and to... What would be the best word here? Doing it for clout. The Nuestra America convoy sent socialists from North America and Europe to Cuba by air, sea, and land under the guise of handing out 20 tons of humanitarian aid to protest the United States oil blockade on Cuba. This is an amazing way of phrasing this. Irsa Hirsi, the 23-year-old unemployed activist daughter of embattled squad rep Ilhan Omar, is also taking part in the voyage. You know, can I say something? I never understand when people shit on people like Greta Thunberg, for example. And they're like, well, she's literally a Nepo baby. It's like, That is the best case scenario. If you are a Nepo baby and you spend all of your time on flotillas and in countries where people need help, you use the privilege that you don't need a job to go and help people? What do you want me to be mad at? You just want me to be mad. You just want me to be mad. That's it. Also, op-ed writers calling others unemployed is crazy. It's crazy work. Crazy work. The convoy includes Mayor Zoran Mamdani, ally, an influential streamer Hasan Piker, who recently went on a Beijing-sponsored trip. Wow. Dude, he should issue a retraction statement to the New York Post. It wasn't sponsored. Literally an untrue statement. He should actually issue a retraction demand to the New York Post. To Havana, from where he broadcasted to his 1.6 million Instagram followers Saturday with a somehow spotless internet connection. Spotless internet connection. Meanwhile, all of chat is pissed. F. Can you make the internet better? Can you make the stream better? How the stream is not working? What's on? No, don't stream. Spotless connect. All right, bruh. So pathetic, dude. It's like, this is by far the worst propaganda attempt, the worst smear attempt. It was literally unwatchable yesterday. Yes, correct. I'm worried for him at the ICE airports, with ICE in the airports tomorrow. I saw one tweet that said, like, it's just like a video of people shooting wildly. I think like into a crowd, and it said ICE when you have more than 3.4 ounces in TS when you're trying to go through TSA. Like, just because that's true doesn't mean you should say that out loud. Okay? They call this journalism, by the way. Someone said that there was a good video from overzealots on Cuba. And I wanted to watch that. Isn't he staying at a 5-star hotel because the U.S. only allows citizens to stay in specific hotels? Correct. Let me pull this up. It is insane that, like... Where is it? I want to show you guys. Where is it? Hold. Holding? This one. Divorced Canadian Steven Crowder, who destroyed his own marriage by abusing his wife, is upset people around the world are trying to deliver supplies to stop starvation from a U.S. embargo. Steven Crowder tweeted this out saying, "Commie cosplayer Hasan Piker is organizing aid convoys to save Cuba, which communism destroyed in the first place. This is what useful idiocy looks like." By the way, which communism destroyed in the first place. Meanwhile, actual history shows, U.S., how many socialist countries do I have to destroy to teach you socialism doesn't work? Yeah. Yep. And it's just the clip of him talking about.
I mean, I know I've been working hard, boys. You expect the CNN person to go with you? CNN is going with us already. Yeah, we have Boy's going. I Did a Thing is going. We have a major, dude. More people will be revealed in the upcoming days. I've been working on this for. No, it's not Donnie, unfortunately. I forgot to literally invite Donnie. It was such a mistake on my part. Is another CNN reporter that'll be on board. But I've been working for the last 2 months on like organizing this major flotilla trip. Like, shouts out to Progressive International. They've been doing all the logistics, obviously, but I've been trying to get as many people as possible to come. Are you bringing aid? What are y'all doing there? Yes, we're bringing medical aid. not only are we bringing medical aid and solar panels, because like the Answer Coalition and like the PSL front orgs are bringing a lot of solar panels and stuff like that, but then on top of that, like the goal there is to just like show Americans like what the regular experiences for regular Cuban folks actually look like on the island, because there's obviously somewhat of a communication blackout from American media as far as like their everyday existence of Cubans. You can just go to Cuba. Like even right now, you can just go to fucking Cuba. Okay. And people don't even know that. Invite I show speed. Genuinely, I asked. He did not respond. It would have been great.
I want to see this video. Heard many good things about it.
This program is brought to you by Exter. As always,
At the very least, I'd like to watch some of it.
source material will
The overzealous video in defense of Cuba, how the media lies.
be cited in the corner of the screen throughout the video. Enjoy. In case you were unaware, there exists
Yeah, I don't know why Steven Crowder posted this clip. The clip doesn't even make him look bad. I don't understand. But sure, man. I don't think Steven Crowder understands how to make anyone look good or bad.
a small island nation less than 100 miles off the coast of the mainland USA with quite the reputation. A lot is said about this country, and the opinions held about it vary massively. If you listen to those sympathetic to the revolutionary history of Cuba, you'll be told the story of a selfless island nation off the coast of the world's most violent empire that, despite its struggles, which are almost entirely the result of economic warfare waged against it by the United States, gives whatever it can to those in need. Whether that be military assistance to those fighting white supremacists in southern Africa, offering medical aid to others, or even dramatically improving the quality of life domestically relative to the inequality and torture overseen on the island by the previous US-backed dictatorship. But who cares what this guy thinks? I mean, who even is that? These guys are the ones who know what they're talking about.
Cuba is the epicenter, is the headquarters of evil in the Western Hemisphere.
Socialist dictator who murdered all dissidents.
What could you possibly say that's positive about a man like Fidel Castro?
We are sitting in a dangerous predicament.
He actually created a giant gulag and sentenced everybody in the country to stay in it.
Wait, what? No, within just 2 years of the revolution, 200,000 Cubans emigrated, and over 500,000 left during its first decade. And Cuba went on to experience levels of immigration comparable to those of its neighboring countries in the late 20th century. While Cubans did need exit paperwork, and this process was often a bureaucratic mess, one of the main bottlenecks was often the receiving country, especially the US, which restricted legal visas while rewarding undocumented arrivals, seemingly encouraging the kind of dramatic spectacles that could be used for propaganda. And Fidel Castro himself declared the revolution strictly voluntary, and he even facilitated periodic mass exoduses, later agreeing to a US proposed airlift when dangerous sea departures became common. God damn it, Ben, you make it so hard for me to make a funny little montage when I have to pause and refute your bullshit. It's such a buzzkill.
We are on the edge of war and have been for some time.
He exiled all religious figures.
No, he didn't.
100 years from now, historians are going to look at Fidel Castro and say, this guy was able to supersede Lenin and Stalin.
Under Batista, Cuba.
Lenin and Stalin. Welcome back, Aiden Ross. Lenin and Stalin.
This guy was able to supersede Lenin and Stalin.
Under Batista, Cuba was one of the richest countries in Latin America.
Fidel was a genius at evil, and right now they're ending those. Their days are numbered.
Che Guevara said, as a direct quote from Che, this piece of crap who you see people walking around with his face on T-shirts. It's like walking around again with a Stalin T-shirt. Said to send men to the firing squad, judicial proof is unnecessary, is what Che Guevara said. These procedures are an archaic bourgeois detail. This is a revolution. And a revolutionary must become a cold-killing machine motivated by pure hate. We must create a pedagogy of the Peridon. That's the execution law.
This is a fabrication. Che never said this. It's attributed to Che, but in reality, it's the result of splicing together a bunch of random shit to form a blurb he never said nor wrote. In fact, this Frankenstein of a quote is contradicted by the historical record and does not represent Che's actions. For example, he never said judicial proof is unnecessary. In reality, he explicitly warned his judges to be scrupulous about weighing the evidence in each case so as not to give the revolution's enemies additional ammunition. Wrote the foremost biographer.
What the fuck? Wait, are you trying to have like a reasonable, correct opinion about geopolitics? No, we don't do that here in America. What the fuck? I want to attribute that quote to him if I want to do that. Just like MLK said, all white people are great and you judge by character, not color. And by that, he meant you should be nice to all white people because they're all really nice to you. That's what he said. You can trust me on that one. Don't worry. Don't look it up. He definitely didn't say anything about like white moderates being the root of all evil or anything like that. Don't. He said just dream about it and dream about white people being great. For sure. For sure.
On Guevara, John Lee Anderson, and the judge who gathered evidence and sat on the appellate bench with Che stated that we gave each case due and fair consideration and we didn't come to our decisions lightly. So again, Ben is lying. There is no primary source to substantiate the claim that this quote was said or written by Che. It doesn't exist, and Che's actions contradict it. Are you going to let me do my montage now, dude?
Che Guevara, worse than Castro, obviously wasn't an official dictator, but what he wanted, picture Adolf Hitler, who's bad, without the, some would call it, charm.
He asked the Soviet Union to actually nuke the United
Overzealous is great. He has a podcast with Chris Kunzler. It's called No Politic Here. That's dope. I should listen to that. That's probably such a good, dope podcast.
States.
Che Guevara,
yeah, this flavor is good.
Was less charming than Adolf Hitler.
Mass murdering dictator.
Oh, dude, Steven Crowder. Like, I can't believe anyone listened to this fucking hack.
All of my criticisms of Adolf Hitler, he was punctual.
Summary executions. Again, tens of thousands of people murdered.
Where famously the most important quality that someone has to be cool and well liked, whether or not they're punctual.
Cuban Americans from Miami.
But in all seriousness, if you live in the West, odds are you've been raised to think the worst about Cuba. From stories of an evil dictator, Fidel Castro, seizing power against the wishes of the population, then stealing everything for himself and plunging what was once a rich and prosperous country into ruin, to tales about the supposedly racist and homophobic revolutionary doctor Che Guevara, who apparently gave up on his Hippocratic oath and decided to Michael Myers his way across the island for no good reason.
Did you know that,
Oh, God. Oh, God. It's not going to be good.
Che Guevara, was he the Cuban guy?
Well, he...
Or was that Castro?
Castro was Cuban. Che, he was part of the Cuban Revolution. He wasn't Cuban himself.
Yeah, Che, the revolutionary, he once executed a 12-year-old for being too anti-revolutionary. Shot him in the face, bro.
Yeah, no, he did.
Elo's over here thinking, was he Palestinian terror baby? This 12-year-old. Are we sure? The 12-year-old was not Hamas.
Too anti-revolutionary.
Okay.
So shot him in the face, bro.
Yeah, no, he didn't do that. This is what happens when you get all of your news from either Reddit or ChatGPT. You've surely heard about the poverty and the economic hardships in Cuba, which are supposedly solely the result of godless communist economics, and not the blockade levied against Cuba by the United States, one that has been nearly unanimously condemned by the United Nations, with the predictable, consistent exceptions of the Yankees and Israel, though that list has grown in recent years to include other loyal dogs of US imperialism like Javier Milei's Argentina. The point I'm trying to make here is not that Cuba is some perfect paradise. It isn't. It's far from it, and people are suffering. It's true that I myself fall into the camp of Cuba sympathizers, but my goal with this video isn't to sell you the idea that Cuba is a utopia. It's to fill you in on an alternative perspective that gets relentlessly demonized in the West, to maybe challenge some of your preconceptions about the island, and to show you how the real history of Cuba is one of anti-colonial struggle against the world's most brutal empires, and then decades of punishment for successfully throwing off the yoke of imperialism. If I can't get you to change your mind about the country, at the very least, this video will exist to show you who exactly you've been told to despise. You can decide for yourself whether the aggression toward Cuba is warranted, whether it deserves the designation in the United States as a so-called state sponsor of terrorism, or whether the country's economic issues are the result of economic illiteracy, or a cruel and frankly genocidal blockade. In the spirit of full transparency, this video will start with the Spanish colonization of Cuba, then move into the period when the United States took over the exploitation, before getting into Fidel Castro's revolution and the relentless sabotage waged against the country by the US. Along the way, I'll be refuting the usual anti-Cuba tropes as they come up. Before we get started, I want to take a minute to thank today's sponsor, Exter. We talk a lot on this channel about valuing things that are built to last as opposed to designed for obsolescence, and Exter actually puts that into practice by making gear for the long haul. Their new card holder Pro is made from 100% recycled aluminum, no plastic, so it's eco-friendly, and it comes with a lifetime warranty.
Please, no. Ethical reacts only. No.
It has an upgraded metal ejector trigger that fans
Oh my
your
God.
cards out clean.
Wait, Anon, thank you so much for the 50 gift subs. Let's go! This guy wants me to stream Resident Evil. He doesn't know we're not going to hit the goal. This guy, Anon, doesn't know we're not hitting that goal. Anon doesn't know we're not getting another 100 subs. He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
And make sure you're never awkwardly fumbling at the checkout again. What really turns this into a full system is the Finder card, a thin tracker that fits right on top, links to your phone, and makes your wallet effectively unlosable. That peace of mind is huge if you're constantly traveling or out in the field doing research. And for those trips, their travel pack vacuum kit is a total game changer. It could triple your packing space using anti-rip nylon bags and a portable USB-C rechargeable pump, keeping your gear compressed, organized, and
I don't know if you need this specific brand, but I will say if you are traveling, you absolutely should do vacuum seal bags. I hate traveling with a bunch of shit. I don't like to travel with more than one suitcase ever, and I only like to travel with carry-ons. I hate checking in. And let me tell you, those ones are dope. And you can buy like the hand pumps or like the electric ones. I have one of them. They're super, super dope. They're super dope. Are they reusable? Yeah, for sure. They're goated. They're goated. They're goated. But don't put anything in there that you don't want to get wrinkled. Is the only thing. That's the only thing. I don't know if this brand is good. TBQH. I just get the plastic ones that are like on Amazon. They are dope. If you travel and you hate having to bring a bunch of shit. I'm not gonna lie. I did something crazy the other time that I traveled, and I took my favorite pillow with me, and I vacuum sealed that shit. The only downside is that it weighs a fuck ton. Yeah, but I only take carry-ons. I hate bringing big luggage with me. But anyways, Rare BC, thank you for the gift sub. Clavington, thank you for the gift sub. Rhetoric, thank you for the 33 months. Rare BC, thank you for the tier 1 also. Science as a candle in the dark. Thank you for the 10 gift subs. Kirby, thank you for the 5 gift subs. I do want to say thank you. Anon again, thank you for the 50 gifties. I do want to say thank you for all of these. The Denims broadcasting service is brought to you by viewers like you, for viewers like yourself. Like you, yourself, and you. If you would like to support this broadcast, if you like never watching any ads ever on this broadcast, if you like never having to deal with any sponsors like this, because this stream is not, in fact, sponsored by anyone. If I ever say I like a product, it's because I actually just like the product. I am not getting paid any amount of money. If you enjoy no sponsors, no ads, and you would like to show some support for the channel, it really does only exist with your support. Feel free to throw a prime. If your prime is just sitting there collecting dust, you're sitting there thinking, be a great opportunity to use it. If you have a tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 you'd like to throw this way, I would also really like that. Or you can gift some subbies to some other chatters who are currently naked and afraid in chat. Naked, afraid, and maybe even alone in chat. Made possible by viewers like you. Here we go. Thank you for the prime. Ben, thank you for the prime. Dimmy, thank you for the prime. Comment, thank you for the prime. Kay, thank you for the 3 months for the Leon Fund. Yes, and we are 70 subs away from Leon Kennedy throwing it back. Crazy style. Insane style. Afterwards. 67 away. Fuck. Countryman, you're a sick person. You are a sick person. What video is this? Video titled? This is Overzealot's video titled In Defense of Cuba, How the Media Lies to You. I will send a link a couple more times. Scarlett, thank you so much for the 5 gifts. Kane, thank you for the 3 months. Cruzy, thank you for the 32 months. Lucky, thank you so much for the prime. Fizz, thank you so much for the 5 gifts. Brian, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Heck, thank you for the Prime. Jaeger, thank you for the 3 months. Pack Flu, thank you for the Prime. Tar, thank you so much for the 9 months. Hunter, thank you again for the 10. Not them streaming RE9 later. Good goal. How much for Pantsless Leon mod? I kind of wanted to download mods. Probably not for... No mods today, if we do the gaming stream. Definitely mods next time. Cheeks out for Leon. Oh my god. Gurumi, thank you for the 50. Let's fucking shit. Thank you for the 50 gift subs. Thank you so much. Thank you. If you don't say thank you and you got gifted pants by a generous chatter in here, Dan Clancy will personally show up and beat the shit out of you. I got word from the higher ups. That's what happens, by the way. By the way, that's what fucking happens. All right? Have you said thank you even? Have you said thank you even once to Mr. President? Green, thank you for the Prime. Stu, Boy, thank you for the Prime. Lynx, thank you for the 5 months. Cap Calloway, thank you for the 38 months. Misguided Penguin, thank you for the 11 months. Thank you again for the 50 gift subs, Gurumi. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Okay, fine. We will Resident Evil today. We will Resident Evil. All right, but we're getting back to the video.
Without adding bulk. Extra is currently running a spring sale until April 13th with up to 45% off. And if you use the promo code OVERZEALOTS, you'll get an extra 20% off for a limited time. Click the link below and shop with confidence knowing that Extra offers a 100-day money-back guarantee. Now let's get back to the video. In 1492, the infamous colonizer Christopher Columbus came in contact with and reported on the existence of a beautiful island we now know as Cuba. It wasn't actually Columbus who launched the conquest of Cuba, and it wouldn't be for another 19 years until somebody did. And that someone was a Spanish conquistador by the name of Diego de Velázquez, who invaded and started the Spanish colonization of the island in 1511. Prior to his conquest, Cuba was inhabited by multiple groups indigenous to the Americas. The earliest to arrive on the island were the Guanahatabes, migrants from the forests of northern South America who lived hunter-gatherer lifestyles. Soon after came the Cibone, and then the Taino. The Taino made up the majority of the population by the time of contact with the Spanish, were skilled agriculturalists and very hospitable, according to Spanish accounts. They cultivated yucca root, which...
And by the way, guys, if you've never looked into the history of the colonization of the Americas, I want to say you should look into it, but it is all really depressing because pretty much across the board in the Americas, the native population here were always described, every account was they were willing to share their food even if they had little. They were willing to share their beds even if they had few. They did not seem to have want or need for more, and we fucking massacred all of them. Sorry, I was being hyperbolic. We didn't care how kind they were. We massacred them relentlessly, and we attempt to enslave. And any and all colonizers that came to the Americas attempted to enslave the indigenous people here en masse. And if they refused to be enslaved, they killed themselves. That was the solution. And that was a necessary cost of colonization. It got so bad in Cuba, there were mass suicides to escape Spanish slavery. It's so depressing. And so why when people talk about like American slavery and they don't understand that like it was a very important factor, because this colonization, it's a very real effort. I forget this stupid dumb quote from Andor, but like colonization and imperial colonialism is a very real active effort by every party involved. And when enslaving the native population became impossible, they realized, oh, you can't just grab someone who's lived here their entire life, who's known nothing but freedom, and expect them to just be okay with being enslaved, to expect them to never fight back. Yeah, the domination requires constant maintenance, and that's why it became integral to slave trade to rip people away from their homes, rip people away from their families, and separate people so they had nothing. the other thing is, the indigenous people here obviously knew the territory. They knew the area. They knew the land. They had massive advantages. If they wanted to flee, they knew where to flee, and they knew where they could go for safety that would be impossible to follow. When we ripped people during the rape of Africa, and we stole millions of slaves, it was very important that they had nowhere they could go, that we took them somewhere they didn't know, that if they wanted to escape enslavement, where would they go? Like the first boats of enslaved peoples from Africa, what chance did they have? They don't know this area. They don't know anyone here. They don't know there's nothing there. And then you would separate them from their families, and then they would have nothing. And even that was still a constant maintenance. Because it is not the natural state for any human being to be enslaved. So it was very important that, first of all, they would be easily othered, easily identifiable, and that they were separated from all their culture, from their family, from their land, and that they would feel as hopeless as you could, make a person feel. So yeah, I'm sorry. Everyone in here should absolutely read up on that stuff, but it is actually so fucking unbelievably depressing.
They baked into cassava bread, grew cotton, tobacco, and lived in houses known as bohíos, structures designed so efficiently that Spanish settlers were quick to copy them, and which remain a feature of Cuban architecture today. In fact, the very name Cuba comes from the Taíno language. Now, the reason I'm telling you all of this is to weed out the presumptions that many Westerners hold about indigenous societies and the perceived superiority of the European way of life. The truth is, fruitful, ingenious, and rich indigenous cultures have existed all over the world prior to European settler colonialism, and unfortunately, many of us will never know about them. The arrogance of the colonizer is such that replacing a rich indigenous culture with a system of colonial looting and slavery is somehow branded as an improvement, and in some cases, portrayed as a great favor done to the colonized peoples. But that isn't true. In Cuba's case, the immense suffering inflicted on the island stands as a direct testament to the ills of colonialism and the post-colonial legacy it left behind. Once the Spanish took over the island, they enacted the encomienda system. As historian Greg Grandin explains in his book, America, America, the encomienda system, in the context of the Americas, refers to a kind of slavery, but indios encomendados, or commended Indians, weren't considered private property or chattel. Rather, they were formerly something like wards, members of an existing village or community who, in exchange for labor, were to receive instruction in Christian doctrine from their overlords, their guardian encomenderos. The encomienda was important, but it was just one of many coerced labor systems. As the indigenous workforce began to deplete due to mistreatment and disease, the Spanish, starting in the 1520s, began bringing over African slaves in large numbers to fill their roles. By the late 1700s, in response to the sugar boom, huge waves of enslaved Africans were brought to Cuba to work on sugar.
Her camera is so fucking big, and it bothers me.
The delay on that.
Plantations. This sharpened the class contradictions, exacerbated racial stratification, and solidified Cuba as a racial slave state. For those who may be unfamiliar, the Spanish imposed brutal racial hierarchies in their colonies. In Cuba, it looked roughly like this. Peninsulars, white Spaniards born in Spain, were at the top. Below them were Creoles, the descendants of Spanish colonizers born in the Americas. And beneath them were indigenous and African peoples, with free people of color, which Cuba had a relatively large number of, placed above enslaved Africans.
Civilized people, by the way, bringing civilization to the violent and barbaric savages, by the way.
While the Spanish originally envisioned their colonies as a binary system of two legally distinct republics, the Republic of Spaniards and the Republic of Indians, as they referred to it, this framework fell apart fairly quickly, especially in Cuba's case, where, largely due to the massive decline of the indigenous population, the mass importation of enslaved Africans, and mixing between all these groups, it devolved into a weird and gross caste system based on blood and lineage, where proximity to blackness placed you lower in the social order. By the mid to late 1800s, the Creoles, the descendants of the Spanish born in Cuba, started to sharpen their nationalist movements and aimed to fight off the Spanish-born peninsulars, who had monopolized power. Much of this movement was largely concerned with maintaining the existing social order, but just swapping the peninsulars at the top with the Creoles, the Cuban-born elites. Even when the 10 Years' War for Independence began in 1868, led by plantation owners who wanted to boot out the Spanish, the movement was conflicted over issues like slavery and maintaining the existing social order. There was, however, a Creole by the name of Jose Marti who despised the racial stratification and sought to unite Cubans of all races in one national liberatory struggle for independence. Marti formed the Cuban Revolutionary Party in 1892 with the goal to unite the fractured independence movements in the country, and by 1895, the final war for Cuban independence from the Spanish began. In just 3 years, the rebels, whom Marti was no longer a part of as he died early in battle, had so badly beaten the Spanish that they were on the verge of collapse. Cuban independence was closer than ever, but the rebels failed to consider one very important thing: the audacity of the United States. See, the US had
I'm not mad, you're mad, chat.
long coveted the island and wanted to take it over from the Spanish. You can see figures as old as Thomas Jefferson and John Quincy Adams fantasizing about this. The US is also notorious for playing dirty, and its meddling in 1898 stripped the hard-earned victory away from the Cuban rebels. As Grandin recounts the story, white and black Cubans fought side by side, with free people of color and former slaves obtaining the highest military ranks. Black officers commanded ordinary soldiers of lighter skin, marching.
Make no mistake, by the way. Culture wars have existed in this country for since the inception of this country. And the impoverished white people in this country, centuries ago, found themselves standing side by side and realizing they had
like at all, because I heard camera is so fucking big and it bothers me.
Shut up. Shut up and give him talking. The poorest white Americans in this country hundreds of years ago saw that they had more in common with black slaves than they did their overlords, their capitalist colonial overlords. And once those same capitalist colonialist overlords began to realize this, what did they do? They improved the conditions of the white people just barely enough, and they disincentivized any type of class solidarity by benefiting the white slave owners, or even the white non-slave owners. Because as long as you're above the other people, you can look down and be like, well, at least I'm not that. Once your conditions are about the same as your neighbor's conditions, it becomes really hard to not experience any class solidarity. And that's why all of the culture war shit you see in the media today, it's just the same thing again. It's literally just the same thing again. No, it's all of the immigrants taking your job. Be careful. That immigrant is trying to take your cookie. Meanwhile, the guy saying it is the one that's actually stealing everything. Poor whites were targeted for positions of status and things that made very little material difference in their lives. He was probably one of the most tragic and disgraceful marks of the Spanish Empire. Dirt, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. What's the video I'm watching? This is Overzealot's video titled In Defense of Cuba, How the Media Lies to You.
Through the Cuban countryside, taking over plantations, setting cane fields ablaze, and occupying villages and cities. In the years after Marti's death, Spain's army had fallen back, disordered and demoralized. There was little doubt that the insurgents would win. Then, on February 15th, 1898, the gunpowder magazines on board the USS Maine exploded, killing most of its crew and sinking the ship, which had been anchored in Havana's harbor. President William McKinley used the explosion, which he blamed on Spain, as a pretext to enter the war, dispatching the U.S. Navy to Puerto Rico, Guam, the Philippines, and Cuba. United States troops easily took Spain's island colonies and, in Cuba, shunted aside the rebel army. A new government, supervised by a military staff that included ex-Confederates like Fitzhugh Lee, Robert E. Lee's nephew, imposed a system of racial segregation roughly based on the model of the post-Reconstruction South. Washington kept Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines, but granted nominal independence to Cuba. The United States did insist that the new republic include in its constitution a clause called the Platt Amendment after Connecticut Senator Orville Platt. that granted the United States the right to intervene in the nation's affairs at will. So, to summarize, the Cuban War for Independence from Spain was fought by Cuban rebels of all different backgrounds, united by a shared goal of long overdue liberation and equality. They did all the heavy lifting and brought the Spanish to the brink of collapse. The US then used an explosion on one of its ships as a pretext to declare war on Spain, took over Cuba and occupied it until 1902, sidelined and disbanded the multiracial independence army, who again did all the work, imposed some white supremacists who installed another system of racial segregation, and added a constitutional amendment stipulating that the US could intervene in Cuba however the fuck it wants at any time. Nice. So at this point, the Spanish are out, and the new Cuban Constitution of 1901 gives the Yankees the ability to militarily intervene in Cuba whenever they want, control Cuba's foreign and economic policies, and seize land for US naval bases. This neo-colonial control over Cuba allowed for US corporate interests to get extremely rich at the expense of the vast majority of the island's inhabitants. As Aviva Chomsky puts it in her book on the matter, Cuban politics remained hostage to the United States, while US companies and investors took control of the major sectors of Cuba's economy. By 1905, 60% of Cuba's rural land was owned by US citizens or companies. US investors also controlled 90% of Cuba's tobacco trade, the country's iron, copper, and nickel mines, its railroads, and its electricity and telephone systems. And things only got worse from there. She goes on to elucidate the state of Cuba on the eve of the revolution that brought Castro's government to power. One could say that there were at least two Cubas in the 1950s. One was the 1.5 million who were jobless or who belonged to the rural poor, including landless workers and campesinos with small plots. These impoverished Cubans survived mostly on rice, a few beans, and sugar water, creating the naked children, their swollen stomachs testifying to an unbalanced diet and infection from parasitic worms that sociologist Lori Nelson found everywhere in rural Cuba in 1950. At the other end of the spectrum, the 900,000 or so wealthiest Cubans controlled 43% of the country's income. These were the people who had money to spend on frequent shopping jaunts to Miami, luxurious air-conditioned homes, and even mausoleums complete with elevators, air conditioners, and telephones, to make sure they continued to enjoy a high level of comfort in the afterlife. In between, another 3.5 million struggled to make ends meet. What was it that this little guy was saying again?
Under Bautista, Cuba was one of the richest countries in Latin America. It was on the upswing.
All right, dude, sure. Cuba's close integration with the US economy meant that almost everything Cubans bought was imported from the United States, and the cost of living was as high or higher than in the United States. But Cuban wages were much lower, and Cubans had none of the social services and guarantees that US citizens enjoyed. Cuba was forced into an all-too-familiar position of dependency, where it would export its raw materials just to import manufactured goods from the imperial core that cost more than it made through its exports. Its resources were coveted and appropriated by the US, vast tracts of Cuban land were held in reserve by American companies, leaving them idle while Cubans remained landless and hungry. Now, in order for the US to maintain this dynamic of subjugating the majority of the Cuban population for the benefit of a slim portion of Cuban elites and US companies, it installed a comprador government in Cuba to remain friendly to US interests. That's where this man, Fulgencio Batista, comes into the story. A little context. In 1933, a nationalist government came into power in Cuba, and among other progressive things, it abrogated the Platt Amendment. Remember that thing that gave the US the ability to do whatever it wanted with Cuba? Well, this was unacceptable to the Americans, who were disgusted at the thought of Cubans manufacturing their own destiny, so US officials began conspiring with the Cuban military officer by the name of Batista. U.S. Ambassador Sumner Wells privately cultivated.
Why do you hate America? Better question should be, why don't you hate it more? Like, look at the history of my country, dog.
Batista, suggesting to him that the very great majority of the commercial and financial interests in Cuba who are looking for protection could only find such protection in himself, and that the United States would look approvingly on an overthrow of the revolutionary government. Batista took him up on that offer. He forced the sitting Cuban president to resign, replaced him with a conservative, and in January of 1934, with U.S. support, he began ruling Cuba from behind the scenes as the Army Chief of Staff, propping up various civilian presidents to serve as his face. As Aviva Chomsky summarized, directly or behind the scenes, Batista would remain a power maker until 1959. From 1934 to 44 and 1952 to 59, Batista was the ultimate authority in Cuba. And that latter reign of his, the one that started in 1952, saw him return to power by force in a coup and establish a brutal US-backed dictatorship, sparking the Cuban Revolution. This is a CIA document comparing the brutality of Fulgencio Batista's regime with the rule of Fidel Castro. It goes on to point out that tens of thousands of individuals were murdered by Batista's regime, that his forces had killed on a whim, and that the anti-Batista forces in the country had the support of up to 90% of the population by 1958. And crucially, it goes on to write that the large-scale campaigns of murders and terrorism characteristic of the last years of the Batista regime have not occurred during the Castro regime. Even JFK commented in a 1960 speech, Fulgencio Batista murdered 20,000 Cubans in 7 years, a greater proportion of the Cuban population than the proportion of Americans who died in both world wars. The reason I tell you this is to challenge the narrative that many of us are fed about the Cuban Revolution and to show that the vast majority of the population supported Che, Castro, and the rebels, and that the true bloodthirsty tyrant in Cuba was the guy that the Americans propped up. I mean, Batista's ruthless secret police force, the Bureau for the Repression of Communist Activities, was straight up funded and advised by the CIA. To quickly remind you before we go
This is literally like trying to talk to people about Iran. And they're like, no, all of the Iranians love America and they love when America bombs them. They love that. Trust me, I would know. No, trust me. Iran, they want the Shah. They actually want the Shah's son. Yeah. Famously, they loved the Shah the first time around when we, like, put the Shah in power. And nothing bad happened after that. And then, I don't know, there's like a missing page here in my history book. So we should put him in again. It's like, you just born yesterday? Or do you have like a cabinet of snake oil? Or are you just plain stupid? Like, which one is it?
Further, the state of Cuba prior to the revolution was one where the U.S. had essentially...
Yeah, the Iranians are crying out for Pahlavi. It's like, first of all, yes, do the Iranian people want change from the current leadership, from the Ayatollah? Yes, absolutely. And then you poll and see how many Iranians are pro getting bombed by the US. And it's like less than 20%. It's like 18% or something even smaller than that. It's like, wow, shocking. Isn't that crazy? Whoa. It's almost like US intervention is fucking terrible 99.99999% of the time.
Transformed it into a playpen for American companies and elites to get rich at the direct expense of...
They really seem to want Mark bars. It's always Mark bar this and Mark bar that.
The majority of Cubans who were exploited by this setup. As the renowned journalist John Lee Anderson wrote, by the mid-1950s, Cuba was earning a reputation where weekend Americans came to gamble, drink, and carouse with Havana's many prostitutes. A notorious character named Schwartzman ran a theater featuring hardcore blue films and live sex performances, and the American crime syndicates were moving in as well, opening nightclubs and gambling casinos, all at a time where the majority of Cubans were suffering immensely. Now, this segment of the video is not going to be me portraying Cuba as some sort of utopia and acting like everything was smooth sailing the second the rebels took over. It's going to be an honest assessment of Cuba's conditions pre-revolution and how they improved in the years that followed. But first, let's rewind a bit and tell the story of how the revolution came to be. In the wake of Batista's 1952 coup and the subsequent US recognition of his government, a new generation of young activists became directly radicalized. They saw not only their hopes of democracy crushed, but also the US support and co-sign of Batista's tyrannical rule, prioritizing its anti-communist obsession over the well-being of Cubans. One of the individuals radicalized during this time was a young lawyer by the name of Fidel Castro, who, tired of operating strictly through legal means in the face of a dictator who couldn't care less about rules and laws, began embracing armed struggle as a way to achieve liberation. Forgive me if I'm jumping forward a bit here, but it's worth noting that Fidel Castro was not originally a communist or even all too hostile to the US. He was an economic nationalist who didn't want to see Cuba ripped off and exploited. This was fully understood by US officials who noted that Castro was appointing relatively conservative and even anti-communist.
It's kind of giving Americans talking about China and calling it a communist shithole for like 2 or 3 decades straight. And then the second that China starts overtaking the US, they're like, it's actually super capitalist and that's why it's amazing. It's like, wow, isn't it so convenient? When the country is doing poorly, it's communist. And when the country is doing well, it's capitalist in your brain. Oh, okay. Can you define these words for me? No, you can't. Interesting how that works. Okay, dude, that's fine. No. That's fine. That's fine.
Figures to his government once he assumed power, but I'm getting ahead of myself. On July 26, 1953, so just a year after Batista came to power in a coup, Castro led roughly 160 rebels in an attack on the Moncada barracks in Santiago de Cuba, hoping to ignite a mass popular uprising. Militarily, it was a mess. The revolt failed, and many of the rebels were captured, tortured, and executed. Fidel and his brother Raul were imprisoned, but Fidel used the trial as a platform. He delivered his now famous "History will absolve me" speech, and he went on to lay out a political platform that would later become the basis of the revolution. He laid out the 5 revolutionary laws that the Moncada attackers intended to implement: restoration and implementation of the 1940 Constitution, an agrarian reform putting land in the hand of those who tilled it, obligation of employers to share profits with workers, guaranteed markets for small sugar farmers, and confiscation of all enterprises obtained through fraud and corruption. All of these revolutionary laws, he emphasized, were based on the Constitution itself, which restricted large land holdings and provided labor rights, wrote Chomsky. Following a public amnesty campaign, Fidel and his brother were released in May 1955 and formally founded the July 26th movement, named in commemoration of their 1953 Moncada attack. They then went into exile in Mexico to regroup and reorganize, where they met new revolutionaries, including the legendary Ernesto Che Guevara, and began solidifying the movement. In November of 1956, 82 rebels crowded onto the yacht Granma and sailed for Cuba. Disaster greeted the landing. Delayed, ambushed, and nearly wiped out, a small handful of survivors managed to retreat into the Sierra Maestra mountain range in southeastern Cuba. From there, the revolution expanded on 2 fronts, the Sierra and the Llano. The Sierra referred to the war waged by mountain guerrilla fighters, while the Llano referred to the struggle in the cities, where an urban underground initiated strikes, carried out sabotage, and engaged in armed resistance against the regime. As the rebels waged war from the Sierra Maestra, they began to gain the trust of the peasantry, who had been horrifically neglected by the Batista regime and suffered from diseases, poverty, illiteracy, and landlessness. The rebels, by treating these people with respect, treating them medically, and even teaching them to read, created a vital and expansive network for intelligence and new recruits. In April of 1958, the revolutionary movement engaged in a general strike with the hopes that it would topple the dictator, but it failed. This failure actually emboldened Batista and gave him the confidence to launch a massive offensive in the hopes that he could finally crush the insurgency. He sent 10,000 troops with tanks and air support after the rebels in the Sierra Maestra. Amazingly, despite being hugely outnumbered and utilizing inferior weaponry, the rebels, due to their discipline and familiarity with the terrain, defeated Batista's army. The Battle of El Gig in July of 1958 saw an entire army battalion surrender to the rebels and marked the end of Batista's offensive. In late 1958, rebel
That's a Chad moment. Yeah, that's a, yeah, yep. I better see some fucking Chads. Yep. You taking Hasan refugees? Yes. Come one, come all. Welcome.
forces, led by Che Guevara, seized Santa Clara and smashed what was left of the regime. Batista fled on January 1st, 1959, as the rebels entered Havana to enormous popular support, marking a complete triumph of the revolution. As Aviva Chomsky writes in regards to the popularity of the revolution, the Cuban population was overwhelmingly supportive of the new government and its reforms. The only opposition came from close supporters of Batista and members of his military, and property holders whose properties were threatened. As U.S. opposition to Castro
No,
cemented...
please, won't someone think of the shareholders? No!
His popularity in Cuba remained strong. U.S. policymakers needed to consider the continued emotional attachment to Fidel Castro as a national symbol by the bulk of the Cuban people, as well as the continued belief by virtually all Cubans in the need for social and economic changes embodied to date only in Castro's revolutionary program.
Fidel Castro ruled his people through what? Through fear.
Did your friend from Miami tell you that?
1 million machete-wielding peasants jammed the square before Cuba's national capital in response to the call of Fidel Castro for a celebration of the 6th anniversary of his 26th of July revolutionary movement. It is perhaps the greatest mass rally ever staged in the Western Hemisphere, a telling demonstration of Castro's sway over the Cuban masses.
Fidel Castro ruled his people through what? Through fear.
With all that said, the story of the Cuban Revolution is one of united struggle against a tyrannical despot. Guerrilla fighters stationed themselves in the mountains, cared for the peasantry by treating them with dignity, teaching them to read and fight, providing medical aid, and awakening class consciousness, while agents in the cities carried out...
It's kind of giving when Americans talk about Iranian women and they're like, the Iranian women are literally enslaved, and they can't read, and they don't drive, and they all wear burqas, and yeah, it's like, can I just know where you got this idea from? I just want to, you can just point at the oppression of women without exaggerating for literally no fucking reason at all. Iranian women are more highly educated than practically any fucking American. Like, they happen to have higher literacy rates, education, and degrees than the average American. No, that's fake, because I saw in a Grok say that Iranians are... I'm tired. I'm going to go get burger now.
Strikes and sabotage in a coordinated effort to topple the regime. It's a story of solidarity, revolutionary struggle, and liberation. The kind of shit you'd expect Americans to find cool given their own history and romanticization of their revolution. In fact, the Cuban one was way cooler. It was rooted in social reforms, alleviating extreme poverty, and fighting imperialism. The Americans, by contrast, fought the British so that they could keep genociding the natives to the west of the original 13 colonies, but that's another story. And
I mean, the Americans just wanted to do the genociding and the exploitation and personally profit. They just didn't want to pay any of the profit off to somebody else. They were like, wait a minute. Hold up. We're the ones doing the work with all the genociding. We should make all the money off the genociding. Hey.
Oversimplification, I'll admit. But the point is, when the topic turns to Cuba, those in the upper echelons of Western society refuse to show it any grace or charity, even though its history is one of colonialism, whether Spanish or the US neocolonialism that followed, and revolutionary struggle for liberation. We've grown so accustomed to pointing at Cuba and mocking it for its relative poverty for political points that we fail to see that we're laughing at the way it survives while our countries strangle it, to paraphrase that Castro quote. So for this segment, I'll dedicate some time to highlighting all that Cuba has achieved and all the selflessness it shows to countries in need. I know things are looking bleak in Cuba right now, largely due to the US blockade. I don't think I need to remind you about the negatives when that's all the Western media loves to go on about. Instead, let this video serve as a counterbalance that highlights all that's commendable about post-revolutionary Cuba. Immediately upon taking over, the new Cuban revolutionary government got to work implementing the Moncada program, making good on Castro's platform outlined back during his trial in '53. Cuba at this time was suffering from immense income inequality exacerbated by the years of colonialism, neocolonialism, US-backed dictatorship, and a collaborationist comprador Cuban elite. As we've already
seen... What is the
seen,
creator's name? Overzealots. I posted the link like 40 times, but I'll post another 50.
Those who aim to diminish the results of the Cuban Revolution love to claim
Sorry,
that...
my mom called. Can you go back 20 minutes? Shut up.
Prior to Castro...
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. Let's just start over.
Cuba was a rich country.
Cuba had in 1958, the year before Castro took over, the highest standard of living of any Latin American country and half of Europe.
However...
Sorry, I'm just like, I almost screamed out loud. You gotta love when people talk about the standard of living, but what they mean is the standard of living of like the slave owners and the plantation owners and the ruling class. They were living really well. You know, during the French Revolution, right before that, The French were living really well. And by the French, I mean the royalty. Were living really well. Like those 3 guys in charge in a trench coat, they were really living it up. Everybody else, well, those aren't people, so who cares?
This is the same old dishonest
Dow.
bullshit said about many
Dow.
pre-revolutionary societies where the riches are funneled straight to the upper echelons while the masses live in squalor. To quote Vijay Prashad and Noam Chomsky on the matter, a study by professors in Havana from 1957 noted, the city of Havana is living in an epoch of extraordinary prosperity while in the countryside, people, especially the agricultural workers, are living in sluggish, miserable, and desperate conditions too difficult to believe. That is why the new revolution's agrarian reform law was so eagerly anticipated. See, one of the ways the revolutionary government tackled this issue of inequality was by limiting land holdings and redistributing land to the peasantry. Contrary to what you may have heard, Castro did offer compensation for this. These agrarian reforms not only broke up the latifundia, huge estates controlled by a small, typically white elite whose power flowed directly from colonial era.
But did you consider that if we took Elon Musk's wealth, it would be mean to him? Did you consider that? He really worked hard for that, okay? He worked so hard for that wealth. And by worked hard, I mean not at all. And by that, I mean he stole a bunch of random shit from random other people and pretended like it was his own. PayPal, definitely his own. Tesla, definitely his own. That emerald mine, definitely his own, okay? It's not funny. You think it's easy to do a kilo of ketamine every single day?
Land structures, but also led to the expropriation, again with compensation, and redistribution of the vast arable land hoarded by foreign companies to the detriment of the Cuban masses. To quote Arnold August's Cuba and Its Neighbors, according to a 2008 U.S. Department of Agriculture report, in the late 1950s, U.S. interests owned 75% of the arable land. The end result of these land reforms was the distribution of land to over 100,000 landless farmers who had previously lived in poverty. Aside from the land reforms, Castro's government emphasized the need for human services and more radical change, and they wasted no time getting going. The urban reform...
But like, what would the actual farmers know about farming on that land? Like, if we gave them all of the money, they wouldn't even know, like, what would they even know about how to spend it? It's not even, it's like, what you expect the farmers to make financial decisions about their farming land? Like, trust me, we should give it to this other guy who knows nothing about anything, and that guy would definitely run that farmland better.
Of 1960 set rents to no more than 10% of a family's income, mortgage rates were cut, landlords were forbidden to evict their tenants, and the owners of urban land were obliged to sell vacant sites at low prices to anyone planning to build a house, wrote historian Richard Gott. Utility rates for electricity, transport, and telephone services were slashed to make them more affordable for the working class. Real wages increased by about 15%, and social services were quickly expanded to include free schooling, healthcare, medicine, water, social security, burial services, and more. In 1961, the government took massive strides to combat illiteracy, and according to historian Paco Ignacio Taibo II, the results were spectacular. 707,000 people had been taught to read and write, and only 3.9% of the population was illiterate after just 2 years of revolution and just one mass campaign. I feel like when it comes to judging the progress made by a developing country, some of us have this tendency to compare it to imperialist Western nations and then mock it for being relatively behind. But that's not exactly fair, is it? These countries don't have centuries of colonial plundering under their belts to thank for their wealth. They were on the receiving end of that brutal structure all this time. Shouldn't we be comparing these countries to A, where they started from, and B, their neighbors? In the case of Cuba, the improvements were astonishing. Take the aforementioned health services as an example. Prior to the revolution, things were atrocious. Rural infant and maternal mortality rates were the second highest in Latin America, noted professor of Latin American political economy, Helen Jaffa. So when our annoying little friend over here recites the claim that Cuba's infant mortality rate was actually already low prior to Castro,
Here's the Wall Street Journal. The Cuba that Castro inherited was developing but relatively prosperous and ranked third in Latin America in doctors and dentists and daily calorie consumption per capita. Its infant mortality rate was the lowest in the region.
he's operating on skewed data, where the affluent parts of Cuba mess up the numbers and mask the brutal inequality and suffering in the rural parts. Yaffe goes on to write, some 80% of children in the countryside suffered intestinal parasites in 1959. It was the #1 cause of death, and 60% of the rural population was seriously undernourished. Life expectancy in rural areas was 50 years, 60 nationally. There was only one rural hospital, only 4% of rural Cubans ate meat, only 3% had bread, less than 20% had eggs, only 2% had running water, 9% had electricity, and as Yaffe goes on, the true enemy of public health, a report noted, was economic underdevelopment, feudal exploitation, the latifundia plantation system, and its consequences. Fidel Castro, Che Guevara, and the revolutionary government remedied this. They established the rural medical services to provide those suffering in the countryside with aid so that no one was left sick, dying, and forgotten anywhere in the country. A free, universal healthcare system was created, infant mortality
Okay. At least I don't swallow like you.
dropped to under 10 deaths per 1,000 live births by the 1990s and to under 5 deaths by 2017, a rate lower than that of the much richer United States and 10 times lower than Cuba's closest neighbor, Haiti. This represented a significant improvement over pre-revolutionary Cuba, where infant mortality stood at 60 per 1,000 live births overall and 100 per 1,000 in rural areas. Not to mention that maternal mortality was 120 deaths per 100,000 births, with only half of all births in the country taking place in hospitals in the 1950s. By the 1990s, 99% of births were taking place in hospitals. Life expectancy has soared from nearly 60 years before the revolution, when there were only around 6,000 physicians, mostly stationed in Havana, to nearly 80 years today, with over 70,000 physicians spread across the entire country, as is noted in Pedro Ross's How the
I mean, Cuba literally still exports its doctors.
The workers' parliaments saved the Cuban Revolution. Thanks to a national immunization campaign that began in 1962, the Cuban government was able to radically combat disease. Polio was eradicated that same year, malaria in 68, diphtheria in 71, measles in 93, rubella in 95, and so on and so forth. And when we compare Cuba's economic performance to that of its Latin American contemporaries, it substantially
Okay, but have they solved the fact that measles are coming back in a big way in the United States? I don't think so.
outperformed them, especially during the 70s and 80s. To be specific, between 1970 to 1988, Cuba enjoyed an annual economic growth rate that averaged 4.1%, while the comparable growth figure for Latin America during that time was just 1.2%. In the 80s, the rest of Latin America suffered an extreme debt crisis that caused the region's overall GDP to plummet by almost 10% between 1981 and 1984, while Cuba experienced an economic boom at that time with an annual average growth rate of 7.3%. It wasn't until Cuba's trading partners ceased to exist and the US economic warfare intensified that Cuba began to suffer substantially. But we'll get to that later. First, we haven't even touched on the social improvements in the wake of the Cuban Revolution. Castro's government immediately banned all forms of racial discrimination in private and public life. Prior to the revolution, Cuba had segregated beaches, clubs, schools, and so forth. The revolutionary government outlawed this while promoting gender equality and the integration of women into the workforce. Now, if I were to tell you, my mostly Western audience, that post-revolutionary Cuba also boasts a unique form of participatory democracy, odds are a good amount of you wouldn't believe me. And that's fine. Again, I'm not here to pretend that Cuba is perfect or that they have everything figured out, but rather to challenge your preconceptions, specifically about democracy and what actually constitutes it. In the West,
I think the biggest problem is that for a lot of Americans, they wrongfully assume that their like very surface level knowledge about a country or like a nation or a culture or history is the full like it's the complete full story. It's like You ever see people post that one photo and it's like Iran in 1960 and Iran in 2025? And that's it. Like, that is the full understanding of like the average American about Iran. They're like, yeah, Iran is when it was good and then it was bad and now Muslim. Dunning-Kruger, I mean, I would argue that it's more so just like a complete lack of knowledge. I am Israeli and this is my chat message. Bro, you're missing the rallies, bro. You gotta go. Don't miss the rallies. I think they're in Dimona. For real, for real. Go, 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 go. In the voice of that ICE agent. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go.
Particularly in the US, democracy seems to be something people do once every 4 years where they go out and vote for one of two corrupt politicians from two corrupt parties. All while their material realities steadily decline over time, and it seems as though fundamental change never comes, no matter how badly the populace wants it. Take universal health care in the US, for example. The masses want it, it's a popular demand, but no matter the color tie on the president, it never comes. As the saying goes, in America you could change the party, but not the policy. In a place like Cuba, sure, you have one party that serves as an ideological vanguard, but the policies can actually be changed and the masses can exert some form of control on a grassroots level. That's why, as Arnold August notes, Cuba is an example of democracy in motion, as opposed to the stagnant, decrepit bullshit that takes place in the US. And in case you don't believe me, I'll quickly explain how the system of participatory democracy looks in Cuba. Right off the bat, it's worth mentioning that many Cubans reject the imposition of multi-party systems and argue that before 1959, Cuba had political parties, but no democracy. A direct rebuttal to the idea that the two are inextricably linked. But before we get into that, we should probably lay some groundwork and talk about what democracy even is and why it's important. Aviva Chomsky, in her book A History of the Cuban Revolution, has a great succinct passage that perfectly...
I think it's similar for other Westerners, though, in different flavor. Europeans often know much more about such topics than Americans, but it's all poisoned by extreme propaganda here, so they're even more set in the capitalism good, enemies bad, even if, yes, we should have healthcare, lol. Isn't it crazy how every communist-run country thinks of the women and includes them in the workforce, thus strengthening the country as a whole? I want to say two things. First of all, totally agree with you on that one, Solo, but also, I think the problem is that Americans just, okay, it's a massive education problem. So, college is a scam because you have to overpay for a degree. And the main purpose of that degree is not actually for you to learn anything. It's just to show that you have this piece of paper. That's it. That's the primary, that is the primary reason and the primary purpose of a degree in this country. Whereas the reason for a degree should be that it gives you a better understanding of the world. It makes you better at the work that you do. And you get hired regardless of whether you have the degree or not. Whether you have the piece of paper or not. That the most qualified person, regardless of education, gets the degree, or sorry, gets the job, but you're just more likely to get a job because the degree gave you all of this education. Currently, it's not that way. It's just the case that even if you try the minimal amount, you get the degree, now you are a more acceptable candidate for a variety of jobs, right? It's just to prove that you went to college. It's just to prove that you can show up enough times and you can get a high enough score that they'll let you pass. That's it. And it's really sad. So when I talk about education being a scam, that's what I mean when I say that higher education in this country is a scam. However, now that you guys have that in mind, it sucks because really good educators will, and really good universities will teach you that you know very little, right? So you get like these introductory courses, and in a good world with good education, you get professors that know so much about a topic, that's why they're teaching the topic, that they can show you that you are barely scratching the surface on any particular degree or topic or whatever. And I'm sure many of you guys that went to college, many of you guys that went to universities, you understand what I'm talking about, where you have like one professor that knows so much about something, you realize how little you know. And you're like, wow. Oh, I didn't realize how little I knew about, I don't know, art history. Wow, I feel like the dumbest person in this room because I don't know anything about art history. Whoa, there's this whole field that I knew nothing about. Because you witness with your own eyes true expertise in a subject, and you realize I don't even have that. And when you start to slowly work on expertise, you realize that it's a slow process, right? That there's so much to learn just to become an expert in any degree or to become an expert in any field. So like I got a degree in accounting, and there were so many classes and there were so many things to learn, and experiencing that gave me a newfound respect for all other types of degrees. Wow, I had to spend all this time learning all this stuff, and it was like, and this is speed running it. And I have someone that like literally, I mean, my college professors, they had mandated, the university I went to, they had mandated, what was it called? Like hours a week. I forget the specific name for it, but like they literally would say, please show up. Please show up to my office hours. Please, I think it's office hours. I have to literally sit there on Tuesdays and Thursdays until 4 p.m. I am required by the school to do that. So please, just anyone show up. I know I'm grading your tests. I see who is getting D's and F's. Come to my office hours. I'm just sitting there by myself anyways. I would like to help you guys pass. Come and ask any question. There's no stupid question because I'm literally just sitting there anyways. Isn't that what adjunct professors are? Yeah, but I had like, my professors literally, the school I went to, they literally had, every professor had office hours, mandated office hours. So anyways, seeing how much time it took to sit there and learn all these various things just to get an accounting degree, just to pass these classes and to get an accounting degree. I had to take other types of classes, you know, like the variety classes, the flavored, the general education flavor classes where it's like, here, you have to take some science classes. Here, you have to take like a writing class. Here, you got to take this class or whatever. Experiencing that and then having professors that clearly knew so much about the topic. That's why they were professors on the topic. It gives you an idea of, wow, okay, here's this thing that I've learned a little bit about after. Because the first 2 years are usually general education in the United States, and the second 2 years are usually predominantly whatever you are majoring in. Underwater basket weaving, exactly. What was I saying? So, like, I spent 2 years basically doing nothing but accounting classes. And after 2 years of classes, I have this much knowledge on accounting. Not even a master's, not a PhD, nothing else, right? Just this much knowledge. Wait, what's up? Say what? Wait, what did I say? Wait, what did I say? Wait, you did what? What did I say? Doing professor, sorry. I said doing, I didn't even realize that I said that. I realize I've scratched the surface after 2 full years of studying accounting. I realize I got this far in and I know this much about it, which means I know this much about all these other topics. Oh, wow. So the people who speak on this stuff, people who've gotten degrees on this, the people who've spent their life researching this, they know this much, like this much about the topic they're talking about. And I think it gives you a respect for how much time it takes to become a master in a field. So it makes you better at recognizing when you don't know something about something, or when you realize you don't know that much about X, Y, and Z topic. So in my opinion, the primary purpose of university and college should be to learn and to give you perspective about the world. And when you have those two things in your pocket, you're like, oh, wait. I just realized I've spent 1 hour reading about this thing. And I know from prior experience, it took me at least like 100 hours to become moderately knowledgeable on a topic. Maybe I should put in a little bit more time. Maybe my rudimentary understanding of Iran as they have a nuclear weapon and they're gonna bomb US after doing 5 minutes of Googling is not enough to understand the conflict. Okay. Yeah, I think that might be too basic of an understanding. But yeah, but have you ever thought about just saying, yeah, base without getting an education or ever reading a single article? Just understand human psychology, forehead. Guy with no friends. I just understand human psychology, bro. You can't fire me. I quit. It's not that I don't have any friends because I am deficient. It's that I don't even want friends. He has friends. They're just rapists. But anyways. Yeah, and it's sad because again, I think everybody in here understands this concept pretty well. It's probably why you're a leftist. If you've done any type of research on a topic, you know how much time it takes to become any amount of educated on the topic. Especially, and again, it's not that you can't become well-researched or educated without going to school or without going to college or university or whatever. It's that it just kind of forces you to do it. Having a class that forces you to show up, that you pay for, makes you do it. Right? You can easily do this on your own about any topic, especially if you've learned how to learn. It just makes it a lot easier, or it makes it rather a lot harder to fall for really simple pitfalls, to fall for the rookie hole, some might say, because you realize, oh, there's no way I know enough about. Music is a great example. When I talk about music, I specifically say I don't know anything about music. The farthest I got into music was learning how to read sheet music. And that was it. And that was it. I could like read sheet music slowly and that's it. My understanding of music is so lacking. So when I talk about music, I'm like, no, I don't know anything about that. I know like the rudimentary shit and that's it. Most musicians never get that far. You also do waste a lot less time when you have an expert guiding you on what to study instead of just kind of reading random papers and articles. It optimizes and speeds up your learning when it's structured and facilitated by an expert in the field. 100%. 100%. Absolutely. Because when you get stuck, so I don't know how many people have ever tried to like self-teach art or music or coding or anything. When you learn how to do things the right way, and you have someone that's there to guide you, you just waste way less time. Because trial and error is slow. But if you have someone there and they're like, oh no, what you want to do is this. It's like, oh, okay. Sure, I'm just going to skip all of the trial and erroring that would have taken me like 10 hours or something. And I can just go straight to doing this. So obviously university has like these other appeals, or just like having an educator has these other appeals. And when you get stuck on something, I don't know how many people have run into problems, whether it's like in any type of hobby of yours. Having someone you can ask questions makes life so much easier. It makes life so much easier when you're like, I don't understand why this doesn't look good. I don't know why this doesn't sound good. I don't know why this program isn't working. And you have someone that can immediately say, oh, it's actually this. This is a really common mistake. What I would suggest is working on this and this and this and this. You didn't have to waste tens of hours just trying to figure out the problem first. I couldn't draw for shit. Taking an art class forced me to actually try. 3 months later, I can draw in black and white photorealism. That's dope. That's really dope. And I'm happy for you. I've wasted whole days of my life trying to solve 3D modeling programs in Blender. And I'm sure if you had like an expert and you could be like, hey, why is this not working? It would have taken you like 15 minutes. So yeah, that's also 100%. That is also correct. Also, looking for resources, I think gets easier if you actually have an expert that can help you with that. Because sometimes you don't even know where to look. Sometimes your starting point is so beginner, you don't even know where to go to start fixing your problem or start improving. Remember, 6 hours of debugging can save you 5 minutes of reading the documentation. Shatters. Oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, I can tell you guys after, so like having used digital art programs, the first digital art program I used, I just literally banged my head against a wall every time I wanted to do something. And I was just like struggling to learn it. And then I moved to Clip Studio Paint. And I was like, no, I'm learning all of the shortcuts this time around before I start using the program. And I went to like YouTube and I was like, all shortcuts, Clip Studio Paint. And I literally watched this 15-minute video and I wrote down a bunch of notes and I haven't needed anything else. And it's been a pleasure to work with the program because I spent those 15 minutes before using the program. I didn't have to have, and when I'm struggling with something, I just Google it immediately, add it to my notes, and then I'm done. Like you can just make a cheat sheet for something. You can literally just make a cheat sheet for something. But anyways, that's cheating. 15 minutes or more can save you 15% of your mental health. Exactly. Free will is amazing. No, but like actually, me printing out Baldur's Gate keyboard controls. I literally just Googled top shortcuts and I ended up learning shortcuts I wouldn't have ever even thought had existed. Correct. At this point, Denims is just a life coach. I'm just here to pass on some things that I've learned living life, all right? But more to the point about American understanding of things, because so few Americans get the opportunity to even go to university and to even go to higher education, and public school in this country is so shit. You never get, and I think a lot of people in this country never get an idea of how much work it takes to become an expert at anything, right? Because they don't know what the fuck they're doing in life either. Nobody knows what they're doing. And if you never have anyone in your life, whether that's a professor, whether that's a parent, whether that's, you know, an employer, I guess, why would an employer ever help you though? You don't ever find out or understand why or how long it takes to become knowledgeable on something or educated on something or proficient in something. The more you learn, the more you realize you still have to learn. Correct. I started using Tread here because I heard it here first. Wait, what the hell? That makes me so happy. A good metric takes roughly 10K hours to become an expert in something. I've seen that number. I think it takes less than that. I think it takes 10K if you do nothing, if you don't min-max. I've learned so much, but I forget a lot of it too. Gaining and retaining information is a sign of expertise. Well, your pathways are like, remembering something is just like burning that pathway in your brain, like searing it into your mind. So every single time that you warm up that pathway, your recall on it gets better, which is why personally, the thing that's made it easiest for me to remember things is writing things down. I'm sure there's research on how writing things down makes you remember them more. 10K number varies. Yeah, 10K I think is like if you brute force your way through it, you'll become pretty good at it. But you definitely don't need 10K hours. 10K is like if you have no educators, if you have no expertise, and you're just like brute forcing. Because you absolutely can become way better at something way sooner just by having shortcuts available to you. By shortcuts, I mean learning about anatomy before you start drawing, instead of trying to figure out anatomy. And there's lots of tips and tricks that you can use. And if you learn them sooner rather than later, what is it called? You don't have to deal with that shit later. Anyways, moving on. Brute forcing equals learning and reading. No, it's brute forcing is, when I talk about brute forcing, I mean, you don't even know where to start. So I like to use art as a great example. With art, if you learn the fundamentals correctly, you can become a really good artist really quickly. If you don't, and you learn by drawing, it will take you forever. If you only do the activity. Maybe another example for gamers in here, trying to like learn a character by just playing the character versus watching someone who's already hit the highest rank. So like, if you just, so for example, I play Penny Parker. Me brute forcing the character, I've learned a couple things just by playing the character. But I would have to dedicate another fucking 5,000 hours to learn some of the things that I spent 1 minute learning in a video online. Where I watched one video and like, I had this moment in one of my games where I was like, why don't these headshots land? Like, I swear to God, like I go back in the replay and the crosshair is right on their head. I'm like, what the fuck? I know the game is like third person, so it's weird, but I don't get it. And I kind of like forgot about it and then I didn't work on it. And I'm just kind of trying to like vibe, the equivalent of vibe code my way to landing more headshots. And then I watched one video from a guy who's like top 500 Penny Parker main. And they say, her headshots are really weird. Aim with your shoulder. So like, make it so that your shoulder lines up with their head and the headshots will land. If you line it up with the crosshair, you'll land every other one. And I was like, what? That's bullshit. Wait, what the fuck? I go to the training lobby and it literally is true. I'm like, I would have had to spend another 100 hours trying to figure that out. And I learned it in 1 minute online. Or like in a video or whatever. Please patch game design. Aim with her shoulder. What? Yeah. So you just like, you can learn stuff immediately by going to like the masters in a field that would otherwise take you 100 hours to intuit yourself. Or whatever number of hours. So when I talk about brute force, I mean brute force because you don't have someone showing you how to do something. Someone who's better than you at this thing isn't helping you. No, I don't understand what you mean by aim with her shoulder. You just like aim with her shoulder. Like you move the crosshair slightly more to the right than you would normally. So like, let's say the head is here. You put the crosshair here. So it's like your shoulder is lined up. Her shoulder is lined up, not the crosshair. It's hard to explain. You just go in the practice lobby and try and like move the crosshair to the right a little bit more. And you actually do land every single one after that. So that's what I mean when I talk about brute force. Brute force is in, you don't have someone there helping you out. You don't have a mentor guiding you. You guys ever have like a friend play a game and you're really excited for them to play this game? And you're like, dude, you're going to love this game. You ever watch someone just eat shit at a game? And you're like, dude, just, I'm not going to say anything. 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 Double jump! Oh my God, how hard is it? Literally just double jump. You didn't think to double jump? What the fuck is wrong with you? You just spent 15 minutes doing nothing. Sorry, my bad. Didn't mean to say that. Didn't mean to say all that. My bad. Sorry. Oops. Apologies. Brute forcing is you don't have anyone there to help you out. And you're just like, I'm just going to figure it out sitting here by myself with X task and I don't know what I'm doing. And I'm just going to do my best to learn it myself on my own. But that's not the most effective way to learn things. It's just not the most effective way to learn things. Remember the reviewer playing Cuphead? Exactly. Average league game. So yeah, no intuition plus judgment. Yep. But anyways, why was I saying this? That was all to say, I think like a lot of Americans unfortunately don't have the privilege of getting higher education. So they never get the privilege of realizing that there's so little that they know about the world. and how much work it takes to become an expert at something. And so they think that like the appropriate amount of, they think everybody else has the same amount of knowledge they have on these things. And so if someone disagrees, you just agree to disagree. They don't ever make the assumption once in their head like, oh, maybe they disagree because they know more. What do they know? Well, what do you know about this? That like, that's just not something that like, that's not, I have personally found that's like not an idea that comes into the mind of like, unfortunately, a lot of Americans that just have been fucked over by their education system. It's just sad. It's just so fucking sad. Literally, the peak example of this is like there are only two genders, penis, dude, girl, vagina. It's like, you have no respect for like any field, huh? You think everybody else is as stupid as you are on this. You think everybody else has the same amount of hours, which is 0 on this topic. Okay. All right. My brother, when talking about climate change, well, have they thought about the fact that sometimes it's hotter and sometimes it's colder? No, you're so right. Environmentalists have never considered that. John Hugs, by the way, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As someone doing a PhD on informatics, what irks me the most is people using the genetic knowledge of a middle schooler to do homophobia. It's like, it's so sad. It's like, actually, it's so depressing. Oh my God, we need to call the scientists and let them know. Sometimes it's colder and sometimes it's hotter. But I think a big part of it is like, if I may make a suggestion as well, the way that we teach in this country and the way that we like reward people for being correct rather than rewarding people for working hard. Like, you do not get rewarded in American society for working hard. You get rewarded in America for being a con man, and being lucky. Hard work is infrequently rewarded. We also structure learning for monetization and not critical thinking. Correct. Correct. Absolutely correct. Hard work and extreme luck. It's a lottery. It's not a good one either. Con person, Denim. Sorry, you're so right. There are also con envies and also con women. Excuse me. And it's just sad. It's just like, it's really sad. It's just even low curculenly, if I can say, even like content creators, I'm always shocked. I'm like shook when I find out that like a content creator comes from like a wealthy family. I'm like, and there's so many of them. I'm like, oh, I guess that makes sense because you probably had like a lot of resources available to you that allowed you to pursue this. I guess that kind of makes sense. Oh, all right. I guess that, yeah. Half the K-pop stars all come from rich families as well. And free time. Yep. And also like the privilege of being able to like pursue certain things. So like, if you had the financial privilege of, I don't know, having your parents pay for like improv classes when you were younger or whatever, that like can help you in the entertainment field later, which is not necessarily an advantage that like poorer people are going to have. And maybe that shows itself in streaming, maybe it doesn't. Bass, thank you so much for the prime. Kaiser, thank you so much for the prime as well. Thanks. That's 50% of popular streamers now. Way more than 50%. They can afford to not make money off their content. Personally, one of the best parts of college was going from one of the most intelligent people in the room to the least intelligent person in a different one. The US would be better off if more people realized, regardless of how intelligent they are, they're just a huge number. There are a huge number of people in the world that are way smarter. And it doesn't even have to be people smarter than you. It could just be people more educated than you. It just gives you a bigger respect for, like, expertise, right? And this is also why, like, so when you speak to someone who's very educated in a topic, they can explain it in great depth in different ways to different audiences until you understand it. The best sign that you are not as educated as you would like to be on a topic, not that you can't change that, is that you can't explain it easily. What's the metric to like a 5-year-old? And once you realize I have to link a YouTube video to explain this concept, it's like, huh, I could learn more. Because if I knew more, I would be able to explain it. Clearly, my knowledge is still a little bit lacking if I'm struggling to put into words this specific point or that specific point or whatever. And I mean, I'm sure there's lots of people in here that know and have had this experience before when you're like just talking to family members or friends or whatever. Where I remember when I was a teenager growing up and seeing all these, like, all like the anti-feminist content on YouTube. As like a little teenager, I was like, this is so bullshit. I don't have the education to explain why you're wrong, but I know that you're wrong. And I know that this is bullshit. And then you can like go ahead and do all this education, or do all this reading, understanding all these ideas, and then you can explain it yourself. Or alternatively, you realize that you're wrong. And you change your mind. But gaming later, your champ, gaming for sure. Interesting cultural difference in Eastern Europe. It's explain it so your grandma can understand it, as opposed to Western, which is explain it so like a child can understand it. As the great Richard Feynman said when asked if he could explain how magnets work, yes, but not to you. Yes, exactly. Denims was like, I will get the education to explain why this is bullshit. But this is also why I like to pull up trolls on stream. Everyone's like, stop, get the troll off the screen, get back to the whatever. It's like, I enjoy trying to reach certain types of idiots. It's like, if I can explain this to someone that is this stupid, if I can explain this to a chatter that's this lost, then I will know that I understand this topic. Obviously, some people are not savable. Some people are not savable, admittedly. Some people are not. But every once in a while, I would say like 1 in at least like 50. Probably 1 in like 30. We get them to change their mind on at least a little bit. And it's also fun to see what things I could work on, what things I could know more about, what things I'm lacking on, etc. But I don't know, I find it fun. Roast them until they want to know. Got to poke and prod at their brains. It's also very interesting how the conservative brain works, man. Like, you get the worst trolls, worse than Hasan. The people you get can't even make sentences most of the time. It's brutal, dude. Some of the trolls we get are like not. I don't even know how they manage to remember to breathe. Iran said they're gonna nuke United States. Sends video where they say they're not building nukes. You're just a terrorist. Holy shit. Holy shit. You are gone. Like, you are literally drooling. You are drooling right now. You must be. Oh my God. But the title said building nukes. Americata learns what a fatwa is. I often get told by the other side I come off as non-judgmental, helps me reach them. It's ironic because I'm the most judgmental person ever. They're all bots modeled on Nick Shirley. Oh, God. You probably get the dumber trolls because they think they can take you on because of misogyny. I mean, yeah, that's probably a little bit of a factor there. Oh, but anyways, Yeah, it's sad. It's really sad that there are a lot of like one topic I will say that I would like to learn more about that I know a very little amount, a very small amount on is the treatment of Indigenous people in Canada. I would say I've dumped, I don't know, whatever is the equivalent of like 5 hours of stat points in. And it's a very important topic, and I could definitely dedicate more time to it. And I feel like I know enough to know that it's not good. Not good. Not good. Mm-mm. But I also recognize that I know very little relative to how much I know in these other fields. Because just, again, purely because of the number of hours I've spent reading books, reading articles, watching videos, listening to scholars, whatever. But you only get that ability to understand when you don't know stuff, when you've dedicated time to learning stuff. Because I know it took me 30 hours to feel confident in this topic, I know I probably want to spend at least another 30 on this other topic before I feel comfortable talking about it. Peganox is an Indigenous creator, a streamer who does good coverage for Canada. It's very cool. Democracy Now! Covers that semi-regularly. Overzealots also has a video on it. Thank you. I appreciate all of the suggestions. But I think, again, like I'm going to wrap up this point. I think it's just that a lot of Americans, they never get, it's like genuinely, it makes me sad to think about. They never experience this like sort of growth. So they never experience the humility in other like aspects of their life because they've never experienced the growth in any particular aspect of their life. They've never experienced coming in with one perception about something and then realizing, oh, I'm incorrect about this and this and this and this, and now my understanding is better. So when they run into new things, they don't ever have the idea in their head, well, maybe I don't know enough about this. Like personally, I would say you need at least 10 hours of genuine reading on a topic before you should feel comfortable or confident. Speaking about it in great detail. Great detail there meaning like, there are things that are, I think, obviously bad. Like, I don't think you need to do any reading to know that, like, the Holocaust was bad. I don't think you're like, it's a very complex issue. No. No, I think you can spend, like, 20 minutes reading on that one and you probably can immediately know. There are some things that are so bad that it should be immediately obviously the case, right? That at least that thing is bad. Now, solutions for the bad things or long-term outcomes or geopolitics, that might be a little bit more difficult, right? Don's currently sharing the brutality of the sanctions on the ground in Cuba, people being punished just because the U.S. is so greedy. If you're into films on the topic, check out Rhymes for Young Ghouls. I will try to remember that. But yeah, I think that there are some things that are probably so evidently terrible, generally like rape and murder. It shouldn't take a genius to understand that's bad. Like, in my opinion, the killing of Alex Preddy, you should be able to watch that video in its entirety, and your life experiences as an American should be enough to realize that that was totally unjustified. You should be able to watch that whole video and then be like, wait, they took the gun away from him and then they killed him? That's insane. Holy shit. Wait, I don't want to ever be in a position where I'm totally, like, I have no weapons, I am not a threat, and they just fucking kill me? Oh my God. Like, that doesn't require great, maybe understanding how to reform ICE, that might require some reading, right? Like, or how to reform there, meaning abolish and have border policies that aren't inhumane. I understand that finding a solution might be a little bit more difficult, and that I respect, but you should be able to see that immediately and be like, oh my God, no, that's wrong. That is wrong, wrong, wrong. Officers with weapons should never be that aggressive. I don't want to live in a world where officers are that aggressive with their weaponry. That easily could be any of us. I don't know if that... I get what you're saying. All right, cool. Fucking Yappa over here. Disarmed and executed. Literally true. I think a big part of my human experience is reading so that I can try and understand the thought process of other human beings, something you can't do any other way. I mean, that or talking to, right? But when you live in a very insulated culture or city or whatever, and you don't get an opportunity to speak to other people, how else do you fix that, right? Oh, hi, overzealots. Wait, we don't have you VIP'd. Hold up. Hope I still have some. Yes. Have some slots. Yes. Hi, overzealots. Everyone say hi with the little emote. Hi. Great video, by the way. Really, really good. Fucking pause champ over here. Only made 38 minutes in yet, or so far. I was talking about how it's a really good breakdown and how there's like, I think, a fundamental misunderstanding on American part, on like the American brain about understanding conflicts or understanding difficult issues, because we just have such a shit education system that nobody really gets to become like an expert in something or learn to master something. So it's very, I think, easy, especially for Americans. Not that it's unique to Americans, but just that any society that has really poor education, it'll be easy to think that you understand something and be like, oh, well, it's Cuba, the dictator, and then we killed them, and then it was fine. But yes, great video. Excellent video. Overconfidence of Americans as usual. Man. All right. I want to get a little bit further in. If we can finish the video, I would like to finish the video, but I also know we promised gaming, so we're going to do gaming.
Describes how a fully fleshed out democracy should look. It goes like this. In essence, democracy has to do with systems or mechanisms for the people of a society to be involved in making decisions about how their society will function. Political scientists distinguish between representative and direct democracy. In a representative democracy, people participate in decision-making by electing representatives to make the actual decisions. In a direct democracy, decisions are made by some sort of collective assembly in which all can participate. And in Cuba, the latter reigns through direct citizen involvement, mass organizations, and a unique electoral structure. Elections are held at the municipal, provincial, and national levels, and the Communist Party of Cuba, the PCC, does not nominate or run candidates. Money plays no role in Cuban elections, no advertising, no campaigning, just a one-page biography of each candidate posted publicly. The general election process is divided into two distinct phases. Phase 1 covers municipal elections. In small neighborhood districts, residents gather in open assemblies to directly nominate candidates from among themselves by a show of hands. Citizens then elect delegates to the municipal assemblies via secret ballot. Once constituted, these local municipal assemblies elect their own president and vice president from among their ranks. Phase 2 covers national elections for the National Assembly of People's Power. For these seats, candidates are proposed by candidacies commissions, made up of representatives from mass organizations such as trade unions.
But how do we know it's a democracy if there's no AIPAC? How do we know that Israel's interests are being represented in Cuba if there is no AIPAC?
Student groups and the Women's Federation, rather than directly by neighborhood assemblies. To ensure the national government remains anchored to the grassroots, up to 50% of these national deputies are the local municipal delegates who were already elected by their neighborhoods in Phase 1. Ultimately, this creates a participatory, bottom-up democratic system. So by now you might be wondering, if the PCC isn't involved in elections, what's its purpose? Well, it exists as an ideological vanguard. Influenced largely by the ideas of Jose Marti, who believed in a single unifying party to defend Cuba against foreign domination, the PCC guides the overall political and economic orientation of the country, but refrains from taking over administrative procedures or participating in the electoral process. And Cuba's democracy in motion goes beyond voting and includes massive networks of civil organizations, These organizations are embedded directly in the political system and have the constitutional right to initiate legislation, stabilize the economy during crisis, and more. For example, in the 1990s, after the USSR dissolved, over 80,000 workers' parliaments collectively formulated strategies to reorganize production and save the Cuban economy. But the most telling feature of Cuban democracy, in my opinion, is the grassroots legislative consultations. In Cuba, major national policies undergo extensive grassroots deliberation and amendment before they can be passed. As August wrote in reference to Castro's relationship with the citizenry, this is groundbreaking in the annals of revolution, whereby leaders publicly exchange with the people in mass meetings and a dialectic bond is created in order to make decisions. A clear example of this principle in action is the 2008 Social
But I prefer when Kamala Harris says, "I'm speaking now."
Security bill, which was debated in over 85,000 local
I
workers.
prefer that. I prefer when my leaders and my soon-to-be leaders don't give a shit about what I have to say. That's better for me. You can trust. Big J Dog, thank you for the gift sub to Overzealous.
Assemblies by more than 3 million people.
I'm sorry, but American democracy is just better. Like that one Texas rep that hasn't held a town hall in 2 years. Yeah. No, I agree. Or like Fetterman saying, when he was asked, how does war in Iran benefit the people of Pennsylvania? I liked when he responded with, absolutely. And when the interviewer said, but how does it help? He said, I think we're done here. I really felt like there was some communication, you know? I felt like he was really communicating to me.
Citizens' input directly shaped and amended the bill until it reflected the wishes of the masses. As a result, pensions were recalculated in a way that was more favorable to workers than what was originally proposed in the bill's first draft. The 2011 economic guideline reforms were debated by about 9 million people in over 160,000 meetings, which resulted in 68% of the guidelines being modified before being adopted. And the list goes on. My apologies if this part of the video feels dry or boring or too analytical, but I think it's important to show how democracy can take a different shape than what we see in the US and how it can produce more meaningful results. In Cuba, there's a highly decentralized electoral system paired with massive ongoing public consultations that give everyday Cubans veto power and the ability to amend the laws and economic plans that affect them. In the US, by contrast, you get to vote between Epstein's friend in red or Epstein's friend in blue. And yes, there are still shortcomings with the way things are in Cuba.
No.
That's why democracy is understood as a process and something that is ongoing and in motion, not just something that happens every 4th November.
Okay, but when do the elected officials do book tours?
Where you vote for the lesser evil. In April of 1960, a U.S. internal
I
State
feel like Overzealous covered when the elected officials do their book tour. I don't think he covered that part.
Department memo, colloquially referred to as the Mallory Memorandum, boasted the subject line, "The Decline and Fall of Castro," and it explicitly stated that the majority of Cubans supported Castro, that there was no effective political opposition in Cuba, and that U.S. military intervention would only cause Castro to become even more popular. The memo goes on to explain how the U.S. would go about achieving its goal of destroying Cuba so that its corporations can get back to plundering it the way they had for so many years prior. The only foreseeable means of alienating internal support is through disenchantment and disaffection based on economic dissatisfaction and hardship. Every possible means should be undertaken promptly to weaken the economic life of Cuba, it reads. Then it calls for denying Cuba money and supplies, openly fantasizes about falling real and monetary wages, and explicitly seeks to induce hunger, desperation, and the overthrow of Castro. Typically, when we talk about Cuba, people love to blame communism as though it were the primary cause of the island's suffering, supposedly doomed to fail because of its inherent futility. But if communism were destined to collapse on its own, why did U.S. officials feel the need to go all out like this? And to be clear, everything laid out in that memorandum was eventually carried out by the U.S. Remember how earlier I mentioned that the Cuban revolutionary government carried out land reform programs where vast tracts of often uncultivated arable land, hoarded by foreign companies and the descendants of slave-owning Cuban elites, were redistributed to the peasantry? Well, this is often cited as one of the main causes of economic tension between the US and Cuba. People point to this and claim that the evil communist dictator Fidel Castro stole property from the US and the Cuban land-owning elite, but in reality, Castro offered compensation for everything he expropriated, acted within the legal limits of Cuba's own 1940 constitution, which allowed confiscation for the public good and explicitly prohibited large land holdings, and he did so to reclaim land hoarded by foreign companies to the direct detriment of the Cuban people. If this sounds like some alien communist concept, I'd encourage you to look at your own country's eminent domain laws, which allows the state to confiscate
All right, eminent domain is different though because we mostly use it to destroy black neighborhoods, so it's okay.
Private property when it deems it necessary. I'd argue that the situation in Cuba, where the majority of arable land was held either by foreign companies, leaving much of it idle, or by some asshole who earned his acreage by inheriting a plantation from a slave-owning granddaddy while the masses lived in squalor, was more than enough justification for this policy. And again, Castro...
By the way, this is how you know how meritocracy is fucking fake. If meritocracy was so real, why isn't the death tax 100%? If meritocracy is so real and your lineage is so intelligent and so skilled, surely you should be for 100% taxation upon death. That all of your assets and all of your wealth should be reappropriated to the rest of society equally and fairly.
I don't like denims, like, at all. Because her camera is so fucking big, and it bothers me.
And it gets bigger by the minute. Trash funny thing for the 10K. Huh, it's almost like you don't believe in meritocracy. Wow. It's almost like meritocracy is a fucking myth.
Offered compensation. Other major Western countries, Canada, Spain, Switzerland, the UK, France, all negotiated with Fidel and accepted his terms. The United States was the exception. It refused to negotiate.
Like that one diagram, like mostly, oh man, I want to find it. It'll be like the most offensive resolution in front of the UN. It'll be like, UN resolution to end raping of random innocent people in these countries. And every country is like, great, we would love to end that atrocity. And then there's just like the two countries that chose not to do that. And it's the United States. You just see the giant blue on the left side of the map. And then one tiny little dot in the Middle East. It's like, Israel? Ah, of course. Of course. America, Israel. Of course.
Shot the offer down and claimed that Castro wasn't offering adequate compensation. Well, then let's talk about how Fidel's government actually came up with this compensation plan. He offered to compensate those whose property he expropriated with 20 to 29-year government bonds carrying a 4.5.
UN vote to make food a right. Against 2. And what are the 2? America and Israel. I like how everyone is posting this particular resolution. Thank you so much. There's one that's even better, and it's like a drawing that's like, it's like the world's worst drawn map. It's all just like mostly squiggles, but there's just one big blue America and then like a dot. Like didn't even try. It's like, oh, okay. Okay.
Percent interest rate.
I think this graph is very anti-Semitic, Denims. Oh, sorry, my bad.
The amount of compensation was based directly on the value the owners themselves had declared on their tax return.
There's one that's like this, by the way. There's another one like exactly like this, except it's white and blue. It said, should breathing be a human right? UN vote. No. And it's literally every single one. It's like the most normal fucking resolution in the world. UN resolution to not forcibly chop fingers off of children. No. America, Israel. Oh, okay. Okay. Sure, man. Whoa, why not? You know what? Why not?
Turns. U.S. companies and Cuban elites were outraged by Castro's offer and perceived it to be an undercut because they had been systematically undervaluing their land for years to pay less in taxes. All Fidel did was take them at their word about what their property was worth. Another major catalyst for tensions between the U.S. and Cuba was the fact that Cuba signed a lucrative trade deal with the Soviet Union in 1960, where the Cubans would trade sugar for Soviet oil and goods. In response to this agreement, American oil companies operating in Cuba and acting on advice from Washington refused to process Soviet petroleum. This move caused Castro to expropriate and nationalize the refineries. Now, in case you think that Castro had no legal right to do this, you would be wrong. As Salim Lamrani wrote in The Economic War Against Cuba, where he touches on the—
I like how the entire history of Cuba is just, isn't there someone you forgot to ask? I consent. Isn't there someone you forgot to ask?
legality of Castro's expropriations.
Hello.
They were carried out in accordance with international law that grants any nation the sovereign right to nationalize companies operating on its territory in exchange for compensation. And as we've already been over, when it came to Castro's nationalizations, his government put forth plans to compensate those whose property was affected. Other Western governments and companies came to an agreement with him. The U.S. stubbornly refused to negotiate. Quote, all of the nations affected by the expropriation process negotiated with the Cuban government and accepted global compensation agreements, all with the exception of the United States. The Eisenhower administration demanded, as a minimum standard, an indemnification rapid, adequate, and effective for the nationalization of U.S. assets. However, this procedure is not recognized by international law, which prohibits a third country from imposing conditions on sovereign nations, that is to say, involving itself in that nation's internal
We literally destroyed Iran for trying to do the same thing.
affairs. Anyway, this move by Castro led the Eisenhower administration to cut Cuba's sugar quota and eventually impose a trade embargo on Cuba in October of 1960. By 1961, the U.S. severed all diplomatic relations with the island. Now, all of these specifics are important to know, but honestly, I'm of the opinion that there was really nothing the Cubans could have done to avoid.
By the way, free market fucks will never own up to this shit. They're like, the free market is the best. Capitalism is the best. Communism is terrible. Also, don't do free trade that way. No, we won't allow that. No. See, when we meant free trade and we meant markets should be open to everyone, we meant the way that we wanted it. You're doing it in the way that we don't like. Free trade for us and not for you. Did you consider that for even a brief moment? For even a brief moment.
The wrath of the United States government. As the previously mentioned April 1960 Mallory Memorandum made clear, well before Castro nationalized the oil refineries in June of that year, the U.S. goal was to deliberately inflict economic destruction and hardship on Cuba in order to overthrow the new government. CIA officials themselves acknowledged that Castro was originally appointing anti-communists to his government, that he wasn't an unreasonable man, that he wasn't anti-American, and that he could be worked with. But none of this was enough because at the end of the day, the goals of the Cuban Revolution were to implement progressive reforms in a country ravaged by foreign capitalist interests. And there was simply no way to move toward equality and assert national sovereignty in Cuba without making the oppressor class feel persecuted. To wrap this point up with one more...
Literally, won't someone please think about the shareholder? Have you ever had an original thought? I like how I personally am the reason why Emaru got canceled. And I personally led the charge on the Emaru cancellation according to these people. But also, I've never had an original thought ever and everything is fed to me. Oh, okay. Sure, man. So which is it? Am I the all-powerful canceller? Or am I unoriginal? Okay.
Lamrani quote, the stranglehold that U.S. multinationals held over the Cuban economy was so strong that it became impossible to undertake any reforms without affecting their interests. And the U.S. didn't only respond to the Cuban Revolution through economic means. The use of violence began almost immediately after Castro's government came to power. See, way before Eisenhower imposed the embargo in October of 1960, and even before the Mallory Memo of April 1960, some 30 bombing raids were already carried out against Cuba at the start of that year by US-based planes. So if you needed more proof that the US was the aggressor from the start, that they were never interested in striking a fair deal with Castro, despite the fact that he was understood to be a reasonable man by US officials, then there you have it. But it gets worse. In April of 1961, a CIA-sponsored militia of Cuban exiles invaded Cuba in what was known as the Bay of Pigs invasion. The US government's goal here was to have these invaders attack the island, hopefully rally popular support, and trigger an uprising against Castro, form a provisional government, and give the US military the pretext it needed to intervene. This was a catastrophic failure, and the Cuban military was able to quell the attack within 3 days. A few months later, in November of '61, JFK, entirely humiliated by the defeat at the Bay of Pigs, authorized Operation Mongoose, a project to overthrow the Cuban government from within through sabotage, espionage, and assassination attempts. From setting fire to agricultural fields and sugar mills and engaging in biological warfare, to blowing up—
By the way, communism always fails. Also, we had to make it fail faster to prove that it always fails. Trust me, even if we didn't do this, it would have failed for sure, for sure.
Oil refineries and striking mines, the attacks levied against Cuba during this period were horrific. So much so that Lyndon B. Johnson can be quoted reminiscing on this period and complaining about it, saying, "We had been operating a damned murder inc. in the Caribbean." In February of 1962, John F. Kennedy decided to step it up a notch and dramatically escalated the economic warfare by transforming the existing sanctions into a blockade, banning all U.S. exports to the island. He also moved to isolate Cuba internationally, pressuring U.S. allies in NATO and in the Organization of American States to follow Washington's lead. This campaign of isolation eventually culminated in a sweeping regional embargo which had a devastating economic impact on Cuba. Cuba, however, managed to weather the storm by deepening its relationship with the Soviet Union and the broader communist bloc. Fearing an imminent U.S. invasion in the wake of the Bay of Pigs attack, Operation Mongoose, and the ongoing economic warfare, Cuba agreed to host Soviet missiles in October of 1962. And honestly, if you or I were in Fidel Castro's position, we probably would have done the exact same thing. How many attacks have to be levied against you before you take serious measures to defend yourself? I bring up the Cuban Missile Crisis because critics of Cuba often point to it and completely rewrite the timeline, claiming that it was the catalyst for the embargo. You'll hear lines like, well, Cuba tried to destroy the world. Of course we had—
It's the same type of brain power that the people who say October 7th was the start of history. It's the same brain power. One brain cell. Step 1 of nation building, get nuked. Why do you guys communicate like this? Everything is snarky quip to try and elevate yourself in virtue hierarchy. It's annoying. They're making fun of you because you didn't respond to my statement. You asked a question, a stupid question. I responded, and then you had nothing to say, no comment, and now they're making fun of you for it. You come in hot, and then you look like a little bitch when you have no response. Pretty simple. About Emerald? Question mark? Yep. You got it, buddy. Keep typing. Come on.
to sanction them, which is barely even worth humoring.
Like, are you just pretending to be stupid? I just want to know. Are you just pretend? I don't even watch Emeru. These people literally, like, they don't understand the basics of language. You tell them you can't have your cake and eat it too, and they're like, cake, what flavor? Chocolate? I like vanilla. I like vanilla cake the most. What? Like, they're literally, like, they're morons. Like, I don't even know what the fuck you do about this level of stupidity. You're performing right now. I suspect you're doing this for some kind of show. Yes, correct. Streamers perform. Doesn't change the fact that you're a fucking idiot. The point is not about Emeru. The point is about original thoughts. You don't concede it because you don't want to, because then it makes you look like a fucking idiot. So instead you have to be like, well, I don't watch Emeru. I don't watch her. Because you don't want to address why I brought her up, because then that would require you to admit that you were wrong, or that you're a dumbass, or that you're an idiot, or any of the above. Wait, slow down. What was that about cake? I like lemon pound cake. That's definitely offbeat.
The missile crisis happened after years of U.S. aggression toward Cuba had already begun. And crucially, the instigator—
Going to a comedy show and asking, what are you, trying to be funny for something? Why are you trying to be funny right now?
It wasn't Havana or the USSR. U.S. nuclear missiles were stationed near the Soviet border in Turkey and Italy first. The Soviets simply matched that energy, but I digress. As mentioned earlier, things in Cuba were relatively good in the wake of the revolution and throughout the 70s and 80s. The country managed to blunt the worst effects of US-led economic warfare by trading with the communist bloc, and that relative stability created the conditions for Cuba to engage in acts of international solidarity. Take Angola, for instance. The Cuban military intervened to help the MPLA in its fight against the invading white supremacist forces of apartheid South Africa. And Cuba's support for the Angolan leftists was about more than just shared ideology. Cuba itself had been a slave society for centuries, and it carried a deep legacy of brutal racism prior to the revolution. The Cuban government viewed its support for Angola as a way of helping to right that historical wrong. Between 1975 and 1991, more than 300,000 Cubans volunteered to serve in Angola, and over 2,000 of them died. The Western chauvinists often dismiss Cuba's role in Angola as nothing more than the actions of a Soviet proxy. The reality is the opposite. Cuba acted completely selflessly on its own initiative and didn't even inform the Soviet Union of its initial decision to deploy troops. What is understood to be the climax of the Angolan War is the Battle of Quito Cuanavale, where the South African forces tried to capture the town. In response, Castro sent military reinforcements, and the ensuing battle ended up being the largest military engagement on the African continent since World War II. The result of this battle, which historian Isaac Saney refers to as African Stalingrad, was the victory of Cuban and Angolan forces and the defeat of South Africa. The historical consequences of this South African loss were the independence of Namibia, which was under South African occupation, and the collapse of apartheid. As a show of gratitude for this massive Cuban sacrifice, Nelson Mandela, shortly after being released from prison, flew to Cuba to personally thank Fidel Castro and the Cuban people for their support against apartheid. We have come here today recognizing our great debt to the Cuban people. What other country has such a history of selfless behavior as Cuba has shown for the people of Africa? What country has ever needed help from Cuba and not received it? How many countries threatened by imperialism or fighting for their freedom have been able to count on the support of Cuba? Mandela said in his speech, illustrating the selflessness of the Cuban people. Unfortunately, in 1991, the Soviet Union fell and Cuba entered into an economic crisis known as the Special Period, which lasted until 2000. The US used this as an opportunity to ramp up economic warfare by implementing the Torricelli and Helms-Burton Acts. The Torricelli Act of 1992 banned foreign subsidiaries of US companies from trading with Cuba, penalized countries that aided Cuba, and prohibited ships that docked in Cuban ports from entering the US for 180 days. This effectively made it so that you would have to decide between trade with the US or Cuba, but not both. Many chose the much larger US market, obviously. This also effectively cut off food and medicine imports to Cuba. The Helms-Burton Act of 1996 codified the embargo and made it so that no US president could remove it without congressional approval, and it penalized foreign companies that used property in Cuba, making it so that they could be sued in US courts. This was designed to prevent investment and trade with Cuba and cut it off from the outside world, even going so far as to leverage the US's influence over international financial institutions to make it so that Cuba could not be granted credit. So for those who like to downplay and lie about the blockade and claim that it's merely the US exercising its right to refrain from trade with Cuba, fuck you, you're a liar. This blockade breaches international law. It imposes US laws and political demands onto other sovereign nations to stop them from trading with Cuba, asserting American dominance over the island for no reason other than Cuba's insistence on upholding its national sovereignty, which it has the internationally recognized right to do. You tell me whether a country as altruistic as Cuba, one that has shown time and time again that it stands with the downtrodden of this world no matter where they are, deserves this. But let's get back to showcasing Cuba's selflessness, specifically its medical internationalism. Since 1960, more than 400,000 Cuban medical professionals have served in 164 countries. By the mid-1990s, Cuba had more doctors working abroad than the World Health Organization itself. In 2005,
I literally said this earlier. They're, I think, one of the world's largest exporters of doctors.
Cuba sent workers to Pakistan in the wake of an earthquake and treated 75% of the victims. After Haiti's 2010 earthquake, Cuban doctors acted immediately. And after Ebola broke out in West Africa in 2014, Cuba was the first nation to respond with a medical contingent. In collaboration with Venezuela, Cuba launched Operation Miracle in 2004, where free eye surgery was given to low-income individuals across Latin America, and by 2019, it had restored vision to over 4 million people in 34 countries, entirely free of charge. Between 1990 and 2011,
But without capitalism, without the profit incentive, why would anyone do anything? Hmm. I don't think but the finance bros say the capitalist finance incentive.
even during its own economic crisis, Cuba treated over 20,000 Chernobyl
Oh, it's the communist brainwashing. Right. Sorry, my bad.
victims
The communist brainwashing to help people free of charge.
free of charge. In 1999, it established the Latin American School of Medicine and trained students from impoverished communities all over the world, including from the very country that had been sabotaging it, the US. And Cuba did this, you guessed it, free of charge on the condition that those who received an education would serve their communities. By 2019, almost 30,000 doctors from 105 countries had graduated. As Castro said in a 2003 speech, Cuba does not drop bombs on other people. Cuba does not possess nuclear weapons, chemical weapons, or biological weapons. Our country's tens of thousands of scientists and doctors have been educated in the idea of saving lives. I once said that we could not and would never carry out preventive or surprise attacks against any dark corner of the world, but rather, our country could send needed doctors to the darkest corners of the world. Doctors, not bombs. Doctors, not smart weapons. There's something somewhat remarkable about a country whose history has been defined by fending off aggression for centuries, and then once it finally achieves a sense of stability, immediately turns to helping those in need, no matter where they are, even in the empire that seeks to destroy it. And even as it suffered its own economic crisis after the dissolution of the USSR, it kept going and continued to aid those who needed it most. By the mid-2000s, Cuba had bounced back from this special period, in part thanks to a lucrative economic arrangement between Cuba and the new Venezuelan government headed by Hugo Chavez, who supplied Cuba with the oil it needed in exchange for doctors. And for the next little while, Cuba was doing all right. It wasn't really until Trump, who in his first term added an additional 200+ sanctions on the country, and later, COVID, which destroyed Cuba's tourism industry, that the island began to really suffer again. Which brings us to the modern day, where Trump's genocidal strangulation of the island can really only be understood as collective punishment, though the economic warfare levied against Cuba has always been a form of collective punishment, let's be real. But at the time of this recording, Cuba is running out of oil, which it desperately needs to function, while the US threatens any country that decides to help. I don't know what's in store for Cuba, but if history shows us anything, it's that the Cuban people are extremely resilient, adaptive, and steadfast in the face of foreign aggression. They always have been. Let this video exist to highlight the selflessness and durability of the Cuban people, who have shown that when you structure a society around the well-being of all and not just profits for the few, you can not only improve the lives of those domestically, but inspire change throughout the world. If you want to see more anti-Cuba propaganda refuted, such as the lies about Che Guevara being a mass murderer or the claims that Fidel and co. had concentration camps for gay people, check out this video of mine. I also have a weekly podcast where we talk about current and historical events and occasionally bring on some great guests.
Who the fuck is that guy? His head looks too small.
Did an episode on Cuba not too long ago if you want to check that out. Huge thanks to my patrons on Patreon for making these high quality videos possible, and a special written thank you to my top tier patrons. If you want access to my scripts and source material in an organized format along with other perks, consider becoming a patron. Thanks.
Absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. I have no words. I have no comment. No comment. Nothing to say. No comment. Beautiful. 10 out of 10. Everyone go show some love. Oh my God. I'm a fake fan. I'm not even subscribed. Should I frill? Should I commit Sudoku? I'm going to go commit Sudoku right now. I'm sorry. Let me go see myself out. I'm sorry. I don't deserve... I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, you guys should all give the video a like, comment. You can watch it on a separate monitor or whatever, or, you know, just let it play. Absolutely, absolutely worth watching. And send it to your fucking friends, dude. This is a really good video. Really well done. Great intro. Really pulls you in. Very educational. Great outro. Whew. Really good stuff. Really good stuff. You heard RFK is going to open concentration camps for people with ADHD. Bro, you're so boring. Are you this boring with everyone? At least be a funny troll. Come on. These people are just pathetic. I just don't get it. It's like after you fucking own them once, they're like, they like, it's like that one image of the crow and it's like jokes about Trump, jokes about Trump. Dude, it's just, everything is just mad material, bro. Boo, get off the stage. Boo, you suck. Chat, tomato this guy. Fucking tomato him on his way out. Go ahead and tomato him. Tomato his bitch ass. Yeah. 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 All right. This Stephen Crowder. Gami cosplayer. Hasan Biker is organizing 8 convoys. It's this you most base thing ever. Oh my god. Denims, you literally get it wrong and don't get it. And by it, let's say yeah. Sorry, that wasn't even funny. I don't even know why I said that. I hope Overzealous is not still here. I hope he left, okay? Hope you didn't see that, man. I apologize. Sorry to follow up such a great video with such a stupid joke. Oh, okay. Just a slur. Oh my god. You guys are welcome to report that account for slurs. And by it, let's just say my... We watched the drone one earlier, but Iranian media also released this video. Oh, I can't read. I presume because it's Iranian, it's in Farsi. I can't read Farsi. Fuck, I wish I could know what that said. Someone please, Farsi understanders, Farsi enjoyers, quickly read this for me. No. Proof, by the way, you don't need AI to make art. Not the China ship passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Not China. Do nothing, win. And thank you for the 20 gift subs. Hey, 4K subs, let's go. France, England, Germany, Australia, NATO, help! I have to repost this. I have to repost this. It's too good. It's just too good. I wish I could read Farsi, dude. Is this on Roblox? Please enjoy. Please, please. Cinema. Fucking cinema, bro. Fucking absolute cinema. Again, absolute proof. You don't need AI to make art. You need nothing but MS Paint and the mind of an artiste to create true art. You just must have the vision for art. Oh, I think I saw that. This is totally irrelevant from the situation in Iran, but I wanted to show you guys this. ICE, when they get deployed tomorrow. Trump, I will deploy ICE agents to airports on Monday if Democrats don't agree to fund DHS. Don't say tourism is extra dead, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ministry of Defense of Germany. What does Trump expect from a handful of European frigates that the mighty U.S. Navy cannot? This is not our war, and it is not our. This is not our war, and it is not ours, and we did not start it. Oh, this was borderline insane to play as a 12-year-old. No, you're good. No, you're good. Oh, Chad, I have to pee so bad. I did see this video. I'm not sure. I saw this is I think the F-15 initial reporting on the F-15 that got taken out. Another U.S. F-15 gets taken down over Kuwait. Uh-oh. Oh, must have just been an accident. Must have just been an accident. Hey guys, can someone tell me, is it good that Pete Hegseth is saying whether Sunni or Shia, our enemy is Islam?
In Afghanistan. Name the Islamist enemy, whether they are Sunni or Shia, because this is a Shia regime, Sunni or Shia, and Iran's been willing to harbor them as long as that group is willing to try to kill Americans. So the enemy of their enemy has been their friend as well in the Islamist world. So Iran, whether it's Iraq, whether it's Afghanistan, whether it's around the world, has been targeting Americans. And what they wanted in this context, and what President Trump would not tolerate, is a regime of that nature being closer and closer to nuclear capabilities. In Afghanistan, name the Islamist.
Does he know that that's like basically the entire Middle East? Look at the lips, it's AI. About 2 billion people. Sorry, maybe I should pull up some of Kegsbreath's old tweets and comments about Islam. Sorry, I keep writing Hegsbreath, Hegseth, Hegseth. How do you spell his actual name? Okay, I think I got it. There we go. Sorry, he's kind of got like a JD Vance effect with his name where I kind of have seen so many Photoshops of JD Vance, it's hard to tell when he's Photoshopped and when he's not. Where is it? ...2015 incident from when he was allegedly intoxicated, aka when just like his natural state of being, when he chanted at a bar, "Kill all Muslims." Oh, okay. Well, you know, this video may be AI, but at least he's never said anything close to as bad as that. Pete Hegseth, President-elect Donald Trump's pick to lead the Department of War Crimes once shouted at a bar, "Kill all Muslims." Oh, okay. In a drunk state. So all the time, as an atheist, I officially declare a fatwa on him. Okay. No, we're good. We're good. We're good. Like, okay, sorry. Going back to the Cuba conversation for a moment, I have like a lot of tabs open. I'm trying to get through them. This is what Cuba, the left socialist utopia, looks like after 65 years of communism. And of course, it's all the fault of the United States because socialism is good and America is bad. It doesn't have anything to do with the decades of crippling sanctions, blockades, and political destabilization, etc. My favorite thing about this video is that this is basically indistinguishable from some of the worst cities in the United States. I'm sorry to the people of Detroit, but some of the areas in Detroit, which also have been victims of U.S., I'll say it, racism, redlining, impoverishment of minorities, of a particular skin tone. There's a particular skin tone that comes to mind. Oh, it's at the tip of my tongue. My tongue. I'm blanking. Green, maybe? I'm not gonna lie, this is literally just what LA looks like when it rains at any amount at all. By the way, communism is when we don't allow free market trade. Communism is when market trade is not allowed. Free trade is not allowed when communism by another country. This just looks like New Orleans. Dude, I know I'm mispronouncing that. I don't care. Every time I try and pronounce it correctly, there's always like, they're like, no, you're getting it wrong still. It's like, I'm sorry, man. I'm trying my best. No, but it actually does. I was actually like, kind of shook when I passed through New Orleans. Yeah. I was like, damn, this place is kind of a little rough. It's a little bit rough. Famously, no buildings in New York look like this. Famously, no buildings anywhere in the United States look like this. I like how the best evidence that that Cuba is suffering is just like trash on the street, which we have, minor flooding, which we have, homeless people and prostitutes, which we have, and buildings that are not maintained, which we have. This actually really is like New Orleans. Low Kirklandly, it's like cleaner than New Orleans. But they don't have a middleman hogging all the money? Oh, that's true. That's true. This type of propaganda only works on the uneducated Westoids. Cuba can't import concrete or even the precursor chemicals for external paint. No wonder it looks like this. Exterior paint. Bro, they got better paint than we do here. I can't remember the last time I walked around and saw anything close to, this nice looking in a poor neighborhood. Motherfucker never saw a normal South American city. Not to mention the fact that, like, I'm sorry. Relative to the rest of the world, this is about the same. It's like, it's not even good propaganda is the worst part. Like, I will tell you, if you just like leave the United States, you will quickly realize that the idea of what prosperity is completely incorrect. Like, I'm not joking. As someone who's been to Morocco, and that country isn't getting sanctioned, and the people there are doing relatively well, a lot of areas in Morocco just do look like this. There are poorer areas, there are richer areas, and in the areas in the middle, cities just kind of look like this. It doesn't mean necessarily that the people are suffering. Now, the people of Cuba are, but it's pathetic. Like the level, like the lazy propaganda. It's literally just, it doesn't look exactly like the United States. So where's the suburbia hell? Where are the freeways? I want to drive 4 hours to work. Like it's like actually insane. You know what else, bro? Less potholes than American infrastructure. Bro, these streets unironically look better than the fucking US streets. Why? Because we allow giant fucking Tiny Dick McGee has to take his F-350, his Ford 350, whatever, to the fucking Walmart so he can get chicken nuggies for the kids that he only gets to see on weekends because his bitch ex-wife left him for irresponsible spending. It's like, fuck you, man. Oh my God. The most offensive, having become a car cell, moving from New York to a car cell city, can I say, first of all, I'd like to apologize to all other car cells that ever have to deal with this shit. Second, I literally fucking hate you if you drive a big truck and you can't fucking park it. If you haven't learned to park inside of the lines with a giant truck, I fucking hate you. Why the fuck did you buy a car you can't fucking drive? Why? I hate you. It makes me so mad, especially in like full parking lots. It's like, this is one of the most infuriating experiences for me. Waiting on its own is just already such an AIDS experience. It's just so fucking ass. Driving in a parking lot and you're like, oh, a spot. And you see that the truck is just too far out. It's like, it's okay. I know you're divorced. It's okay. That's okay. Find another spot. This is your most base take? Thank you. I try. Then they relish gas being $5 a gallon so they can talk about Biden. My most like woke take, my most punitive take. I'm pretty anti-punitive behavior in general. My most punitive take is that if you take up 2 slots just out of sheer laziness, you should eat $1,000 ticket. I don't care. I hate you. It's not, as someone who's only been driving for a couple of years, it's not even hard. It's not hard. They do it on purpose so nobody parks near them? Okay, then they should pay $1,000. They should pay $1,000 every time they do it, okay? 2 slots, 2 parking spots. Like, people with giant cars, they get really fucking lazy probably because they're driving everywhere drunk. That usually when they park, they park like shit. And they usually make it so you can't park next to them if you have a normal-sized car. It's so fucking annoying. I have a parking spot next to a van, and guess what? Giant-ass van. Never had a problem parking because they park in the lines. Never had a problem. God. Lane, are we really doing this, Lane? Lane. I'm seeing more of those Ford trucks here in the UK. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that the US only exports garbage. I'm sorry. I think the first time I realized Emery might be a terrible person, cares about no one but herself, is when I saw a clip of her parking terribly in her stupid fucking car. I've never seen that clip, but that does not surprise me. That's insane behavior. I feel like driving, like, I become a total fucking commie when I'm driving. Driving just sucks so bad already. Like, unless you're going for a joyride at night by the beach or something, driving out of necessity sucks so bad. If you want to merge, buddy, go for it. You know what I mean? You want to cut me off, man? Maybe you're having a rough day. I don't really care. Go for it, man. You really want that parking spot? Okay, bro, you can have it. I'll go find another one. It's really not driving is already, it just sucks so bad. I'm calm as shit. I'm calm as shit. It's fine. I only get frustrated when I'm like trying to speed up, and then they speed up next to me. I'm like, okay, I'll slow down, and then they slow down next to me. It's like, dude, okay. All right, hello, bro. I'm trying to. Can I'll go behind you or in front. I don't care. Just can you just pick a speed, please? Just pick a speed. I just want to get out of the freeway, man. I don't want to be here. Please. But that one's just because it's annoying because that person's like not paying attention. I don't understand people that are crazy people on the road. I just don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't get it. Makes no sense to me. And my most controversial take is that those people who have like, they purposefully make their car as loud as possible. I do close my eyes and think bad thoughts. If you're unlucky enough that you signed up for some stupid car dealership contract and you bought this car that sounds like shit or whatever, and you didn't realize that you made a mistake, or you went to like go get some shit pimped out, and then the guy was like, "No, let me add this," and then the whistle goes, "Woo!" No, if you have a car that's loud for no fucking reason, I don't like you. And I think bad things when I close my eyes. I wish America had tiny little cute cars. I wish America had tiny cute little cars. Tiny cute little mopeds. And I hate the big cars of America. I hate them. I really hate them. It makes me, and you know, the thing is, it's like, I'm not even truck phobic, man. You can have a truck. I get it. You know, especially if you work in construction and you want a bed. There have been lots of times where I've gone to Home Depot for some stupid project to build a cat tower for my cats. I get it. All right. I get it. I don't understand why people pick trucks that are so big, but the bed is smaller. It's like, this is antithetical to your cause. The one you claim to care about. And then they drive like douchebags. It's like, I hate you. I just think, and here's my one opinion. Loud cars are the fucking worst. I really don't like, I have like sound autism. I hate loud cars so much. I like motorcycles get this much of a pass because I imagine it's probably hard to find a quiet motorcycle. Motorcycles get this much, but some are excessive. Motorcycles get this much of a pass. All right. Cars, no pass. You have no pass. No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Unless it's like a total piece of shit and that's why it's loud. It's like you can see that it's like it's barely holding on to dear life. It's like, oh, I don't think you got an option about how your car sounds. When it's like spotless, it's like brand new, shiny as shit, and it's loud as fuck. It's like, I close my eyes and I think bad thoughts. When are we playing RE9? I have to go to bed soon. No, we're streaming, bro. We're streaming. I just got a second wind. You're being way too charitable about loud cars, blaming it on a dealership. It's usually douchebags who think it sounds good and cool. The only reason I'm giving a small car out is because I knew one person who wanted to they wanted to get some upgrade for their car. They're like a car head. I'm like, you know what? People on the internet buy like 17 different mice. If you play video games, there's a good chance you own 5 mice for some godforsaken reason. You're like, well, this one has 5 buttons. This one has 17. I don't want 17. And this one is weighted. And this one jerks me off. I'm like, okay, the last one I'm on board with. The rest of them, I don't really understand why you need that many, but okay. I understand having one spare, but you know what, whatever. And so I understand sometimes if you really like a thing, keyboard heads are another one. People that love keyboards are like, well, these key switches, as you can hear, barely make any noise, but these ones make no noise at all. So they're $1,000 a piece. I'm like, I just clearly, there's something about this I don't understand, and that's okay. I mean, I sometimes buy skins in video games, which is probably the biggest waste of my money. But the way I see it is I have 1,000 hours in probably more than 1,000 hours in Rivals. I want the new penny skin. I'm spending the $5 or whatever. I think I have like 500 gold money and I'm going to spend $5 so I can get the battle pass. So like, you know what, whatever. I enjoy it. It's like, I've definitely gotten my money's worth. You know, going to a movie theater in LA, it's like $50 just to walk into the place, $100 for the popcorn, $200 just to get seated. It's fucking obscene. I'm not joking though. Like actually movie theater prices, AMC, if you actually go often enough, getting the monthly pass seems like it's super worth it. Oh, good night, Ansu. I'll try to upload the VOD, but anyways, moving on. I got distracted on this point. That was to say, I've spoken to one person who was like a car head, and they were getting into cars, and they went to this like shop. I think they went to the shop, I guess, and they wanted like one specific thing, and they got talked into getting like 3 more things, and they were like, you know what, sure. And one of the things made like the muffler or something. I don't know cars. I don't know anything about cars. I gotta drive a car and fill up the gas and sort of change a tire. Okay. I have my phone and I have stuff in the trunk and that's all I need. And they made the car loud. They made the car loud. And they were like, I couldn't afford to fix it because it was like a scummy dealership or like a scummy shop. And I had to drive this loud ass, annoying ass fucking car for weeks. And I actually regretted it so bad. Like I was so fucking, it was just not good. It was not good. So yeah, I was like, you know what? That is embarrassing for you, and that was embarrassing enough for you. So if that was you, you know, you get a small pass. Everybody else, if you choose to have a loud car, I fucking hate you. Like I don't care if it's an irrational hatred. I hate you. You make my life worse. There is no feeling I experience that is more like I would rather have a 0 and 60 Spider-Man on my team than experience walking down a sidewalk with a friend and a loud ass car fucking zooms past. God forbid it stops and then has to start again because it's a red light. And I'm like, I just want to enjoy a nice leisurely walk while I talk to my friend, and you are ruining my experience and this city and everybody else's fucking life. So, if you choose to have a loud car, I don't like you. If you unintentionally bought a loud car and you were like, it's not that loud, and then you realize like, oh, it's fucking loud. Actually, this shit sucks. I'm sorry for you. And I think you should work on that. All right. Sorry, the last thing I was going to say, specifically when it doesn't do anything. It'll be like God forbid, oh my God, it's like a shitty car that's loud. Like, not like a shitty car. It's like a sports car or whatever, but it's not an actual sports car. It's just like a normal, like, Civic or whatever, but it's got like the S on it and it's loud. It's like, yeah, bro, that tiny little spoiler is really making you go fast, bro. Yeah, that tiny little spoiler and that fucking loud ass muffler. Yeah, you know what, bro? Sign up for the fucking Grand Prix, bro. You got it, man. But not to make you angry, loud cars are made that way purposely using something called a fart can. Friend's ex had one. We all hated him. You're fucking with me. You're farting with me. Shut up. That's not true. Don't tell me it's called a fucking fart can. You're joking. Someone in chat said they were a mechanic. Please confirm. It's true. No. Hey, bro, check out my fucking fart can. You should be fucking tried for war crimes. I hate you. All right. I'm calm now. I'm calm about cars. I'm calm. We are not mad. It's derogatory slang. Good. As it should be. So as I'm sure you guys saw, someone in chat sent this earlier. Ken Klippenstein did this randomly today. It's a Melania Trump tweet from 2014 saying, "Honey, see you soon." And it's, I presume, her wearing a bikini that's a white leopard, like a snow leopard or something. Dude, maybe it's just like you're just a little bit of a funky character if your first name starts with a K and your last name starts with a K. Like Ken Klippenstein and Kyle Kalinske, they're just different, I guess. They're just different. So as I'm sure you guys saw, I saw this last night and I was like, it's time to go to bed. If Iran doesn't fully open without threat the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours from this exact point in time, the United States of America will hit and obliterate their various power plants, starting with the biggest one first. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Are we just serious right now? Are we actually... There's a new update? No, stop. I saw this last night and I was like, that's enough. This is about Tallarico. Oh, now with the death of Iran, the greatest enemy America has is the radical left, highly incompetent Democrat Party. Oh, Iran has died. I don't know if you guys saw the update, the patch notes. Iran actually died. The death of Iran is upon us. I must have missed that. Was there another one on this, or was that it? I'm just scrolling through. I can actually just scroll through his Truth Social. There's probably not nudity. This is about TSA and ICE. Oh, so pathetic. No games. Imagine posting this as Trump. Oh my God. The Democrats want to give our country away to the illegals. Oh, Donald Trump retruthed this one. He thought it was so good it was deserving of a retruth. To the illegals who they allowed to board through our now very strong border. I won't allow that to happen. The Democrats are grossly incompetent. ICE is ready to go on Monday. President Donald J. Trump. Okay, got it. All right. Well, Iran responded to all those concerned, quote, "We warned for the last time at the slightest attack on our infrastructure, we will destroy all energy, information technology, water desalination infrastructure belonging to the United States and the Zionist regime in the region." Let me tell you, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Kuwait, Bahrain, Dubai, all of these what would we call them? All the Middle Eastern millionaires and billionaires in these countries are sweating. They are fucking sweating because they know Iran is not fucking around and that Iran means it. And so far, Iran has followed through with every single retaliatory threat. That every time they have said, if you do this, we will do this, they've done it. Isn't it GCC? Well, I'm talking about I guess more accurately, because I'm not even just talking about the countries. I'm talking about the Gulf nation ruling class. Like, let's be real. The slave labor force in Dubai, those people are just going to suffer no matter what happens, right? The desalination plants get hit. Those people would be the first to suffer. I don't want those people to fucking suffer. And those people didn't even make active decisions about any of this shit. The billionaire fucking ruling classes or ruling class in these countries, they're the ones making the fucking decisions here, and they're the ones that are going to start feeling the heat from their decisions. But let's see this. Iran vows to close the Strait of Hormuz completely if the U.S. hits its power plants. Can you imagine going on Truth Social as the fucking president of the United States and saying, if you don't open it fully without threat, in 48 hours, we will hit all of your power plants. And then they respond saying, well, if you hit any of them, it will never open. Fuck you.
Escalating threats between Iran and the United States are raising
God, I
fears
still have to
of an
pee
even
like
wider
15 minutes later. I'm just going to go pee really quickly. I'm going to go piss real fast, okay? There's also this. Omani oil prices are surging $173 per barrel.
war in the Middle East. Tehran says any attack on its power plants will trigger immediate retaliation, including the full closure of the Strait of Hormuz, strikes on energy facilities and U.S.-linked interests across the region.
In reiteration of our previous warning, if any fuel or energy facilities in Iran are targeted, we will respond by targeting energy and technology institutions and desalination plants linked to America and the Zionist entity in the region.
It comes after President Donald Trump warned that he would destroy Iran's energy facilities if it does not open the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours. The waterway is a critical choke point for ships transporting oil and gas out of the Gulf. Well, we're live in Tehran, in Washington, D.C., in Ramallah, Tyre, that's in southern Lebanon, and in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, also in the Iranian capital. And that's where we start in Tehran with Ali Hashem. So, Ali, we now have this standoff. The U.S. president telling Iranians, you have 48 hours to open the Strait of Hormuz, or I will blow up your power plants, starting with the biggest and most important one. Iran has responded, and it seems that they have no intention of doing what the U.S. president is asking of them. Can you walk us through the response that you have seen from Iran over the last few hours?
Well, Cyril, in the middle of this war, it seems that another war is going on, which is the war of rhetorics and narratives. And with President Trump raising the stake, the Iranians are responding with more confrontational rhetoric. And it's clear now that there is a unified position here, because we're hearing, after we heard from the armed forces, we heard from the Speaker of the Parliament, and now the Vice President, they're all on the same point. The moment the power plants in Iran are going to be hit, the whole region will go for a blackout. And more than that, the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed, and it won't be open except these plants were rebuilt according to the armed forces. Now, with respect to the other authorities here in the country, like the vice president, he tried to defend Iran's position, saying that this is self-defense and that Iran is under the aggression, and that's why it will be self-defending itself by launching attacks against regional power plants and, of course, Israel. So this is the picture in general with respect to this point precisely. But what's clear here is that this whole conflict is going towards a dead end. There's no possibility for the moment to get down the ladder, at least from what we're hearing from both sides. Each side is taking, or at least is escalating their own rhetoric. And this could lead to what's really worse than the situation we are in currently.
And Ali,
don't worry, guys. It can always get worse. It can always get worse. Anyone thinks Trump is being prevented from pushing the big red button with Iran? Absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Stephen Miller that understands that once you escalate it that far, you can't un-escalate from that point. But it might not even fucking matter. Sorry, this is funny enough that I have to read. If I don't get a gifted sub within 90 seconds from this exact point in time, I will clip Denims out of context and I will post it all over the greater manosphere. It will look very bad. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Something that perhaps is noteworthy that happened today. We heard from the Iranian representative at the International Maritime Organization. His message was actually the Strait of Hormuz is not completely closed, and if if foreign countries collaborate or work with us, we can get some of those ships through the strait.
Easy clap, art of the deal. Congratulations, Skyden. Colstar, Colstar, thank you for preventing total and complete annihilations of the Denims.
Well, Cyril, this has been the case from the beginning. They've been talking to people, to companies, and there is a kind of a procedure that they are imposing. And they are saying clearly that only ships related to the United States and Israel and their allies aren't allowed to pass there. There were several conditions put on the table, but clearly the Iranians want to impose, at least to experience this leverage they have. They want to make use of it, exploit it, in order to create a new status quo, not only today in the middle of the war. We heard several Iranian officials, including the foreign minister, saying that post-war reality should be Iran should have its leverage still to allow people to get in and out of the Gulf.
Ali Hashem reporting from the Iranian capital, Tehran. Thank you very much, Ali.
Wow. Is CNN actually covering Iran in a way that's even remotely positive? What the fuck? I kind of want to watch that. Oh, I wanted to watch the original of this. When the Japanese and the Iranians mix up, you get the Ayatollah. Get out. Door is right there, bro. Get out. Stop it. Stop it. Gaffigas, thank you for the gift sub. Bro. Totally unrelated, but I just need to show all of you this. There is some joke about F-35s in here somewhere. How is Marvel's a real game? How is Marvel Rivals a real game?
You belong to me! To battle! I know this relic.
Oh,
An
shit.
ancient honor.
No. The Marvels are gone, people. I will not be elaborating. No, thank you. Hold up. I gotta close some tabs, guys. So many tabs. Can't close this. Good. Logging my... Almost. Perfect.
Here's my take. Beneath the daily headline of strikes and counterstrikes in the Middle East, we're witnessing something seismic. War is being utterly transformed. In the first week of Tehran's retaliation campaign, drones accounted for about 71% of recorded strikes on Gulf states, according to a CSIS analysis. The UAE alone reportedly faced 1,422 detected drones and 246 missiles in just 8 days. We could already glimpse many of these trends in Ukraine, but in Iran, the future of war has definitively come into view. Michael Horowitz of the Council on Foreign Relations says, "We are now in the era of precise mass in war." For decades, precision warfare meant a handful of Tomahawk missiles, stealth bombers, or fighter jets. Now it can mean a one-way drone built from commercial parts and launched in swarms. What used to require a great industrial nation's capacity can increasingly be assembled, adapted, and scaled by much smaller states. The economics of war are being turned upside down. A Shaheed-type drone often costs around $35,000. A Patriot interceptor costs about $4 million, which
Jesus
would buy over 100 drones. This is the new arithmetic of conflict. The attacker spends thousands, the defender
Do you guys remember the point that I was making a few hours ago about GDP and how GDP is not necessarily a great metric of a country's well-being or how well off they are? The US government paying that obscene amount because it's a for-profit war machine nowadays. Also, the attacker spent what the sorry, I just peeped that. We'll watch that in a second. ADHD Andy over here, fucking Jesus. By GDP alone, by military might through finances alone, it would appear that the US is at a massive advantage until you realize that the US isn't using the cheapest way possible to make this weaponry. We have the oh my. Bro, you're so weird, Wormy. Her a weirdo. How did she do that? Fuck. Someone please clip that. I saw her balancing in the corner of my eye. Balancing mad weird. Yes, cat. Hi, Wormy. You want to sit on my lap? I made space for you. Girl, move. Distracting me. Okay, good. Great. Good worm. Yes, right. I remember. The GDP of the US government, or the GDP of at least our military might, measuring how much we spend, might suggest to you that we are much more capable and that this war is going to be much more one-sided than it actually ended up being, or it has so far ended up being. Because they're capable of paying way less to destroy what we're paying to create. Contractors charging $1 million for every fucking bolt. Yeah, I mean, part of this is that, again, it's a for-profit industry. The war machine is a for-profit industry. So they're like steel that would normally cost like, let's go with bolts. I actually don't know the exact pricing of steel. Bolts that would cost like $1 to create, when they sell them to the US government because it's attached to some other fucking parts, I'm not joking, it's like $5,000. Like, we're getting so fleeced. Why? Because Billy shouldn't be able to afford fucking insulin. Is that what your cat is actually named? Well, on official paperwork, her name is actually Sunshine. That's what her name was when I adopted her from the shelter. I can only assume that the people who named her Sunshine named her that because it makes them happy. And she makes me happy. Not when skies are gray, but rather when she is gray. But I call her Wormy. She's so wormy. All right. Can we go back to this for a second? Let's not forget Fareed Zakaria is a dog. What do you mean by that? Did this link me to? Is it something I've already seen? Oh, Lord.
One of those actors, as I said, the one I think that is now really in the catbird seat. And let's personalize it, because I do think the big winner out of all this is Bibi Netanyahu. And let's be honest, you know, you had your disagreements with him. I've had my disagreements with him. He has handled this remarkably well.
Are we fucking serious? Are you fucking pulling my cock right now? What the fuck?
Put aside the Gaza issue for a moment, which is its own.
Wormy, are you hearing this shit? The Gaza issue. Put it aside for a second. Can you put aside genocide for a second, Wormy? Could you do that for me?
Very complicated issue, and certainly a humanitarian catastrophe. But in the north, what Bibi did was fundamentally change the balance of power in the region. He went after Hezbollah. They collapsed, turned out to be a paper tiger. He goes out, he continues the strikes on Syria. The Syrian regime collapses. He goes after Iran's air defenses. The Iranians turn out to be a paper tiger as well, can barely respond.
Did everyone just learn the word? Did everyone learn the phrase "paper tiger"?
To those attacks on their air defenses, and then decides to go after Iran itself. He also figures out how to, lack of a better word, to play Donald Trump. He gets Donald Trump to support him. Trump says he wants a deal. He says, yeah, you keep trying to do a deal. And then when the deadline that Trump had set expires, this is, by the way, the first deadline that Trump has ever set where once it expired, he actually did something about it, right? He says to him, now you got to let me go. Guessing, I think, that the Israeli operation would go well and that Trump would have FOMO and, fear of missing out and want to join.
Oh, thank you so much. I wasn't sure.
Jump in.
Bro really is evil, Rami Malek.
And I think he managed all of that remarkably well. Look, he got a number of lucky breaks along the way, but I think he did the strikes as much to preempt American diplomatic
Yeah, explaining FOMO, but not paper tiger. Incredible.
action and an American diplomatic deal with Iran as Iran's nuclear weapons. He wanted to make sure that Iran does not have some kind of reconciliation with the United States, force the action, force the Americans to come in. As far as I can tell, he's handled this extraordinarily well. What are Iran's options at this moment, Zanny?
Can I just slightly
You can absolutely disagree.
With your Bibi was so wonderful take.
Yes.
Success.
Too bad that she's also just a fucking Israel hack. Wormy. Oh, Wormy. Oh, Wormy. Imagine getting schooled by the lady who got schooled by fucking Tucker Carlson. Oh, Wormy. Please, can I have Worm? Let me. Denim showing worm on main. All right, sorry. Let's continue this before I fucking.
The new arithmetic of conflict. The attacker spends thousands. The defender spends.
The attacker spends thousands. The attacker. Iran here. The attacker. Oh, I must have missed the part where Iran randomly bombed a school of 160 innocent children.
Millions. But the revolution is bigger than drones. It's really about a new military architecture. Cheap autonomous systems, AI-assisted targeting, commercial satellite.
Sorry, really quickly. Have we gotten any evidence at all that Iran is using AI-assisted targeting? I'm not saying it's not possible, but I have not seen anything that has suggested that. The U.S. is using AI targeting, but he's saying new military architecture, cheap autonomous systems. I don't think he's talking about the U.S. here. Maybe he is. Let's continue.
Imagery, resilient communications, integrated sensors, and cyber tools all operating together. The aim is not merely to strike. It is to compress time, to find, decide, and hit faster than the enemy can move, hide, or recover. In an experiment.
Oh, okay. So he has to be talking about the U.S. Okay.
Last year, the Air Force said that machines generated recommendations in under 10 seconds and produced 30.
The machines can generate stupid responses in 10 seconds. That's like being on like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and then like calling your dumbest friend and being like, who was the president in 1861? And they're like, Trump. I generated that in 3 seconds. That doesn't make it good.
Generated recommendations in under 10 seconds and produced 30.
Hey, Grok, what should I do? Grok, how should I win the war? Grok, murder children. Okay. I can also recommend bombing hospitals in seconds too. Grok, how many rocks should I eat in a day? Grok, should I use glue in my pizza?
30 times more options than human-only teams. The old model of military supremacy relied on exquisite systems, magnificent, costly, slow to produce, painful to lose. But they are no longer enough by themselves. The side that wins tomorrow's wars.
That's amazing. Trying to undo like years of programming in America that like the weapons are so expensive because they're so good, because they're the best, they're untouchable. The F-35, I can't even see it. When it flies next to you, you can't even see it. It's literally invisible. You can't see it. It can't be shot. It's never been shot before because it's millions of dollars. It's hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm getting word. I'm just hearing this for the first time. It did get shot. It did get shot. These expensive weapons are not the future. We need to go back to making cheap garbage.
May not be the one with the single best platform. It may be the one that can field enough good platforms, cheaply enough, quickly enough, and network them intelligently enough. Lots of good stuff will beat small numbers of great stuff. Ukraine remains the great laboratory of this new age. Out of necessity, it has built a model of...
I was dying at the visual and the sound effect. I had to like process for a second that I did just hear what I heard. Beep boop boop bop. Image enhanced.
It's small numbers of...
Did you just fart into the mic right now? What the fuck was that? You never heard of the... like blowing a raspberry?
Great stuff.
Like a spit take?
Ukraine remains the great laboratory of this new age. Out of necessity, it has built a model of adaptation at wartime speed. Ukraine's Sting interceptor drone costs about $2,000, flies up to 280 kilometers per hour.
You gotta love him glazing, by the way, Ukraine, and not glazing Iran for doing effectively the same thing, if not better, currently. Because they boasted about being able to find weaknesses and overwhelming the Iron Dome and being able to hit Israel after, I mean, decades of propaganda that the Iron Dome was impenetrable. And then they boasted about being able to hit targets that otherwise people have said they are not hittable. We cannot hit them. You can't see the F-35, and they have. Wouldn't it make more sense to glaze the country that's actually, all right,
has downed more than 3,000
through decades of sanctions.
Shaheeds since mid-2025 per its manufacturer, and is being produced at more than 10,000 a month, according to Reuters. One Ukrainian test pilot said that learning to fly it takes only 3 or 4 days for those who can already operate drones.
Seems kind of slow. Maybe
and
that's
then
fast.
there is the software side. Ukraine has opened access to its battlefield data so allies can train drone AI, which will boost pattern recognition and target detection capabilities. Defense Minister Mikhailo Fedorov says the country now...
Dude, I hope that they get like the Grok AI and they're like, drone, hit all the terrorists. And then it's just like, you guys got the rest.
Now possesses a unique array of battlefield data that is unmatched anywhere else in the world, including millions of annotated images gathered during tens of thousands of combat flights. In other words, the war's most valuable output may not just be hardware, it may be data. This is why the implications stretch far beyond Ukraine and the Gulf. Ukraine's top commander says Moscow is now producing 404 Shahed-type drones every day and aims eventually for 1,000 drones a day. By contrast, Lockheed Martin produced about 600 Patriot interceptors in all of 2025 and hopes to scale that to 2,000 by
Posting American L's.
27. Remember, that's 1,000 drones a day versus 2,000 interceptors a year. The contrast tells the story. The problem is no longer simply technological sophistication, it is industrial scale, software integration, and the speed with which lessons from the battlefield are turned into mass production. There are many deeper implications of this revolution in military affairs. With drones out there, the battle is everywhere, and soldiers will not get a respite. With human beings far from the battlefront, war might become easier to contemplate, but also easier to deadlock. And with these deadly weapons easy to produce, terror groups, drug cartels, and criminal gangs can wage the kind of war that was once the domain of organized armies with arsenals. In 1991, the Gulf War taught the world that advanced technology could make war precise. In 2026, Iran is teaching the world something more consequential. Precision will now be mass-produced. The countries that prevail will not simply be those with the finest platforms. There will be those that can combine small numbers of exquisite, expensive weaponry with vast numbers of cheap drones. Human judgment will, over time, give way to computer algorithms. That is the future of war.
Thank you, Mr. Fareed. Thank you for Fareed's take, also known as poop from butt.
And it's arriving faster than most of us imagined. I'm back with Danny Centrinowitz, who's...
What the fuck? They like pulled him off the stage to bring him back with fucking corpse makeup, with morgue makeup, with open casket makeup. What the hell?
Than most of us imagined.
Who the fuck was in charge of this? Oh my God.
Back with Danny Centrinowitz, who served as head of the Iran branch of Israel's military intelligence. He joins me from Tel Aviv. Danny, you say that one of the possible probable outcomes of this conflict will be an Iran that decides to race toward building a nuclear weapon. It's never done that before. It's always stopped short. It's always stayed kind of one or 2 feet before that red line. Why do you think they'll now make a dash for it?
Yeah, in order to understand that, let's a little bit do a recap on the Iranian nuclear strategy. Until 2003, Iran wanted to build a nuclear bomb. 2003, Khamenei, the father, forgo that option and actually tried to bring Iran to a threshold state on enrichment without crossing the Rubicon. He was very afraid of that. That is why he issued a fatwa, a religious order, saying that you cannot develop a nuclear bomb. When he's dead, the fatwa is dead, meaning that what we have now is young, radicalized leader, name of Mujtaba, the son, want to avenge the death of his father, his mother, his wife, his daughter, and he has behind him, he's controlled by the RGC, the most extreme element in Iran. And they see...
Oh my God, what are we smoking right now? By the way, don't mention any of the passive language being used. Don't mention who killed who and what led to this escalation and why his family members are dead. Don't mention any of that. Actually, Denim, that was his human makeup coming off to show the ghoul underneath. Don't say that.
Right now, they need something else in order to build the deterrence. Not missile, not everything related to Hezbollah or Shiite militias, no proxies, will defend Iran in the future. They need to have the ultimate card. And with the 440 kilos for 60% that is buried in Isfahan or elsewhere, they have the ability to do so, at least reaching the fissile material of 90%. So I'm saying that the war that actually meant to prevent Iran from crossing the threshold actually might be the war that actually will push Iran beyond the threshold towards a nuclear bomb.
Danny, let me ask you this. There are reports that President Trump was given some briefings, for example, by the Defense Intelligence Agency that the Strait of Hormuz would be closed. And apparently he seems to have either not cared or not prepared adequately. But Israel has been preparing for this conflict for a long time. Israel knows specific tactical intelligence perfectly. But how is it that Israel seems to have misread the regime, misread the response? If Bibi Netanyahu did tell Donald Trump that this regime will collapse, you know, that you will have people welcoming you on the streets, how did Israel get this wrong? What explains Netanyahu's eagerness and his calculation that this regime would collapse within a day or two?
Misread. It's almost like he was lying the entire time. I know, crazy idea. Don't worry, but don't get too scared, chat. But President of the United States might, maybe, perhaps, might have been lying.
I think the problem wasn't operationally. I think the IDF and Central Command working amazing together have operation achievement that we shouldn't underestimate that. But the problem was strategically. I think Netanyahu and Trump really thought that if you decapitate Khamenei, the regime will collapse. They didn't think what will happen next. So this is why we don't have off-ramps. We don't have a strategic way out of this escalation. So I think it goes back to the flawed understanding regarding Iran. And I want to add one other thing regarding that. Intelligence-wise, you can know where the leaders are, you can know where their deputies are, but sometimes you can see the trees, but you cannot.
It was just a little bean who made a little mistake. Please. I guess I get it, because the alternative is saying that Trump is beholden to Netanyahu, presumably because Netanyahu has videos of him raping children or something. And if you ever try and criticize Israel and say that Israel is the reason why Trump is in this war, which by the way is factually true, if Israel didn't exist as we know it today, if Israel had never existed as we know it today, and it was never created, 70 whatever years ago, we would not be in this war today right now. If Netanyahu wasn't in power, we would not be in this war right now. But if you ever have the audacity to say that, that's right, chat. I'm getting to everything in my title. Bill Maher will call you anti-Semitic.
You have now this guy, Joe Kent. He quit this week. It was a big story. I think he was the counterintelligence guy. And he said, I can't go along with this because, you know what, he's been listening to too much Tucker Carlson. It's, the Jews made us do it. It's just another version of anti-Semitism that comes out. First it was BDS, then it was their colonizers and genocide, which it wasn't, and all these.
Oh, it wasn't genocide. I must have missed all of the stuff from the ICC and the ICJ. Right. Totally forgot when South Africa, what would they know, brought charges against Israel of genocide. And then there was an arrest warrant that came out after that. Wow. Jeez. I must have missed that. Huh. Bill Maher.
These other reasons, like you can't have a state.
The craziest thing, too, is Joe Kent, in that document, he literally doesn't mention Jewish people even once. He mentions Israel. He says that Israel benefits, which Israel does. And he mentions, and by the way, the majority of American people think that Israel benefits more, even among Republicans, that Israel benefits more from this war than the United States does. By the way, not controversial opinion here. And his statement is that Netanyahu has wanted this war for 40 years, which is a factually correct statement.
In the world that's based on religion, even though there's like 46 Muslim countries that are based on religion, some have the name right in the title of the country. But whatever it is, you have all these. And now the big answer is, no, Israel made us do it. We're Israel's bitch. I don't think we're Israel's bitch.
Ignore the article that came out 14 years ago where Netanyahu said America's a very easy thing to trick, or America's a very easy thing to sway, I think was the statement. We literally pay for their healthcare, for all of their defensive weapons, for everything that they want, whenever they want.
I think we're Israel's ally. But, if I have to be on one side of this MAGA thing, either Trump or Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Nick Fuentes, I'll be with Trump on this.
Fuentes. I'm going to say something crazy. You actually don't have to be on either of their side. I know, crazy, but you don't actually have to do that. You can actually just enjoy the show.
Because that's the other side of MAGA.
The other side of MAGA is Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson. Watch Israeli agent Bill Maher as he tries to force the narrative that Israel has nothing to do with anything, and then listen to a few forced flaps, probably initiated by the floor producer in the background. Dude. I did read somewhere that scientists try to generate the most annoying creature never before seen. And Bill Maher is what they invented. And much like Dr. Frankenstein, they ran away from their creation in fear and horror. And now the rest of us have to fucking deal with it. I mean, I get it though. This shit just fucking works because Americans are so fucking racist that shit like this hits. Did you guys see this? This is a mall in Virginia. Every day I am more radicalized. I'm a foreigner in my own country.
This is Virginia, by the way.
Of course he sounds like that. Of course he sounds like that. These people existing. These people on Eid celebrating and existing. You should be mad about this, by the way. You should be mad about this. By the way, can I just say, a mall in America that's this populated deserves a fucking award. You go to modern malls nowadays, and they are empty. They are empty. This is honestly, genuinely a massive W. Having a mall that actually is this fucking populated, holy shit. Oh my God. Now, this has a fundamental misunderstanding. This is like presenting a, it's misrepresenting what cities look like. Muslims be shopping. True. This is like going to Flushing in New York and being like, what is happening? Because there's a large Chinese population there. Or like going to Jackson Heights and being like, what's going on? Can you imagine like going to like K-Town and then being like, there's something suspicious about here. All the signs are in Korean. This is a crazy notion, but generally immigrants tend to immigrate to cities and boroughs or like even smaller cities. I don't know what the word I'm looking for. Cities within cities and zip codes that have people that speak the same language and or are from the same culture as them. Because when you move somewhere where you don't know anyone there, neighborhood, I don't know, I was like, borough, no, neighborhood. When you move somewhere and you don't know the language and you don't have anyone in your life and you don't have any friends or family that are over there, it's a lot easier to immigrate if there are people there that can help you. This is like, if this is just the only way you can think something this stupid is if you've never spoken to an immigrant before. This is literally the only way that you can think this. Chinese immigrants who immigrated here tend to move or had moved to neighborhoods that were predominantly Chinese because they could form community with other people there who spoke the same language as them. And if they were struggling or they needed help or they needed assistance with immigration offices or with rent or with the general rules of society, they had people that were like them that could help them. Crazy idea. Crazy notion. Pretty sure this is Dune's fault. Correct. Correct. I was reading that this is the same thing with the PCS Swedes in Minnesota back 100 years ago. I don't know enough about that. Americans do this when they go to live abroad as well. Correct. Nah, Chinatown was pure RNG. No, that was pure RNG. No, that's not. Like, as someone who has immigrant parents, I will tell you, they immigrated to New York because they knew that there was an Arab population and a Muslim population there. And my parents became friends with the other Muslim people in the neighborhood. And when they needed help, whether that was with immigration offices or whether that was with dealing with the landlord or whether that was with emergencies, they could go and reach out to their community, which in this case was other Muslim Americans or other Muslim people that moved to New York from wherever they were from, for help. Hey, we are struggling with this. What do we do here? What are we supposed to do with this? How do we deal with this? AKA Dearborn, Michigan. And that's why K-Town exists. That's why Chinatown exists. That's why like little Japan exists or any neighborhoods. I mean, that's why Flushing exists. That's why Jackson Heights exists. Dearborn, Michigan exists. These people are going to seek community and they want to move somewhere or immigrate somewhere where they can ask for help from their community, especially if you speak the same language. Also, that's where your culture is as an immigrant. Miss your local food, problem solved. Well, yeah, I mean, like, I'm not lying when I say, so in Morocco, they have this, I mean, not just Morocco, but in Morocco, they have this, this sweet, and it's called, well, technically it has multiple names, but that's not, it's beside the point. Because it also exists in a lot of South Asian cultures, and I think in India they call it jalebi. And there aren't a lot of Moroccans in New York, but there are enough, I guess, Indian people that have moved to New York. And so during Ramadan, we would go to Jackson Heights, because during Ramadan, these stores would literally take out all of their Ramadan food, or like the cultural Ramadan food. And one of the things was jalebi, and we would go and get it. And I would, coming home from school, I would like go out of my way to go to get some, to get like a box or two of it, to bring it back for breaking fast. So when you miss your culture and you miss the food and you miss the people, at least you have a little piece of home with you in the form of this city and this community that was formed in a different country, in a different city, in a different state, whatever. This is what I'm talking about. Let me see if I can find a good, maybe I can find like a video of it being made. This shit is so good. It's like, it's almost like this, like, I actually don't know what it's made out of, but it's this honey-like sweet that's fried and covered in honey, I guess, syrup. Is it like funnel cake? No, because the inside is like gooey. So the outside is it's like crunchy, and the inside is like really gooey. It's not funnel cake. Funnel cake is made out of flour and stuff. This is like just syrup or whatever. I don't know the detail. I've never made it myself. Nightmare to eat with braces, but it's so fucking good. It's so good, especially when like the funnels are thicker, because it's like nice and crispy on the outside, and it's so gooey on the inside. It's kind of like, imagine if Gushers were good. It's so good. It's so good. I wish I could find like a video of somebody eating one of these. Yeah. What do you mean if? Okay, you're right. Gushers are good. Imagine if Gushers were even better. Imagine if Gushers were even crazier. Even more tasty, even more delicious. Called Shabakia? Long as that, but anyways. Will the halal market have it? Well, yes it will. Why was I bringing this up? Anyways, evil Adam Conover is all I have to say about this. Seeing a mall doing well in the United States in 2026 and then getting mad, you're like actually a baby that only reacts to shapes and colors. I think we used to call it Helwa Shabekia, but I know that that technically refers to a different thing that I have made, which is made out of flour. But anyways, continuing.
See the forest, meaning that even if Israel has an amazing operational intelligence on Iran, I don't think that strategically we understand how the Islamic Republic is actually working, and this has led to our problematic situation right now in the war itself.
And so what do you think is the most likely outcome, Danny, at this point? Is it an escalation, or is it Trump taking an off-ramp?
Stop.
I think that we probably will know in the next 48 hours. If President Trump will decide to attack the infrastructure in Iran, it's going to get ugly in a way. Things are going to get escalate. And I don't think, I find it very hard to see the end of it, because things will be very bad in terms of the influence on the economical market, on the oil prices and things like that. Because once Trump will hit that, then gloves are off, no red lines, and everything will escalate. If he'll decide to hold off, and we're thinking about that, maybe there is a way for off-ramp, maybe through some third people or countries that actually will mediate between Iran and USA, for example, Oman or Qatar. Maybe some sort of...
Oman and Qatar do not want to mediate this. They don't. They've already received more shit than they've wanted to. They're already pissed. Well, specifically Qatar is already pissed that they're even involved at all, that Iran was serious when they said that they were going to start attacking. Big issue in the UK right now is that right-wingers are upset about Muslims praying in public for Eid. These people just love being angry. Bro, like, I just, like, can't imagine. I just can't imagine. Listen, can I say something? You know what, man? If someone's doing some shit and it's not bothering you, why the fuck? Grow up, bro. Grow up. Christians literally go outside and they do this every time they pass a church, and they put the fucking Ash Sunday, Ash Wednesday. I was always confused about that. Nobody cares, bro. How are you bothering anyone? I don't understand. Wait 1 second. I wanted to. That's just what it called. Oh, my bad. I don't know. The problem with growing up in a household with 2 different Arabic dialects is that my Arabic is really shit. And it's like this really bad mismatch of like one of the most bastardized Arabic dialects, which is Moroccan, and one of the least, which is Egyptian. So mine is just bad. It's just when I speak to Egyptian people, they're like, "What the hell? Why do you speak like that?" When I speak to Moroccan people, they're like, "What do you say? I don't understand what you're saying." I'm like, "I'm sorry, man. I didn't choose this life, man. This life chose me. I'm sorry." Ask any service worker. The worst customers are the after church crowd. Real? I don't know enough about this. On the plus side, you got to avoid evangelicalism. That's true. You're a bougie hick, I suppose. As a Turk, I don't get praying outside thing. They should just do it indoors, or if a mosque has indoors area or outdoor area, it's probably a Turkish thing. Well, it's probably just that like the nearest mosque is too far away, right? Because for anyone who doesn't know, technically, okay, sorry. I realize that there are some people that probably don't know anything about Muslim prayer. My understanding of Muslim prayer is that there are 5 prayers a day. And during Ramadan, everyone's supposed to be super holy and do all of the prayers, right? And so technically you don't need anything, but it is customary to have a prayer mat. And it is customary to do wudu, which is like you just like wash your hands and your face and stuff. And you're supposed to pray at certain times. Like the break of dawn and like right before the sun sets, and then there's like 3 more in the middle. I think there's 3 more in the middle. Been a long time. Fake Muslim over here. And technically you're supposed to pray at the time of prayer. So like when you guys have seen the videos of people walking around in Muslim countries where like randomly you just hear like Allahu Akbar. That's just a call to prayer. That means it's time to pray. Based on the sun position, that was my understanding. Okay, so then how do you know which direction with a compass? I mean, yeah, basically. And technically you can make up prayers. So if you miss a lot of prayers, it's okay. But if you don't have a reason for missing prayers, you really shouldn't miss your prayer. And if you're super far away from like the next area, like there's nothing wrong with praying outside. There's like, unless you're blocking the road, if you're praying in a park, I mean, I don't understand why I should care. It feels like the equivalent of like getting mad because someone's in a park meditating. If there was like a Buddhist person meditating in a park, I don't understand how that would bother me or impact me or like doing anything. You know what I mean? So like, I don't really get why it matters if someone's praying. And like, for anyone who doesn't know what prayers look like, imagine the size of like a yoga mat. And then you just like, you stand up and then you bend over and then it's a variety of 3 different things. Standing straight, sitting on your knees, I guess. I don't know how else to describe it. And then going all the way down until your hands touch. There are words for all these. Honestly, I should just pull a picture. Kneeling? Yeah, kneeling. Sorry, thank you. Prayer positions. Yeah, here it is. Wait, this one's like yoga, I'd rather. Yeah. This is it. And this is the full prayer. So you're really like not bothering anyone at all. Like it's really not, it really shouldn't, unless you're crazy enough, you're doing it in the middle of the sidewalk where people are trying to walk. What the fuck is the problem? I don't get it. It just does genuinely feels like a bigotry of like, oh, all these Muslims are praying around me. What am I gonna do? Like, what the fuck? Dude, okay. All right. I don't know if this is...
In the
Okay.
name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. O you who believe, when you encounter those who disbelieve...
Oh, let me just say really quickly, it's not even close. It's literally not even close. Prayers. Streamers are way worse with their selfie sticks. Yes. I am fundamentally of the opinion if a content creator bothers you, you should be able to punch the fuck out of them. I'm not. And I'm not joking. If you're being recorded without your consent and you're being harassed by some random content creator and you tell them, hey, can you please leave me alone? And they don't leave you alone. I just think you should be able to fucking give them a 1-2. I feel like that should be self-defense. If you politely say, I'm not interested, please leave me alone. Or even say, fuck you, get out of my face. And they don't, and they're still, and they just keep recording. They're like, what, why are you so mad? You should be able to deck them. I'm sorry. I just don't, I have no sympathy for content creators that are annoying. None. No sympathy. Yeet their camera. I got hit by 3 selfie sticks at a college campus trying to enjoy the cherry blossom season. I'm sorry. I refuse to call myself an influencer. I don't even like getting anywhere close to calling myself a content creator. So gross. Ew. I just like to say that I stream, which is true. I'm a streamer. I stream on the internet. Stupid shit. In some countries, you cannot without permission. Good. It should be that way. It should be that way. I mean, I have a fundamentally simple position, which is if you are bothering someone and they tell you to leave them alone, you should be required to leave them alone. And if you don't leave them alone, I think you should be, anyone, it doesn't want to leave you alone. I feel like that's harassment. And I feel like you should be able to deck someone like that. Morally, you should be able to. Morally, totally fair. Denims, you influence me to work out. Okay, that actually does make me really happy. You have quite strong views on that? Yeah, because it's fucking offensive and it's rude to everybody else that's just trying to live their life. I know that if I go outside, I don't want to be like fucking recorded by some random stupid fucking YouTuber. Hey, what do you think? How about can you show me your apartment? How much do you pay for your apartment? Leave me alone. I do not want to get harassed and bothered by some fucking freak so that they can make money on the internet. Like, stop, dude, stop. If you're a normal person trying to go about your life and you are not a content creator, you should not have to deal with content creators bothering you.
Believe, see them weak, and do not turn your backs to them in flight. The terrorist president of America has, in continuation of his aggressive and global destabilizing behavior, threatened that if Iran does not open the Strait of Hormuz, he will target Iranian power plants. We have repeatedly stated that the Strait of Hormuz is only closed to the enemy and those making unprofitable trips, and it has not yet been fully closed and is under our intelligent control. Harmless passage under specific regulations is ensured with our security and interests in mind. However, if America's threats regarding Iranian power plants are implemented, retaliatory measures will be taken immediately. 1. The Strait of Hormuz will be completely closed, and it will not be reopened until our destroyed power plants are rebuilt. 2. All power plants, energy infrastructure, and information technology of the Zionist regime will be widely targeted. 3. All similar companies in the region that have American shareholders will be completely destroyed. 4. Power plants in regional countries that host American bases will be legitimate targets. Everything is ready for a major jihad with the aim of completely destroying all American economic interests in the Middle East region.
I think Trump finally found someone who would call his stupid bluffs. Holy shit.
We were not the initiators of the war, and we will not be now. But if the enemy inflicts damage on our power plants, we will do anything to defend our country and the interests of our nation, and the relentless destruction of the aforementioned targets will begin, and nothing can prevent the continuation of our operations to destroy the energy, oil, and industrial infrastructure of America and its allies in the region. And there is no power except that of the Almighty, the Wise.
When was this announcement? 4 hours ago. This was after Trump said, you must open the Strait of Hormuz in 48 hours or we'll blow up all your power plants. Every power plant will be blown up into smithereens if you don't open it. They said, actually, if you blow any of our power plants up, it's gone. The strait is gone, people.
Hey, Trump, you are fired. You are familiar with this sentence. Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Catan.
This is AI, right? This is an AI video.
You are fired. You are familiar with...
Stop. There's no way. Yeah. Stop. That's pretty good, though. I wish it was real. Unless it's not. I don't know. I think it's AI. It looks kind of like...
Thank you for your attention to this matter. The central headquarters of Catan.
Oh, man. It could be real. I want to believe. I want to believe. It's hard to tell. It's real. 50-50, I would say. Regardless. Remember when we were talking about this yesterday and the day before? Indian oil tanker was allowed to cross the Strait of Hormuz after paying for the oil in the Chinese yuan. Iran has ended the age of dollar imperialism. Oh. Uh-oh. Do nothing. Win. Absolute cinema. Dude, this title, $200 billion is really just a down payment, the true cost of the Iran war. Yeah. I'm going to be honest with you guys. It's, the U.S. is fucked, I think. I don't think Trump realized that, the U.S. was not fucking around that Iran was not fucking around and that, the double attack after the attacks on Iran in the middle of negotiation talks or right before negotiation talks absolutely fucked everything up. Iran closes the door permanently. The Iranian foreign minister says that there is no longer any room to talk with the Americans. They deceived us with promises of no attack. After significant progress in negotiations, they decided to attack us regardless. I don't know if this is in English or if in Farsi, I believe.
Talking with Americans,
English.
Negotiation with Americans once again would be on the table because, we have a very, bitter experience of talking with Americans. We negotiated with them last year in last June, and they attacked us in the middle of negotiations. And again this year, they tried to convince us that this time is different. They promised us that they don't have any intention to attack us. And they wanted to resolve Iran's nuclear question peacefully and to find a negotiated solution, and we finally accepted. But again, after 3 rounds of negotiation, and after the American team in the negotiation, said itself that we made a big progress, still they decided to attack us. So I don't think, talking with Americans anymore would be, on our agenda anymore.
Yeah. 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 Unfortunately, this is the correct decision for Iran. Unfortunately, the U.S. has pretty much ensured this option once they attacked twice while they were supposed to be in the middle of negotiations. No, please come to the negotiation table with us. This time for real, for real. We definitely won't bomb you. No. Sorry, I had a totally left field. What is this? Clavicular lists the top 10 easiest jobs. 1. OF. 2. Model / TikToker. 3. Reaction YouTuber. 4. Nurse. 5. Uber driver. 6. Cameraman. 7. Lawyer. 8. Professional athlete. 9. Plumber. 10. Streamer. Okay, can I tell you guys all the truth? 1 through 10, you know what it should be? Overpaid work from home programmer. Those people don't work. I know that there's at least some of you guys that spend all of your time watching stream. Okay. Okay. All right, let me be real. Let me be real, man. Shut your face. Don't tell them. This has to be rage bait. This is like 10-year-old lists all of the jobs that he knows. Never clocked so viciously. Hey, I watch streams while working. Chill. One year ago, I worked 2 to 6 hours per week and I got paid for 40. This bitch snitching. Get her ass. No, seriously, if you work like a work from home office job, there's a good chance your job actually is on the top 10 easiest jobs. It's the work from home part that makes any job easier. There are very few work from home jobs, I think, that are like, that can ever become as draining as a job where you have to leave your house. There's commuting on its own is just so fucking stressful. There's so many privileges to being able to work from home. You know, you have food whenever you want it, hydration whenever you want it, no coworkers bothering you, especially if you can choose how many days you want to go to the office. Because I know there are some people that like physically going to an office, but if you can choose how many days you go to the office, it's like you don't have to get dressed. You can wear like a button down for meetings and your fucking boxers, you know, or, you know, you can just wear some fucking pajamas or whatever and then just put on like a little top. Use the bathroom when you want. You get to be around your pets when you want. Like, there's so many. Oh, best part of work from home. When there's like repairs and stuff, it's so easy to deal with. Like, I do feel like a total loser whenever during this entire period where there's been stuff in my unit. There's been like all these repairs in my unit. They're like, when's good? It's like, whenever, I guess. Whenever you guys want to. I guess sooner. I wake up at 6 a.m. So from then until 9 p.m. any day, I guess I'm home. Or I can make sure that I'm home and don't go out. Okay. You know? When do you guys have time? An old corpo boss I had who policed my bathroom use. Now I work from home. Yes, dude. Yes. Yeah, I have to say. He said nurse. Dude, are the kids not watching The Pit? Yeah. But anyways, yeah. That is, I think, some of the easiest work. Because the one thing I will say, I'm going to get canceled for this, but that's okay. The only thing that makes content remotely difficult is that it's like, if you are not a large creator, if you're not already successful, income is like, it fluctuates wildly. And you're constantly spending time like trying to figure out how to like boost yourself in the algorithm and trying to grow in all platforms and stuff. One of the best part about traditional jobs is that you clock in, you clock out, and you do whatever the fuck else you want. Like once the work is over, and you just fucking clock out and you're done. And you don't carry that anywhere else, right? Whereas with content, there's always like this, oh, I could be doing more. Oh, I could be doing more. Oh, there's more that I could be doing. It's just that one thing is usually outweighed by a variety of other problems that come with traditional jobs or whatever, or like actual jobs or whatever. And that's why the best one, one of the best jobs, in my opinion, the best job I think to have is a work from home office job, because you get all of the benefits of the easy jobs, which is you literally work from home. You don't have to deal with commuting. You get like your nice air conditioned apartment. You get to be with your pets. You can be with family. You're there if repairs are ever needed. If like fucking internet goes out and you have someone come over, food is available, bathroom is available, whatever you want, whenever you want. Right? And you don't have a fucking boss breathing over your neck. And then you get like the stability of normal traditional work. Hopefully your 401k, your pension, insurance. You get all of the nice things about traditional jobs with none of like the negatives of none of the negatives of being basically self-employed or whatever. That's like the best ideal situation, I think. That's the best job to have. Maybe I'm sure it's different for different people. I'm sure I've known people who hate being on the computer. And they're like, if I had to spend my life in front of a computer, I would rather die. And I'm like, damn. Okay. That's just, I don't know, man. Oh, okay. No, delivery is not easy. Delivery is not easy. I mean, actually, you know, the best example of this, like putting Uber Eats in here is crazy. Because Uber Eats is like a great example of like all of the negatives of content creation with none of the positives. Because the one big positive that outweighs all of the negatives of content is that you have the ability to make obscene amounts of money. Like, I'm sorry, the top streamers on this platform or on YouTube or whatever, they make so much fucking money, like obscene amounts of money. Like, I don't know that Kaisenat ever has to work another day in his life. And I'm not saying that as like a slight against him or that his content isn't entertaining or whatever. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying I don't think he has to work anymore. But so you don't even get that as like an Uber driver. You get all of the negatives, which is you're constantly thinking about like, oh, I could be working more. I could be making more money. You still have to deal with like people and you have to deal with them physically. Like that's way worse than being able to ban people or whatever, or like turning off your computer. Like the fact that like, this is also why I feel like it's hard for me to care about the haters is because like as soon as I just don't feel like dealing with it anymore, I just close Twitter. And then I go hang out with my friends. Like it's, I just don't, you know what I mean? Okay, close. That's it. I think Kai might have the record for the most amount of money earned in the shortest period of time by a streamer. No? Oh, absolutely. But moving on. Like, yeah, it's so easy to be messy, but you just have to be as good. Also, I'm sorry, can I say professional athletes of any kind, once you realize that they spend like an obscene amount of hours training, like I feel like esports was, for anyone who likes video games, esports sounded like the coolest job. And then you find out that these people literally scrim for 10 hours a day, every day. And it's not even like fun scrimming because these games are like hard. You ever have to lock in a rank game and you're trying your fucking little heart out and you're like using every bit of your brain power? You ever play a game that's like so long and you're like tired after? It's like, I thought this was supposed to be a hobby, bro. I'm tired. Oh my God. Not if you're good. Wrong. The best players, those games are still difficult. Unless you're talking about like some shit NA team versus like a good Korean team. Then those games, I'm sure for the Korean people are easy. But like, for everyone that's competing with some people that are close to equal, the scrims are not like fun. It's like you're sitting there like trying hard. Sucks all the fun out of the game. Yeah, no, I thought that was like the coolest job anyone could ever have. And then I realized that like it's mad work. It's like actually it's mad work. I'm like, damn, what the hell? Ugh. But anyways, I love the triple bait he pulled, putting in there a nurse, doctor, and nurse, lawyer, and plumber. Yeah. Oh, okay. It is that time of day. Wow, almost a 9-hour stream, 8.5 hours. I am beat, but Promise Gaming, promises made, promises will be kept. It is gaming time for everyone, for all of the politics frogs. Half day, shut up. For all the politics frogs, I probably won't stream again until Thursday. Probably going to take the next, I know usually I take Tuesdays and Wednesdays off. I might take tomorrow off because I'm tired from streaming so many days in a row and I have a lot of stuff I have to get to. So I have like an appointment tomorrow, and then I also have like just a bunch of miscellaneous stuff that I've been needing to do. I just keep ending stream, and then by the time I like end stream, it's so late that I just get food and then I like watch TV for a second and then I go to bed. So I probably won't be streaming tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe we'll do like a fun little stream on like a gaming stream. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. But definitely Thursday, I will be live again with more politics for sure. Thursday. So politics frogs, I will be seeing Thursday. Stay hydrated. Tell your homies that you love them. Have a great rest of your day. And I will see you guys on Thursday. Gaming frogs. Gaming frogs. Promises made. Promises motherfucking kept. We will be some goddamn motherfucking gaming. Let me close these tabs. I am going to get a little bit of food and stuff because I'm hungry. I am hungry. So I'm sorry for being degenerate, but I am going to get food in the middle. So maybe I'll leave like a little fun video or something while I leave. Anyways, Gaming Frogs. I'm going to raid into the gaming channel, and then we're going to play some Resident Evil. Some evil of the resident kind, perhaps? So I will see you guys in like a minute or two. Okay, bye, everybody.